All right, let me hop into the It's live on YouTube. Ah, it is live on YouTube. Lovely. And I have the super chat window pulled up, so we're good in that regard. Likewise. Oh, I don't need my sound up on. Oops, there we go. I think we're good to go. Everybody on TikTok and on YouTube, can you guys hear us all right? Okay, so TikTok looks good. Sure. Ian's just been putting us side by side anyway. Hey, we got $5 from Judas. Happy cooking on this lovely Sunday morning. Yeah, we have a barbecue set up. Barbecue planned. It's going to be 666 degrees Fahrenheit, of course. American units. Yeah, shrink us down, move us up there. Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah, that looks. Yeah, I'm looking at it on my phone. I think we're okay. Oh, you have the control there, so never mind. I don't have to read them. That's right. That's right. Yeah, Ian did not. Ian is lo-fi. It's one of those things that you just have to like make small changes every once in a while. Like it whenever you're in the social media space, whatever it is, it's either you're working on, you're upgrading your lights, or you're trying to do a new, like you're trying to multi-stream to a new platform. There's always like some small thing to be working on. They can't hear you on YouTube. Yeah, Judas says with the $2. Thank you, Judas. Yeah, well, TikTok takes your audio feed, right? They don't care about the YouTube chat? What do you mean? Of course we do. We're reading it right now. Yeah, no, it's just YouTube's a little bit delayed. YouTube's always delayed, right? There's always like a 5-second delay. Yes, that's true. I was addressing the fact that they think that we don't care about YouTube chat because we didn't address the complaint immediately. Yeah. Let me see. Um. If do you have monitor on only? Because if it's monitor only, then it just won't come through.
And output, but now I can hear myself.
Now you can hear yourself. Yeah. I mean, if that's a problem for you.
I guess let me know if you can hear me now. I'm curious if you can hear me now.
Let me just turn on the.
It's echoing now. Yeah, because it's doubling.
Still nothing. Oh. Yeah, so they could hear you while you had monitor and output. Oh. uh So you have the YouTube. I'm very confused. Yeah, you're gone. You're gone on YouTube again. Maybe do that.
Okay, can you guys hear me now? If this works.
I can still hear you.
Yeah, you can hear me. Can anyone on YouTube hear me yet? Wait and see for a second.
Let me unmute.
Rest in peace. You can hear me now on YouTube. Okay, I think Luntha said they can hear me now. I think I see. I don't want to call it a glitch, but I think I see a problem with OBS with the way the plugins work, because I've got my OBS set up for vertical and horizontal, and I muted my microphone in the horizontal feed because we're not using it. But I enabled it on the vertical feed, but they still couldn't hear it. I had to enable it on both feeds for OBS to pick it up for some reason.
Oh, that's awful.
Yeah, why would they do that?
They hate you specifically. Oops.
Specifically me.
It's specifically you, just to ruin it. All right. I think that we're all set.
I think we are.
So YouTube works, TikTok works, and then wherever else we're multi-streaming, it doesn't matter because nobody watches from there.
Yeah, I'm not gonna stream to Facebook anymore. Facebook's like maybe five people at best are watching streams on Facebook.
What about Twitch?
I'm gonna keep streaming to Twitch, but Facebook just seems like a lost cause. It's like it's great for like little short videos, but literally no one's going there for live streams.
Yeah.
Judas, thank you for the $2 warning that we can't hear me on YouTube. I think we got it fixed now. We appreciate that. Definitely appreciate the heads up. We've got a guest in. Oh, we don't have a guest. Is that?
We have no guests.
That's a remnant of when I was doing my screen share with you. Okay. All right, guys and gals and everyone else.
Non-binary pals.
Exactly. Oh, I like that. It rhymed.
Yeah, right?
I'm going to start using that one. I'll give you credit for it, Dr. Blitz. So if you want to join our discussion, if you think God is real, you think that these two know-nothing heathens are wrong, there is a link on the screen, tinyurl.com/UA guest. You can get into the conversation and we can discuss whether or not there's, who knows, a good reason to believe in Kundalini, or whether or not some other mystical force or God mind disembodied creating the universe exists. We'd love to hear it.
We really would. And if you're watching on YouTube or on TikTok, make sure to like. Like if you're watching on TikTok, just spam the like button, get more people in here. The more people in here, the more chances that you have to see something that you want to see. And if you're watching on YouTube, again, like it. Only 5 of you have, and there's 178 of you watching. So get with the program.
Yes, and for those who aren't really familiar with the YouTube analytics, it's just like TikTok. The more you like, the more you subscribe, the more you chat, the more YouTube pushes it out into the algorithm, and then the more likely we are to get good opposition. So the more user engagement we have, much more likely we're going to get good opposition to talk to. Luckily, once
smart people.
Yeah,
that's what we want, right?
I mean, a man can hope. Based on statistics, however, from what we know already, I don't know how likely that is.
So just so everybody knows, it looks like Ian will not be joining us today. But fortunately, on the first day when Ian cannot make it, Justin can. So we are pleased to... when 2 people cancel, you can't really do much. But when 1 person cancels, you're still good.
Yeah, it really works out well. Having three people. Sorry, I haven't been able to get there
okay.
for the summertime streams, but I should be there soon. I see Greg in the guest box on TikTok. Greg, there's a link on the screen to join the discussion. We'd love to talk to you, but we can't take guests over TikTok. The way our system works, it just isn't. It's not
It
possible.
doesn't work.
Now
So,
Oh, go ahead.
oh, good. No, I was going to say something completely unrelated. It sounded like you had something related to the stream to say.
Well, I've received a $5 donation and a message from your son, Athene.
From my son. Oh.
Athene says,
Where?
It's time to ban Ian.
Oh, yeah.
He just
yeah,
Venmo'd
absolutely.
me. And so Ian needs banned.
I guess so. $5 is probably pretty cheap for a ban. But like,
agree.
what's the right, like for a permaban, probably like, I'm thinking like $1,600.
For $1,600, I think we can make that happen.
Probably. He'd probably come back the next week anyway, but still.
Can he come back as Pivoting Perry?
There you go. Or as what is it? What's the one that starts with a B? Bad Faith Barry.
Here's the thing, though. Neither one of us want that, because if Ian doesn't come back, then you have to do all the philosophy nonsense.
I don't want that.
I ain't doing that stuff.
I don't want that. I don't want to have to read Kant. I don't want to have to read Hegel.
No, I am not interested.
Nobody wants that. So anyway, completely unrelated question. Somebody said Blitz Sorcerer, Justin Wizard. But I actually kind of think that it's Blitz Wizard, Justin Cleric.
I think that might be the case.
And then maybe Ian Sorcerer?
I think so. I'm more like the Friar.
Yeah, and I feel like the Wizard is like the really geeky kind. Which, I guess applies to all of us, but like I'm like wearing the glasses and
well, I think we've got somebody in the guest box, and we've got two more.
Send a Discord announcement. That's right.
Super chats.
We do.
Let me grab the super chats. We'll get our first guest in here, Marilyn. Good to see you, my friend. Just a friendly reminder, Marilyn. Don't get banned. Don't say anything in the comments to get yourself banned. You've been unbanned, and you've been behaving really well. So we appreciate you being here and behaving. Love you. Also, Larry, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, do not ban Ian. And now we've got a competition. Athene paid $5. Yeah, exactly. Athene paid $5. Larry is up to 10. Now we've got to make some serious considerations. Thank you, Larry.
It's an auction. If only Ian knew that we were auctioning off their banning.
We're literally auctioning off Ian's existence on the show.
It's fine. It's fine. It's totally normal. All right, we do have a guest named Levi.
Actually, so Athene just sent $10 more. He said, ban Ian.
Who are you sending $10 to, Athene?
He just keeps Venmoing me. I don't know if we can do that, but we are going to get Levi in the chat.
Absolutely, we will.
How you doing, Levi?
Hello.
Yeah.
Levi, how's it going?
Doing pretty good. What about you?
Doing good. Thanks for asking. Levi, are you at least 18, and do you believe in like some kind of a god?
Yes.
Which one?
I'm a Muslim.
Okay, so you believe in the Muslim god?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what would be the most compelling evidence or argument for the Muslim god being real?
So, okay. I like to say that, do you know what a scientific miracle is?
I think that's a contradiction in terms.
No, it's not a contradiction in terms, because with our Quran, we have
oh boy.
We have prophecies and miracles that were predicted 1400 years ago by the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and this couldn't have been known without God.
I don't think you do, actually.
So when you say it couldn't have been known, you just mean that when you say scientific miracle, you just mean that there is a claim that Muhammad knew something before it would have been possible for him to know it. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, and we believe that he knows by God because no one else could have known at the time.
Okay, so interesting question. There's an interesting line of thought that I saw. Was it Jambar go down? No, I don't think it was Jambar. It was somebody go down the other day. How do you know that he knew it and wasn't just guessing?
We know it because we have the Quran
No, how
that
do you
was
know that he
revealed.
knew it?
That who knew?
Muhammad.
Yes, okay. It's because it is written.
Well, right. People can write down guesses, though, right?
I mean, no, not. You do know that it can't just be a random guess. There's like over 100 of
Why
them.
not? Why couldn't
Because,
these be a guess?
okay, the Quran clearly talks about iron not coming from this earth and many other things like the
Well, wait
microgravity
a
of
minute. Hold on.
space.
So we could talk about the facts. We could talk about the claims if you wanted to, but that's not what I'm getting at. My question is, how do you know that Muhammad knew them rather than just guessed them? Because
Yes,
those
he
two
knew
things are
them.
different, right? Right. So how do you know?
Yes, because he found out from the divine God. That's what we
Well,
believe
hold
as a
on. That's
faith.
the claim. How would you
Yes,
verify if he knew them
with the
rather than
Quran.
just guessing?
Yes, with the Quran.
So because something was written down, that implies that somebody knows something rather than just guessing that thing?
I mean, yeah, that's what we take.
People write down guesses all the time.
No, but here's the thing. We're talking about a book that was revealed over 1400 years ago, and you do
Yeah.
know that there wasn't any technology for someone to know something that
That's
bizarre.
that's
So
irrelevant. My question is how do you know that he knew it rather than just guessed it?
Yes, because it's written down. It's a faith, bro.
You're, oh, okay. So there's like no way to know that he knew it?
Oh no, 100% there's a way, and I can prove it to you, but here's the thing. You don't take any of the scripture, so you're just gonna keep using that analogy. Anyone could have written this down, so it's pointless. But I'm just saying, within our scripture,
well,
this is what we believe.
to be sure, Levi, people did write it down long before Muhammad. The Egyptians were writing about the metal from heaven and even making weapons out of it long before
It was Monkey
Muhammad.
Boy. I'm sorry, it wasn't Jambar.
So
Thank you, Graphic Gammon. My bad.
this is not new
Go ahead.
information, Levi.
Also, most of the iron on Earth comes from the Earth. Just saying.
What?
Most of the iron on
Bro,
Earth started with the Earth.
it's known that it doesn't come from this earth.
No, the
My
vast
question is,
majority of the
okay,
iron on Earth formed with the Earth. Only some of it
Yeah.
comes from
okay,
meteorites.
okay, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
How is it that my scripture that has been revealed thousands of years ago says things that scientists are just figuring out about during today's time?
I just
How's
told
that?
you.
No, you didn't.
Like,
I'm not so convinced that
it
it
doesn't.
is.
Yeah.
You're just saying it doesn't? You're not going to provide any
Like,
reason?
what piece of what thing could he not have known that he got right?
I mean, it talks about the microgravity of space, how everything
It
moves in an orbit.
does? Wait, it talks
Yeah,
about
of course it does.
microgravity of space?
Of course it
Where?
does. It
What
says
does it
how the
say?
planets move in an orbit.
Show me
Of
this
course it does.
one. I want to
Wait,
see
where
this
does
one.
where does it talk about the microgravity
Yeah,
of space? Wild.
you
Is it
do.
like,
Okay.
yes, like
Yeah,
there
okay.
is gravity even though it's very,
No,
very small.
no. Do you know how astronauts are trained to go out into space?
They practice in pools quite frequently.
Thank you very much. Yes. That's why it says the microgravity is as if the planets are in an orbit
Wait,
are swimming. How
what's the
could
Arabic word for microgravity?
That's what I want
Because
to
if you're
know.
saying it says
you
the
could go ahead and
microgravity,
yeah,
yeah,
it
go
talks
ahead.
about it
Yeah,
being
give
in
us
an
the
orbit like
verse.
it's swimming.
Give us
Give
the
us the verse.
surah.
No problem.
Okay, come. Just give me a minute, okay?
So I've already heard all these. This is the new one, but other than this
The
one, all
microgravity one's a new one, yeah.
all the nonsense claims about the Quran. So just so you know, Levi, like none of these talking points are going to land. We've already heard them. They only work on people that's never heard them before. And also, it doesn't make up for the fact that it gets embryology wrong. It doesn't know where sperm comes from. It says that women's brains are essentially deficient compared to men's brains. So there's going to be a lot that we can sink our teeth into when it comes to what the Quran says. But go ahead, give me the microgravity.
I want to hear the microgravity
Yeah, sure,
thing,
no
and then I have to
problem.
step away for a minute.
I'm finding it right now, but actually it doesn't say that their brains are less deficient. It's actually talking about how men can be calmer in situations than women, and how women are better at some
Are
things
you
and men are
referring
better at some things.
to
But at the end of the day, you can.
5533?
No,
At
I'm
the end of the
referring to
day,
228.
No, I'm talking to the microgravity thing.
yeah, no. But at the end of the day, you guys can't even
What's the
explain
verse?
how the Earth started. So
Yeah, we
What's
can.
what's
Just
the
give us
I'm
the
verse?
getting
microgravity.
it for you right now. I'm getting it for you right
Okay.
now. No problem.
because I have to step away in a minute. So I just want to make sure that I hear this, so then I can giggle while I'm giving my cat some medication.
Yeah, it's very funny. It's very funny how you guys believe that we came from monkeys.
We
Very
don't
funny.
believe that, so that's funny that you think we believe that.
Yeah,
That tells
and
me
at the end of the day, you
how little you've
guys
actually
can't
studied.
even answer a question about it.
Well, you haven't even
Well,
asked us a question.
Sure.
Oh yeah, it's because it's nonsense to believe that this Earth just
But
came
you
out of
didn't ask a
nowhere. It's
question.
nonsense.
You didn't ask
You didn't
us a
ask a
question
question.
yet.
Can a painting paint
Go
itself?
ahead and find us microgravity, then we'll move on to your next nonsense
Can
question.
a painting paint itself?
Go ahead and find us
That's a
your
cool pivot. Find us the
microgravity, and then
microgravity
we'll
quote.
answer your next question.
You guys aren't educated on religion, and you guys are over here
Go ahead and
talking
find your
about it?
microgravity, and then we'll answer your next question.
Hey, can a painting paint itself?
Buddy, we get the next
All right,
4 hours
Justin,
to do this.
You can handle this guy. I'm gonna go give my cat some medicine. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
All right, cheers, buddy. Okay, so Levi, I'm not gonna let you endlessly
Yeah.
pivot. We could talk about as many topics as you want to talk about, but you're not gonna just pivot to a new topic because you can't find the verse you're looking for. So
No.
find us the verse.
I'm not meaning to pivot.
Find us the microgravity
I'm like
verse.
searching for it as I'm talking to you.
Okay, find
I'm
us the
searching for
microgravity
it.
verse. That's what we're at.
Okay, no problem. Just 1 second.
It's okay if it doesn't actually exist. I'm assuming it doesn't exist.
Oh no, it exists, brother. Trust me.
I'm sure it does. Okay. Well, while you're looking for the verse, I'll read a couple of super chats because I think you're not going to find it. Argument from Motion says, when was the Trinity concept created? It's hard to know exactly when it was created. We do know by the time of Theodosius II that it was mandatory. So if you look at the Theodosian Code, they mandate belief in the Trinity and away from Arianism and other different belief systems. So we know for sure by like the time of Constantine, it had to and his successors, it had to have been a thing. But we can't pinpoint exactly when people started to theorize it. Juan, thank you for the $2 super chat. I appreciate that, friend. And a Garba came in. Great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. So I think it was Monkey Boy who brought up that they could just be guesses. Yes, actually. So there was a live stream like a couple days ago with Monkey Boy, Ian, and I was in there for a hot minute as well. And Monkey Boy was bringing up just that. Yeah, like if you make a bunch of guesses about the world, you're bound to get a couple of them right. Also, a lot of them weren't even guesses. A lot of them were already like what we would say is like modern science for the time that some people knew about and some people didn't know about. It just happened to be that whoever wrote the Quran knew about some of these things, like the meteorites containing iron. Adele, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, I wrote it down just now that Doug is real. So this disproves every other religious, obviously. Obviously it does, Adele. That we've got the book of Doug. We know that Doug is real. You've seen Doug with your own 2 eyes. I don't know what more is left to argue, you know?
I'm back. Why am I tiny all of a sudden?
Sorry, I was going to adjust our video so that we were bigger on the screen, but I actually can't seem to do that. It won't let me adjust my video aspect ratio. I don't know why.
Yeah, well, I got you the verse, bro.
All right,
what's the verse?
What's the verse that says microgravity is a thing?
It's talking about how the planets are swimming in orbit. Go ahead.
Can you just tell us what the verse is?
Yeah, 21:33 MBF.
Okay.
Go read it.
So I'm looking. So and he is the one who created day and night and the sun and the moon, each traveling in an orbit. That one.
Do you know Arabic?
No, I don't. I'm just on Quran.com.
Oh.
Do you?
Okay. Oh, okay. That's a you problem.
Wait, do you know Arabic?
If you don't know Arabic, if you don't know Arabic, you
Levi,
can't
do you
get
know
the full
Arabic?
context out of it, my boy. Yeah,
Levi.
I do know Arabic.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Did the translator get it wrong? On
No, I'm not
Quran.com?
saying that they got it wrong, but you do know that the Quran was originally revealed in Arabic, right?
We're aware of
Yeah,
this.
sure.
The
I'm just
question
looking at
is,
Mhm.
Quran.com.
did the translator on Quran.com get it right or wrong?
No, I'm not saying that they got it wrong. That's not what
Oh,
I'm saying. I'm
okay.
saying you got to know Arabic to understand
So
the full
what it says
context,
is,
and
he
that's
is the
why
one who
Muslim.
created the day and the night, and the sun and the moon, each traveling in an orbit.
How
Which
about you go translate the Arabic?
word needs
You want to do that?
changed?
I'm looking at
You want
the
to
different
translate the Arabic
Well,
translations.
I'm waiting for you. You know Arabic. Which word needs
in the
changed?
tafsir?
Which word needs changed?
What do you mean changed?
Which
I'm
word
saying just go
does it mean what it
translate it.
means?
I'm just telling you to go translate it.
I already told you I can't. We don't know Arabic. I'm asking you to translate it. You know Arabic. So which
You're
So I'm
telling me you
looking
can't.
at
which
You're telling
word
me
in
you can't
here?
go on.
So which word
So I'm
in here
looking at
needs
three different
changed?
translations. I'm looking at three different translations. One says each traveling in an orbit, another says each floating in an orbit, and the third says each floating in an orbit. So I don't see swimming. I do see floating.
That's the word. You
Floating?
know
Okay,
what
so
yisbah?
I'm
Do you know what yisbah means in Arabic?
No, but you do.
no.
Okay,
Can
yes,
you
and it
tell
means
us?
swimming, and it's
فلك
what's in the verse. It says swimming.
So what?
فلك
Yeah, what do you mean so what? In space, it's clearly like the gravity is like you're swimming. That's how they're trained to go out there. How would they have known that 1400 years ago, bro?
Wait. You
Wait,
think
so
it's predicting
You're
astronauts
laughing.
training in water?
No,
but to be
no.
clear,
This is
No, no, no,
bad.
no, 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 no,
This
no,
is
no, no,
bad.
no. That's not what I said at all. I'm not saying
the
that it
planets
predicts
don't
astronauts
swim.
swimming in water. No, I'm saying that
Uh,
what it says, the Arabic word is yisbah, okay? Yisbah, right?
But
It's
the planets don't
describing.
swim, right? We agree on that, yeah?
Hold on, 1 second. I'm not saying that the planets swim. I'm saying that it's describing the gravity of space, right? Can we agree? The gravity of space is as if you're floating in water. Even NASA said that. It's common sense.
يسبحون
Someone with no brain can
Well,
understand that.
NASA does
so
not say that.
you could
Of
say that
course
it's
they
like
said that. Of
floating.
course they
You
said
could say
that.
No,
that
they
I
don't.
could give you the whole video.
You could say that being in an orbit is like floating. That's definitely true.
Okay, but the Arabic word is yisbah. Go search up yisbah in Arabic. It'll say swimming, floating.
Okay, but then it
Different
got it
definitions.
wrong. Floating would be better.
Yeah, floating would be better. Swimming would be wrong because as it turned out, most of the people in the ancient world believed on the other side of the firmament was primordial waters.
Yeah,
Or
this is a pretty
even
common belief, actually.
yeah, within the firmament, even they believed it, there was waters being contained up there. So they all everybody in the ancient world thought the sky was just that thing above your head. There was a dome over top of it. It was a flat Earth, and like the planets and the other suns and celestial bodies were just up there in the sky in the firmament, and like shit, they could just fall on you. They were just up there swimming in the primordial waters. So
I
yeah, I
mean,
can see why this
I don't
book would
see how
say
that's.
swimming because it didn't know a damn thing about the actual world.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it says sperm comes
That's
from
where we're
between
going?
the backbone and the ribs. That's not even a difficult thing to ascertain. The Greeks already figured that
It's
out
not
way before Muhammad screwed that one up.
Okay, but at the end of the day, you can't even answer a damn picture. You can't even answer a damn question
You
about
didn't ask
the
it yet.
question?
Give us a question.
Okay, it's because you wanted the verse so bad. I went and found it for you.
Give us a question.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Okay, can I ask you how you believe this earth started? If you don't believe that there's a God?
Gravitationally. It formed gravitationally.
Be more specific.
Yeah, so mass is a measurable quantity of matter systems, and one of the consequences of a thing having mass is that it produces a gravitational field, and in the presence of that gravitational field, other mass is attracted. And so when you have a small perturbation of an otherwise uniform ring of stuff around a star, that small perturbation can accumulate matter gravitationally and coalesce into a planet.
No, that's not how it works, buddy. I don't think that's how it works. I
That's-
don't think.
I don't know if you know
Okay,
this, but
exactly how
so
it
we'll make sure we clarify a few things. Dr. Blitz has a doctor in front of his name because he's got a PhD in physics. So if there's anyone here who knows how planets and gravity works, it's going to be Dr. Blitz. What are your qualifications?
Okay. So you're telling me that's how humans came on this earth?
No, he
just
didn't say
you
that.
all
asked how
that
Earth
and
formed.
You asked how
You
Earth
said
was
okay,
formed.
that's how Earth
Okay,
formed.
sure. All right. Okay. That definition and that explanation was doo-doo. How do you believe that
That was
humans came on this
doo-doo.
earth?
What
Yeah.
was
How
wrong
do you
with
think
it?
the first human
What was
started?
wrong with
How
it?
do you
Stop
think
pivoting. What was wrong with his explanation?
it makes no sense?
So your pea brain can't understand it, therefore the guy with the PhD is wrong?
It's not. No, it's not my pea brain.
What part
It's the
doesn't make
fact that
sense
you
about
really
it?
believe.
Can you tell me which
Bro, the
part
whole
doesn't make sense
thing,
about it?
the whole I
Which
genuinely don't
specific? Be
believe.
specific. Can you rephrase what
Okay,
I said?
it's because, bro, nothing, bro, something like
Can
the
you
Earth that complex, it just can't be
Mm-hmm.
created out of nothing.
No one
That
said
makes
that.
no
Nobody said that
sense.
it was created out of nothing. I didn't say that it was created out of nothing.
Okay, but I'm just saying that doesn't really make sense. Can a
Which
painting
part
just
didn't make
paint
sense?
itself? Can a
Can
painting
you
just
repeat
paint
back,
itself?
Levy? Can you repeat back to me
Yeah.
what I said? Can you summarize it for me?
No, I can't summarize what you said.
Okay, so
Were
do you
you
want
even
me to repeat
listening?
it back so you can understand it?
Yeah, no, I was listening, but it's like, bro, you're the type of person to believe that a painting could just paint for itself.
Not
You know
even
what I'm
close.
Well,
saying?
Just
That's
pay
what you believe.
attention. Pay attention.
100%.
so
Stop
look,
running and listen to what Blitz is
so it's
saying.
pretty straightforward.
You're
You
running.
believe in gravity, right? You believe in gravity, Levy?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so gravity is when mass attracts other mass. And if you have a whole bunch of mass, it will the mass in one part will attract the mass in another part, and eventually it will coalesce into a ball. That's what a planet is.
So you're telling me mass from here and mass from there came together and it created this big Earth that we have.
Yes. And it created Jupiter and Venus
That's,
and Mars
I'm
and
sorry,
Mercury
bro.
and Saturn and the sun.
No. Come on, yo, do you know how complex it is
Wait,
for
so
Earth and all the
so you
planets?
agree that mass attracts other mass. So why couldn't mass come together and make a
No,
planet?
no, they cannot. No. Okay, it's
Why
because we're
not?
talking about a planet. We're talking about a
Yes,
whole planet.
planets are made of matter, right?
Okay, but that has nothing to do with it.
Do
We're
you,
talking
do you
about
And
a
think?
matter
whole
attracts
planet.
other matter,
Do you know how
right?
complex it is?
Do,
Do you
do
know
you,
how it's
It's
not something easy for just mass to come from here and here, come together, and you create a
Wait,
whole
no,
planet?
that is
No,
really easy. That's
it's
a thing
not
that mass
easy.
does on its own.
Yeah, not only is it
No,
easy, it happens
hell no.
trillions and trillions of time over
Like
again.
that's the one thing that matter does really well. It coalesces.
If there's anything we know about science, is that gravity brings stuff together, and sometimes it forms things that look like planets. We call them planets.
Planets, moons, stars, galaxies.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm just telling you, I don't believe that you can say that there's mass coming from here and here.
You
They
don't
come
believe
together and the planet
gravity?
is formed. No, I do believe gravity, but I don't believe that's
But
how
that's
it
just
works.
gravity.
Literally, no one proved that.
Gravity is
No
just
one was able
mass.
to prove that.
Yeah, they
No one
literally
is able to
have.
We
prove
can
that.
we can literally see this happening.
It's
All right,
still
come on,
happening
show it.
right now. Planets are still forming
Show
right
it.
now.
We can see
Oh, what
meteorites
planet
orbiting each
formed?
other.
Oh, which planet formed? I mean, hey, you know
So we
what's
actually
funny is
did see
that
a
my
planetary
Quran.
disk formation.
You know what's funny is that my
This is a
Quran
recent
is saying that the
observation.
universe. My Quran is saying that the universe is expanding. How funny
No,
is
it
that? I believe
doesn't say
that
that.
it's a miracle.
Wait,
Of course it says that.
no, it
Of
does
course it
not.
says that.
No, it does not.
Oh, you want proof?
We just covered this last week on another live stream. It certainly does not say that. It talks about the sky being expanded in the past tense.
I don't
It
think
says
that's
that
what
it says we built the sky and we are its expander, which matches everything else we find in the Quran and even in the ancient Near East, which is namely they believe the sky was spread out over a flat earth.
No.
Just like the
That's not
Bible.
what it says. No.
The Bible says it on multiple occasions way before Muhammad.
It says we built the universe with great might and we are certainly expanding it. And you're sitting
No,
over here saying that
no,
new
it
planets
doesn't.
are being made.
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
It says
you're gonna tell
it
me
says-
what my Quran says? How dare you?
it says we are its expander.
Oh, just look at the verse that I put in the chat, and you
In
can go ahead and
chat,
open.
no one's watching the
Yeah.
chat. We can't put it on the screen. So what I can tell you is that there's like
No.
I
three
pay attention to chat.
translations of this passage, and all of them say the same thing.
47, 57.
Yeah, all of
47,
them.
57 of the Quran.
All of them.
Go ahead and open it up.
All of them say the same thing. It says we are its
Okay.
expander. We obviously is like a we of majesty. We understand that that's not like a plurality of gods.
Unless
But-
you're a polytheist, I guess.
No, I'm not polytheistic. No.
But it's
Just
not.
go ahead and open it.
But it's not.
Don't try to shift the
It's not.
topic.
It's not
The
talking.
Quran clearly says
it's
that
not-
the universe is expanding.
No, it doesn't.
Just open it. Just open the
Why are
the
you
verse.
yelling?
I'm looking at it right
Let's talk
now.
about
Why are you yelling?
I'm looking
Because
at it
open
right
the
now.
verse.
It says
What?
we are certainly expanding it. We are the expanders, and
Thank
we
you.
made them vast.
Thank you.
In
Thank
one-
you.
in
And a
one
new planet is
translation.
forming, right?
In one translation.
So
I don't care about the translation. I'm talking about the Arabic.
I know. That's what I'm telling you. That it's there's multiple ways to translate it.
Okay.
So you're.
And I'm telling
So
you,
you
go
like the
translate the Arabic.
you like the one translation.
So what does the last word in that verse mean?
What do you mean?
What's the
You don't
last
know
word in that
English?
verse mean? 5147.
Yeah.
No, the Arabic word. What is it?
5147. All right, go ahead and go translate it, bro.
No, I'm asking
I'm
you.
not your
What does it
translator.
say? What can you read the Arabic?
Go translate it. I'm telling you to go
Wait,
translate
hold
it
on.
so
Can
you
you
can
not
see it
read
with your own
Arabic?
eyes.
I don't think he
No,
can.
of
not
course
read
I can read
Arabic?
Arabic. Of course I can
Okay,
read Arabic.
then read
It's
it
not
for me.
hard.
Then tell us
Read
what
it
it
for me.
is.
No, I'm not reading it
What's
for
the
you.
last
I'm
word?
telling you to go
So you
translate it.
can't.
I'm telling
Oh,
you to
you
go
can't read
translate it.
Arabic, can you?
No, I'm
Oh,
not
he's
gonna
up
sit
here
here
lying.
doing your duty. I'm not gonna do
Oh, we
what you
got
want
like
me
a
to do.
we got a little
I gave you
doo-doo
the verse.
liar.
I'm
No, I
looking at
gave
the
you the
word right
verse. I'm
now.
giving you what I'm
I'm looking
supposed
at
to
the
give
word right
you.
now. I want you to tell me what the last word says.
Okay, do you have it translated?
We
Please don't
don't
avoid
speak
the
Arabic.
question.
Answer the
Okay,
question.
Read me the
that's
last
fine.
word.
I'm telling you. Go
Read it.
Hold on.
translate it.
So
That's what I'm telling
Read
you.
let me play it.
Go ahead, play it.
I can play it.
You do know it's not hard to just go translate it to English, which is your
No. I
language.
want
It's
you to
not hard.
read the Arabic
It's
word.
not hard. I'm not obligated to do what you tell me. I'm giving you the verse, and you're supposed to talk about it.
Well, so and the reason why I'm asking you to read the Arabic word is because when you translate the Arabic word on its own, the last word, it means for expanders. It doesn't say expanding it. It says
No,
for
it
expanders.
definitely
That is the
does. It
translation
definitely
of the
does.
word.
No, it's
No,
because you don't know
what?
how to translate something.
Oh, okay.
He put it into a
but you do.
translator.
So can you
Yeah,
can you
no,
read the
you
word for
clearly
us?
don't know how to.
I'm gonna get.
What is
You
the
I've
don't know
Arabic
how to
word?
translate.
I've got 3 different versions of the Quran. I'm gonna go show you
Me too.
each 3 of them.
No, you literally no. It's all the same.
No.
Just different dialect.
Don't read the different versions of the Quran. Don't read the different translations.
Oh
They're gonna
no!
prove my point
Please
wrong.
don't open up a book of saying people evolved from fish and monkeys. Please don't do that. Oh my God! The Earth came from nothing.
I
Mass
mean,
pushed here and
I'm happy to
there,
talk about
and we have
evolution with you if you want.
planets.
I'm
Oh
happy to
my
talk about
God!
evolution and gravity and cosmology with
All
you.
right, wait. Do you believe in evolution? Is that what you believe?
Well, I mean, evolution is like experimentally demonstrable and is historically observable. So yeah,
Okay, hold on.
definitely.
Okay, hold on. Do you believe?
But
Okay, I'm
hold
gonna
on,
just ask. Do
Justin's
you
got
believe that
back.
we came from
We can
monkeys?
Levy, we can talk about that in a second. Justin just got back.
All right, I got you. I mean, I don't really. I just want you to answer this. Do you believe that we came from monkeys?
We'll talk about that in a sec. Justin just got back.
All right, we
I don't
were
want to
in
change the topic. So it's 5147.
5147. Yeah.
Yeah, sure, bro. Just read the English and get it over with.
So this is the one published by Oxford. The translation was done by Abdel Halim.
Who's that? Halim? Who is that?
No idea. Okay, so
Show me what you got. Show me what you got.
it says, we built the sky with our power, and we made it vast. We spread out the earth. How well we smoothed it.
So Muhammad
Okay.
Abdel Halim is an Egyptian Islamic Studies scholar and the King Fahd Professor of Islamic Studies at the SOAS University of London in London, England. He is the editor of the Journal of Quranic Studies.
That sounds pretty
Nah,
credentialed to me.
Because my Quran, no. Show me the front of the book. Show me the front of the book.
It's the Quran. See it? The Quran.
Okay. It's just you do know that there's different dialects to it, right?
Yeah, I'm sure there is.
No. Well, there's not supposed to be. Wasn't there a caliph who got rid of
No,
all
no,
of the
no.
alternative dialects?
Bro, no. It's cool that there's different that's fine.
No.
Okay,
It's
so-
just he's over here reading in English. I'm talking about the Arabic. I'm talking about if you know the Arabic language.
There's only one version of the Quran that exists, right?
Yeah, I know 100%.
So
But I'm talking
not
about if you
different
read
dialects.
the Arabic, my boy. I'm talking about if you read the Arabic in which it was revealed in, you'll understand. It's not hard.
So was Muhammad A.S. Abdel Halim, is he mistaken about his translation?
No, I'm not saying that he's mistaken. I'm encouraging you.
Was he right or wrong,
His
though?
translation is not a faithful translation?
No. What I'm telling you is I'm encouraging you, but before you come up with this whole big idea that no God exists, go learn Arabic and read the whole Quran in Arabic, and then see what's gonna happen.
Levy, do you know quantum field theory and general relativity?
I don't care about that. That's
Well,
that's not what
before
we're
you
talking
go
about.
and make the claim that God does exist, I would suggest that you go learn quantum field theory and general relativity.
No, it's because I'm trust me, I'm not the type of guy who's gonna say that mass came from here and we have a whole Earth. That's outrageous.
Yeah, I know. Before you make all of those
That's
silly
like me
claims, you should go
saying out of
learn
nowhere.
science.
That's like me saying I grew wings and I was able to fly. It makes no sense.
So the
It's
irony
not hard
of
to
you,
understand.
This kid is
that
not
he's
irony
God.
smart.
of you, the irony of
You're
you
not smart
telling us
either.
to go learn Arabic so that we can
Yeah, I'm just
understand
telling
your
you.
holy book, when you refuse to understand the science that you're saying is not true, is hilarious.
Oh no, you know what else is hilarious is you saying that we evolved from monkeys. That's what's
No
really
one
funny.
said that. What's hilarious
Your
is that
boy
you,
said it.
you
Well, to
think
be
we
clear,
believe that.
we
No,
descend
your
from
friend said it.
other
Your friend
apes.
said it. Your
We
No, he
friend said
descend
it.
didn't.
from other apes. We
It's
don't.
hilarious. Okay, I can
They
admit
descend
I
from
might
other
not be.
apes.
What do you think the difference between
Okay,
an ape and a
from other
monkey
apes.
is? Do you know the difference?
Hold on,
Yeah.
hold on, hold
Do you know
on.
the
From
difference?
apes.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm talking. Yeah, you said from apes.
Yes.
Can you show me a video of an ape evolving into a human right now? Or
We
any
are
proof
apes.
that an
That's
ape is evolving
I don't think that's
during
such
these
a
days?
I don't think that that's a thing that happens. I don't think that individual apes evolve into
Oh,
individual humans.
oh,
But it
okay.
doesn't
So,
seem
so,
like
so
you
you're
actually
telling me,
understand how evolution
you're telling me
works.
during these days you can't prove that that apes still evolve into humans?
No,
You can't
we
prove
never
it?
said that they
So
do. I don't know if you're listening very
the
well,
He just
Levi.
said
So,
he just said
Levi,
through
put on your
apes, bro.
listening
well,
cap
Levi,
and listen to
Levi,
what he's
so
actually saying.
Levi, look, so the statement that humans evolved from other apes is not that apes that currently exist apes that currently exist also existed a long time ago and then they became us. No. The statement is that there was an ancient species of ape 5-10 million years ago that underwent changes and it branched off into two distinct branches. There was the human branch and the chimpanzee and bonobo branch. Those apes that did the evolving that branched off, they don't exist anymore. So you're not going to see them doing this because they don't exist. They are long dead. Chimpanzees and bonobos are not our ancestors. We do not descend from
So
chimpanzees
you're
and
saying
bonobos.
you can't prove anything because they're extinct.
Did you listen to what I just said?
He didn't.
Yes, I
He hasn't
listened.
listened to
I
a word
did.
you've said the whole
Can you
time.
repeat back what I said, please?
I'm not repeating a whole 2 minute, 3 minute, 4
That
minute
was like
preaching
4
of
sentences max. Can you repeat back what I
No,
said,
I'm not.
please?
I'm not repeating 4 minutes of you preaching about apes evolving to humans. I'm not repeating
Apparently,
that.
preaching is what happens when you just
In
say
that
what's in
they're
an evolution
ancient, and that
textbook.
they're ancient, and that they extinct. I'm not repeating all that. I got the message. They're extinct now. You can't prove it. You can't prove what you believe,
Well,
and
no,
it's
sure, we
horseshit.
absolutely can prove it. You just
No,
aren't
you
going to
can't.
see those apes evolving because those apes don't exist anymore. You can prove
Why
it
do,
with
well, why don't
in
they
other
exist
ways.
anymore? Why
They
don't they exist
died.
anymore?
They died
Because that's
off.
how evolution works. I don't know if you know this. The continuous
This is
process of
outrageous.
evolution makes it
How
that
can you guys
sometimes
actually believe
This is so
this?
prior
embarrassing for you.
species no longer exist. They go extinct. In fact, 99% of all the
So,
species that have ever
Levy,
lived are now extinct.
Levy, do you come from your great-grandparents?
Oh my God! You guys believe that we come
Levy,
from
answer the question.
apes?
Answer the question, Levy. Do you
Sure,
come from your
sure, bro.
great-grandparents? Okay.
Sure.
Can you, but your great-grandparents don't exist anymore. How can you prove it?
Because they died. You're over here talking about
Oh,
a
but
whole.
so
You're over
you
here
can't
talking about.
can't prove it. Wait, so you're
Here's the
telling me you
thing, though.
can't
You're
prove it?
talking.
You can't prove your
No, of
great-grandparents
course I can
turning into
prove.
you?
Of course I can prove.
Oh, okay.
No,
How
of
can you
course I
prove
can
it?
prove.
They're dead.
Here's the thing. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna talk to you about my grandparents. That's easily proven. You
I'm
had
talking about your
grandparents. I had
great-grandparents.
grandparents. Yeah. Okay. Great
Yeah,
grandparents.
but
Sure.
they're
You
dead. How
had
do you
them.
know?
I
How
had
do you
them.
know that you came from them?
Yeah. Okay. But here's the thing. You're over here talking about apes, and they're not here anymore. When that literally
Yeah, your
can't even be
great-grandparents aren't
proven.
here anymore.
No. It's because no one's been able to prove that theory. No one.
Wait, but nobody's been able to prove that their great-grandparents are still here. You
Ayo,
see how
nah.
stupid you sound?
No, it's because we're obviously here. That's how.
We're here, yeah, and so are
Yes,
our.
we're
That
here
means that
from
our
them.
ancestors must
We're
have been
here
here.
from them.
Yeah, and
We're here from
they
them.
were
It's just
here
we don't
from
believe
their
that we came from
ancestors,
apes. That's
and they were here
outrageous.
from their ancestors. And if you go back long enough, you find out that their ancestors were apes. I mean, we're still apes, but they were more
That's
ape-like than we are.
that's stupid, man. That's seriously stupid. And
If
you
your
can't
best
prove it.
rebuttal is well, we absolutely can. If your best rebuttal is
Okay, go
that
ahead and prove
stupid,
it.
then yeah. So do you know what an endogenous retrovirus is?
No way he knows
No,
what an ERV is.
I don't know. I don't know all this bullshit that you guys are saying.
Yeah,
I
we grant
believe in
that.
God, and I believe that
What
God
grade
created
level
everything.
have you completed? Because you sound like you're 15.
Hey, my boy, I'm 23. Yeah, I'm
Oh,
23.
this
Oh,
is
that's
bad.
embarrassing.
A
That's so much
23-year-old
worse.
with a 15-year-old understanding of the world is shocking.
Talking about 15-year-old, it's just you believe that we came from apes. Shut your stupid ass up.
I don't believe that we are apes. We're
is
in
rough.
that classification.
Well, no, I mean, we're a type of ape. We're definitely a type of ape. Yeah.
What a tough guy we have over here. The guy who believes it's okay to beat women is now trying to be tough on a live stream.
I don't believe that I could beat women. That's clearly not.
The Quran
No.
says you can beat him with a stick, with a rod.
Okay, and guess what? You believe that you came from an ape. So shut your mouth.
So I was right. Yeah, the Quran does say you can beat your wife with a rod, doesn't it?
So Levy,
What word is
even
being
if-
used? What word
so
is
Levy,
being used?
Levy,
What
shut your
word is
trap for
being
a
used in
second.
that
Levy,
verse?
shut your trap for a second.
Hey, you
Suppose
shut
for
your
a
mouth
moment,
and get a better.
sorry, this is my live stream, okay? Like I'm a host, you're a guest. You can shut your trap. So even if it were true that evolution was wrong, even if that were true, I'd rather believe something wrong than believe it's okay to beat a woman.
Yeah, what do you think about that, Levi?
Okay. What word is being used when you say beat? What word in that verse is being used that makes you think that we could hit them?
Beat, strike. Do you think they're tickling?
Strike.
Do you think they're tickling
Okay,
the
hold
women?
on. Okay, hey, I'm talking.
Dude,
So if my little brother puts his hand over,
actually, you're not talking. I don't know if you're confused here, Levi, but like we're not your mother. You don't get to tell us what to do. You're gonna have to engage in this like a big boy. You're gonna put your big boy pants on, and we can talk about these topics. You don't give orders here. Never. That's not what you get to do here. You get to come here and be treated like a child if you act like a child. So we'll give you one more chance. Do you want to behave like an adult, or do you want to be muted the whole time?
yeah, I'm behaving like an adult. Why do you go to talk about my mom?
Because I assume that's how you treat women in your life. So what I'm
No.
asking is, does the Quran not say that you can discipline your wife with a rod?
Here's what it says. Yes, the word strike that's being used.
Yeah.
For an example, let me talk. For an example, if my little brother, for an example, hypothetically, he put his hand over a flame, yes? And if I strike his hand to get it out the way, are you saying that I'm beating him?
We're talking about wives.
No, I don't care. It's
No,
you
I
could
do
use
care.
that
We're
word
talking
in
about
any
wives.
you could use that word in any example.
Talking
Okay,
about
if my
wives.
wife did it. If my wife did it and if I striked her hand, did I just beat her up?
Well, it's a
No.
discipline in the
I moved her
Quran.
hand away.
It's not about teaching. First of all, you don't need to strike somebody with a rod to discipline them. You can say, "Hey, don't touch the fire." It's not hard.
No,
What do you need
I could.
a rod for?
What do you mean, rod?
What do you need a
You're
rod
acting as
for
if
to
I
teach your
did it.
wife not to touch fire?
No, I'm
Also,
not.
why do you
No,
have to
I'm
teach
saying
your wife not to touch fire? Your wife is an adult,
no. I'm
presumably.
saying
Yeah, that's crazy.
no. I'm saying if I yeah, and this is why I said my little brother, right? If I
Wait, so
struck
We're
his
talking
why are
about
hand,
you
wives,
treating a
if I
Levi.
wife
struck his
like a little
hand,
brother?
okay, sure, or my wife. If I struck her hand, that's cool. I'm not saying I just beat
Nope,
her up.
definitely
No,
not.
I'm just
Definitely
doing it
not cool to hate your
for her
wife.
sake.
Definitely not cool to hate your wife, by the way.
I can't strike her hand to move it out the way for her sake. I can't do that.
That's not what
My wife.
that's
We're
not
not
what the
talking about
surah
your wife.
says,
We're talking about my
liar.
wife. No.
I'm pretty. No,
I want
it
to.
uses the word discipline, does it not?
Yeah, so I'm going to
It
show
says
you what this is not about lovingly teaching your wife how to behave. This is a discipline, right? It says, if you sense ill conduct from your women, advise them first. If they persist, do not share their beds. If they still persist, then discipline them gently. If they change their
the
ways, do
discipline.
not be unjust. Yes, it's a discipline.
Okay, give me the verse. Give me the verse. It's because
He
you
just
You don't
read it.
know it?
give
He
me the
just
verse
read
because
it.
you clearly don't. No, I have it. It's just
It
I'm not about to go into
434. You don't know your own
Oh yeah,
book?
of course I know my own book. It's just that this is one that you guys always cry about for no reason.
No one's crying about it. Where's the provision for women to do the same to their husbands? Can women do the same to their husbands?
What do you mean?
Well, if it's just a lovingly gentle lesson so that you, golly gee, you don't get hurt, where's the provision for women to do this to their husbands?
Women can't do this to their husbands,
Why?
and men aren't supposed.
Why?
What do you mean?
Why do only women get the rod treatment? Why do only they get disciplined, not husbands?
Women don't get the rod treatment.
How
So,
come?
Levy,
How
what
come?
happens?
It
Levy,
literally
quick
says
question.
that men are the caretakers.
Levi,
Like it's
Levy,
talking about men.
Levi, answer the
Maybe
it's
question.
Levi.
Why can't women discipline their husbands?
What do you mean by discipline, bro?
I'm using the word in the verse.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. This verse is saying that men are the caretaker. Yes, men are the providers for the women. So that's why men are
It
better
tells
at
you
things
to
and women
discipline
are.
them. Where's the verse where women get to discipline their husbands?
Why would you want a verse where a woman could discipline their husbands?
Because
Well,
this
what if
is
the
a
husband's
sexist
about to
book.
touch a hot?
Yeah,
What if
so-
the husband's about to
not a
touch a hot
sexist
fire?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
What
you,
if the
Ems. How you
husband is
doing,
about
buddy?
to touch a? What if the husband is about to touch a hot fire? Why can't the woman slap his hand out of the way?
I mean, she could out of her will. If it's for a good, you know what I'm saying?
So,
Like,
so
here's the
Levy,
thing.
Levy,
You guys,
I do have a really important question to ask. What is
I can't hear you, bro.
consequence under Sharia law if a man beats his wife?
Why are you talking about Sharia law? Hey, yo, bro, nah. We're not talking about
Answer the
that.
question, Levi.
I don't want to talk to you about Sharia.
Answer the
I mean, I
question,
can answer it
coward.
for you.
I'm sure that you don't. I'm sure you don't want to
There
talk
is
about
no
that.
punishment.
Yeah, that's right,
Oh
Mems.
my
There's
God,
no
we have
punishment.
Destroyer.
And by the way, when you go to the interpretations of the verse that you brought up, the friends of the prophet explained it as being able to beat your wife as long as you do not hit the face and do not break bones.
Hey, my
Sounds
man.
loving to me.
Hey, my man. Before you come try to educate anyone, please get a better voice.
That's his
You
real
I
sound like
will,
voice.
inshallah. I'm waiting.
So I don't know if you know this. Sometimes like real men with chest hair have deep voices. It's okay if you don't.
Hey, bro, get a better haircut. You don't even
I
have a
literally just got a
full
haircut this
beard.
week.
You literally
Looks
don't
pretty
even
good,
have a full
actually.
beard. It's patchy.
I think Levy,
Appreciate
I
that.
think we're done with you. Justin, you want to move on?
You look like fucking Mr. Bean. Shut your stupid ass up.
Oh, this guy's really
Dumbass nigga.
he's really doing the Lord's work here. He's
Did
crashing
you-
out hard.
Dumbass
Justin,
nigga.
He's
did you
crashing
ask him?
hard.
Did you ask him?
Do you have any
Dumbass
more
nigga.
wisdom, Levi?
Yeah, me fucking your mom, dumbass nigga.
Oh, this
Get your
guy.
stupid ass
You think
out
you're
Oh,
going to
Just
heaven?
get rid of him.
Very
He's slurred.
Muslim.
Get rid of him. He's
Dumbass nigga.
slurred.
Shut your stupid ass up. Get a better haircut. Puss.
Very Muslim.
There's a good Muslim there, isn't it, Ems?
Very
Justin,
Islamic.
get rid of
by
him.
the
We
way,
gotta get rid of him. Otherwise, he's
I
he
think
can't
you
say the
should,
slurs on.
you should
Yeah,
write
TikTok.
this reference down. Bukhari 974. I mean, not Bukhari, Muslim 974. That is where the Prophet beats his wife. His while she's a
974.
teenager, by the way.
Okay, it says describes a blah, 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 blah,
You're
blah.
gonna, do not read it from Sunnah because they're gonna say he lightly tapped her. Read it from. You're gonna find like Quranic or something, or like a different. It's gonna say struck me on the chest.
Is
The
it
word that is used is him beating her, like slamming her on the chest, like punching her in the chest.
974 or
Yeah,
974?
974.
Gotcha. Okay, there we go. Sahih Muslim 974 is called the Book of Prayers. I
I'm
see.
not sure the book names are irrelevant in Hadith.
Okay. I do see some stuff here. Okay, I'll give this a read. Do me a favor, shoot this over to my Discord as well. I want to make sure to follow up on this.
Hmm.
Thank you for letting me up. I was short-lived,
Thanks,
but
buddy.
thank you. Goodbye.
Sorry
Great
about
to see
that,
you,
Ems. Sorry to put you through that. All right, we have some super chats to read before you move on to Nico's. If you want to pop them up,
Yes.
I'm absolutely happy to read them. By the way, how's my audio? Am I good volume? Is it too
Audio's
quiet, too
good.
loud?
Yeah.
Okay. Right, so we have from Rock Hard for Doug with the $5. Thank you. To do, learn Arabic in order to correctly read the Quran. Right? I mean, if that was the standard, then like learn, I don't know, evolutionary biology before criticizing evolution. Like from Motion in the Ocean, we have $2. Thank you. Your audio's too low. That's why I fixed it. Hopefully it's fine now.
It's a little bit better now, yeah.
Okay. I mean, I can turn it up more. From $10 from Kamran Kamani. Justin, please host a guest who can hold a conversation without embarrassing themselves. Please, Justin, I'm begging you. Let's have a great Sunday cookout.
Yeah, Levi was not that.
They are not sending their best. From Juan K with the $2, the caller learned about evolution from Pokemon. And from TC with the $2, he needs to swat his wife's hand because she will be 10. Look, I was kind of alluding to that. That, you know, typically you don't have to swat your wife's hand away from a fire because, like, children learn to not touch fire by the time they're 4.
But if you're married to a 6-year-old, then
Maybe.
because
Look,
maybe you
I think
needed
that there are
to.
plenty of people who recognize that that's a bad thing, even people of the Muslim faith,
Uh,
but definitely don't defend marrying children.
yeah, we don't want that. All right, let's get our next guest in here. It looks like it's going to be Champ.
It does look like Champ, yeah.
How you doing, Champ?
Yeah, how's it going? What's up, guys?
Good. How you doing?
Howdy.
I'm good.
Do you have
I
Wi-Fi?
actually
Your connection's got a little gurgle in it.
I'm not. I think it's just like the platform, right? I'm not sure.
No, it's not the platform.
Oh, I'm hearing the ribbit.
It could be my headphones, maybe.
Usually, it's when your connection's kind of slow and it can't get all the audio over. Do you
Yeah,
have
well,
Wi-Fi
I'm actually-
available?
Yeah, I'm on Wi-Fi. It says I have like a full Wi-Fi connection too, so I'm not sure what's causing.
Can you lower his bit rate, his audio bit rate?
Probably.
Because that might help.
Yeah, how's it now?
I guess we shall see.
I actually don't
Alright.
see a way to lower his bit rate, but give it a try.
There's got to be a way.
Yeah. No, I was just gonna say I'm actually a deist, but I do love you. I actually
I
have an
appreciate you.
argument. Yeah, I have an argument I'd like to present you guys, and you guys can try to debunk my argument. I haven't run this argument much, so perhaps you guys will have fun with it, right?
Sure, but the ribbit might be getting to people, so we'll see.
Yeah,
No,
see
it's
how
pretty
far we can get through the argument.
Sure. So premise one, mathematics is fundamental to reality. That's premise one.
Interesting. Okay.
Mathematics is an abstract concept. That's premise two.
Like abstract
Premise
from the mind, I assume.
Yeah. My premise two would be mathematics is an abstract concept, and then premise three would be abstract concepts are understood and experienced in a mind. That's premise three, and so the conclusion would be mathematics came from a mind because it's an abstract concept.
So that's not even a valid argument form, right?
Mhm.
So the implication. So premise one doesn't really do anything for the argument. Premise two is an assertion, which we can talk about. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. So it's the statement that mathematics is an abstract concept. Premise three is a relationship, is a property of abstract concepts. And so the property predicates the existence of a mind. And so all this says is that so what you could say is that mathematics requires a mind. But that doesn't say anything about, or sorry, let me rephrase. Actually, you couldn't even draw that conclusion. You could say that mathematics is understood and experienced in a mind. That's what you could get from modus ponens.
That was my third premise. Yeah.
No. Your third premise is that abstract concepts are understood and experienced in a mind.
Sure, yeah,
so from premise two and premise three, you get that mathematics is understood and experienced in a mind. But that doesn't get you to that mathematics comes from a mind.
So
yeah, I was basically tying together that mathematics. I was trying to say that abstract concepts are experienced in the mind, and that mathematics is an abstract concept. So it's kind of tying the two together, right?
No. So it's true that from premise two and premise three, you can conclude that mathematics is understood and experienced in a mind, but that doesn't say anything about mathematics coming from a mind.
Right, because we would say that visual processing is happens in the mind. But visual things like photons, like the abilities to translate photons into something usable, we wouldn't say that came from another mind. The photon doesn't come from a mind. We just use our minds to perceive it.
Yeah, like I'm trying to think of a way I could how I came to like this syllogism or whatever. I'm saying I feel like we use our mind, right, to define I think that these abstract concepts existed prior to us using our minds to. Do you see what I'm saying?
You would want to do, Champ, is you would want to say mathematics is an abstract concept. Abstract concepts exist only in minds. Conclusion: mathematics exists only in a mind. And then you could say mathematics has existed for the whole time the universe has existed.
Yeah.
Therefore, a mind has existed for the whole time the universe has existed, or something like that. That's what you would want to do.
Yeah. No. See, I think you're actually understanding my argument, but you guys are. I'll be honest. You guys are more philosophically adept than I am. I'm still new to it, so I'm glad I was able to like present you my argument, and you could steel man my argument. Perhaps show me better ways to utilize my argument, right?
So I mean, yeah. So if you want it to be like actually a valid syllogism, then you need to make the assertion that mathematics or that abstract objects only exist in minds. And then you would say that mathematics is an abstract object or an abstract concept or something. And then you would also need to say that mathematics has existed since that mathematics exists eternally or something like this.
I get it. Yeah.
So you would need, and the trouble is you would have a hard time defending all three of those premises. So, for example, a nominalist like myself would say that mathematics has not existed eternally. I would say that it's existed so long as like people have existed. A Platonist would say that abstract concepts do not require a mind to exist. So you could have mathematical objects that exist outside of a mind. And then finally, what are they called? Instrumentalist is that mathematics is really, or sorry, not an instrumentalist. there's a word for it. It's someone who thinks that mathematics is just a language game, that it's not like a thing that exists on its own. I guess that's just nominalism again. And then you would just say, yeah, mathematics is not mathematics is not abstract. It's not an abstract object. It's not an object at all.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, you'd have trouble defending all three of those premises, but if you can defend those premises, then you could come to the conclusion that a mind must have always existed.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I'm really trying to like strengthen my argument, which is why I pose it to, people like you, because I know you guys are smart, right? And you guys would be able to point me in like the right direction, how I could strengthen the argument. Can I ask you a question really quick about the atheist worldview? Like, do you subscribe to like the universe suffering a heat unalivement, or do you subscribe to the cyclical model?
There's a whole bunch more than just those two options.
Yeah.
But generally, I think that the data is not conclusive anymore. If you had asked me 5 years ago, I would have said definitely a heat death is inevitable. But with better and better data, that just doesn't seem like it's the case anymore. So we just don't know.
That's interesting, yeah, because that would make a lot of sense to me. If say it does result in a heat unalivement, I would say the cyclical model would actually be more indicative to order than like chaos, right?
I don't think that there's really a way that you can say that one model is like more chaotic and another model is more orderly. Like I don't think that that's like a quality that models have.
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, I'm trying to think, like, I don't really understand that, because like I think it's either the case that everything is randomness and chaos, right? Or things are ordered. Well, I suppose you could have order and chaos, right?
I mean, look, so our universe, regardless of how it got here, or whether there was a God that created it or not, our universe seems to have there seems to be properties of things in our universe, like positive charges attract negative charges. For whatever reason, maybe a God did it, maybe that's just like a dispositional property of charge, like whatever that might be. This is a property of our universe. And once you have those properties set up, like, gravity is mass attracting mass, and then there's electric charges that can attract and repel each other, and then there's all of these other forces, and then there's some other like initial data and stuff. Once you have that, the universe just does what it does. And I wouldn't say like those fundamental rules are like chaotic or orderly. They just are. I don't even know what it would mean to say that like a rule is chaotic or orderly. It's just a rule.
Let me ask you a question about quantum mechanics really quick, Dr.
Okay, but then we have to let you go because we are looking for opposition here.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, no problem. It seems, so from what I've learned about quantum mechanics, it seems to like break the laws of logic with like superposition, how something could be, like the Schrodinger's cat thought experiment, how the cat is both unalive and alive at the same time.
Yeah, so the mistake there is thinking that when the cat is in a superposition, that it's actually both dead and alive. It's not. Okay. It's in a superposition. That's a distinct third thing.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, I got you. It's a false dichotomy. Yeah, I got you. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you, man.
Appreciate of course. All right, Champ, thanks for being here.
Champ, good to hear from you, bud.
All right, let's bring up JJ.
All right, we're going to grab JJ. Let me grab JJ from the queue. Actually, I don't see a JJ.
Oh, really? I see JJ as right next to your face.
Really now?
Mm-hmm. JJ, why don't you leave and come back?
Yeah,
we'll bring you up.
That's interesting. I see a Kyle. I see AB. I see a Chris in the queue. There we go. Someone's joining right now. Wonder why it loaded on your end and not the other end.
I see JJ's face now.
Oh, yeah. I see him now, too. Well, it's loading still. There we go. Welcome in, JJ.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Howdy.
I'm doing all right. I would like to begin by saying I'm an atheist, but I do like playing devil's advocate. So,
well, I don't like the devil's advocate. Justin, do you like devil's advocate?
Nope. Sorry, bud.
Sorry, JJ.
Real debates.
No, I'll be Christian in this.
Nope, you won't.
Nope, right, you won't.
We only
it's called dishonesty.
Take real believers, not devil advocates. All right, I guess we'll move on. I think maybe Chris was next in line.
I think so too.
Yeah. All right, let's get Chris in here. How you doing, Chris?
Hey, I'm doing fine. Thanks for having me. Before we get going, can I substitute the Tao of Taoism in for God in this discussion?
I don't even know what that means. Do you know what that means, Blitz?
I haven't read.
In-
So
in-
I did read the Tao Te Ching almost 15 years ago, 14 years ago.
I think
But I don't remember any of it. So no,
I think
I don't know what
in
that means.
Taoism, I think the Tao is a good fill-in for God because it seems to come across as this like intentional mind consciousness thing that's ordering everything. But can I just kind of like take maybe 30 seconds to show you where I'm going with it?
Sure.
Okay, so Taoism is basically this idea that there's this thing called the Tao that's like running everything. It's not making a claim to be all good, all bad. It's just intentionally working everything to achieve what is presently happening and what will happen in the future. Now, when I listen to scientists, it seems like when they like talk about everything from like a bird's eye view, a 1,000-foot view, they make it sound like there's like something intentional going on. Like I've heard them say things like, well, humans might just be a transport so the DNA can exist. When I've heard them talking about evolution, it's almost like they say, well, there was like this intentional thing where in order to survive it intentionally achieved this. So when I see scientists on one hand acting like there's kind of like this intentional mind behind everything, moving everything to where it is now and then to where it will be, and then I see the Tao of Taoism basically doing the same thing, the overlap is really interesting, and it could just be a Tao of the gaps instead of God of the gaps.
So, and I could be wrong here. You probably know more about this than me. But I was just like looking up like what, I was just using Wikipedia. Maybe Wikipedia is a terrible source for this, but at least Wikipedia says something like Lao Tzu explains that the Tao, or that the Tao is not a name for a thing, but the underlying natural order of the universe, whose ultimate essence is difficult to circumscribe because it is non-conceptual yet evident in one's beings of aliveness.
Yep.
It doesn't say anything about intention anywhere.
Okay, but that's a good point. Okay, it would seem though if it's this, again, this is probably why it's Tao of the gaps instead of God of the gaps. But it seems like if Taoism is saying that there's like this thing that's behind everything, moving everything, that seems to overlap with kind of what science is. But again, I don't know how this would differ from fatalism either. I don't know. I just wanted to run this through you guys' heads, and see what y'all thought.
I mean, like, if the Tao is just to indicate some like fundamental nature of reality, like some mindless fundamental nature of reality that, is the underlying, I don't know, what's the word, substrate, then like that's compatible with atheism, right?
Okay, that's
Right.
all.
Yeah, that's my reading of it, right? Like if you don't believe that somehow the Tao is like a mind that created the universe,
Right.
then it
When
seems
I
like you're
read
more of a spiritualist than a deist.
Okay, thanks. I'm also on KTF on RK2F on your lives, and I just I'm not set
Good to hear
on
from you.
any certain things. So whenever an idea crosses my head, I'm like, well, let's weigh that out and figure it out.
Well, thanks for
Anyways,
sharing.
thanks for entertaining my call. Have a good
Of course.
And cheers,
Thanks for
buddy.
being here. All right, let's bring up Kyle.
This guy. Yeah,
I don't think that we have any super chats to go over.
No, I don't think we have any super chats right now. Let me grab Kyle. Welcome in, Kyle.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good. How you doing?
All right.
I'm pretty good. It's a little intimidating to be in a chat with you guys because how much you kind of use your intellectual superiority over the average person. So I'm not going to sit here and get like super science with you because you will definitely make me look dumb. You guys are very smart. But something I wanted to bring to the attention of lots of people, you have heard of the wisdom of crowds before, right?
I don't
Sure,
know
yeah.
if I have. Maybe Blitz has. Yeah.
Okay, so the wisdom of crowds is you can take any amount of people and you can go to like a carnival, have a jar of jelly beans. Nobody knows how many's in there. Ask all of them, 100, 5,000, 6,000. Even ask the children. It doesn't matter what number they give you. You take that number down and you you process it using averages. So you take all the numbers, you add them together, and then divided it by however many people said how many jelly beans were in there. And science has often found that we are very close to what the correct answer is. But like, shouldn't even be that close because kids are in there like there's 5 jelly beans. So how does it come out to an average that we're so close? And what I'm doing, point I'm getting into is take the averages of people that believe in the world, not just Christianity, in any religion, and the numbers on a higher average, dramatically higher average, will always come to more people believe that there's something than nothing. And averaging
I'm
based off of
confused.
that, you can naturally assume.
Do you think someone here believes there's nothing?
Well, I'm not saying nothing. I'm
Yeah,
saying
you
they
mean-
follow
are you
an
sa-
actual
Are
deity.
you saying there's what you're saying is since most people believe in God, it's more likely that a God is real? Is that what you're trying to say?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Well, I think that's
See,
a
God isn't
fundamental
something that can be
misunderstanding of the
scientifically
universe
proven or
because
disproven.
most people used to believe that the Earth was flat. In fact, some people still do. The reality
Well, you
is
guys
just
aren't. You
because a
guys
lot
are
of
only
people
reading
believe
the
it doesn't
text
actually
that they give you now.
doesn't
You're not
actually
reading
mean-
actual text.
I have.
The Book of Enoch is thousands.
I've read the Book of
is
Enoch.
much older,
No,
and
it's
they
not.
removed that.
No, it's
Hold
not.
on,
It's
Kyle.
not thousands.
Hold
You're
on.
right. You are
Hold
right.
on. Kyle,
What?
do you think the Earth
Yeah?
is flat?
I do not think the Earth is flat.
Okay, just checking.
I think it's partial.
The Book of Enoch
What?
says it's
Wait, hold
flat.
on, hold on,
Oh,
hold on.
God.
Yeah. See here.
What is?
Here we get
What does that
into
mean?
it.
What does
So-
what does that mean that it's partial?
So in Sumerian text, it says that our planet was a broken off chunk of another planet brought
Which
down
text?
by the Anunnaki.
Which text?
The Sumerian text.
No, which one?
Which one?
I don't know. I read the book.
I've got the corpus. Let
What
me know
was the
which
book
one. I'll look it
called?
up.
So
Was it by Zacharias Stitchins?
yes, yeah, I like him.
Yeah, he's a charlatan. He's
I don't even know what that means,
He's-
but that's
I-
beyond the point.
that's not surprising.
But that's beyond the point. The fact of the matter is they had text that said that. I might not
they
be able
do
to
not.
just say the exact text. You both know what I'm talking about.
No, I know.
So denying
I know
it
that
is
you're
I actually have
quoting
never heard of
something
this.
That's absolute crazy. It's madness.
okay.
No, I've
So that's
actually-
madness. But
I've
here,
seen
hear me out.
Zacharias Stitchin's like translations of certain things, and the guy
Okay, but
got
check
his
it out.
head's
Check-
absolutely in the clouds.
That's all based on opinion, because you go back and forth with people that say your heads are in the clouds, and then you're saying their heads are in the clouds.
Who
That's
says
all
our
Well,
heads are in
just
the
I
clouds?
am 7'8", so my head really is in the cloud.
Shit.
7'8",
Yep, you heard me.
and you don't believe in God. The
You
fuck?
know it.
Now check
Being-
it out though. Check
being
it.
tall
Listen,
makes
just
you
hear me out for what I'm
believe
saying though.
What is happening
So-
today?
So just hear me out. I'm not trying to offend you guys. From the place that I stand, where I am close with God, my goal is to not hurt you, inflict damage on you. It's not even to change your mind. It's just for other people to hear what I have to say, how I feel, and I want to hear what you have to say. But what I was getting at is the Sumerians said this. Maybe he misconstrued what he said, or he interpreted it wrong. But then at the same time, you go read the Book of Enoch, says that we were a broken off chunk of something.
What
That there is a
verse?
barren land on
What
the back of the
verse?
planet that stores our
Kyle,
souls.
Kyle, take a deep breath.
I just
Yeah?
really need to know, like, what do you mean you think Earth is partial? Like what is the shape of Earth in your view?
I believe that everything that has intense gravity wants to be round. So I believe our
Does that
planet
include
is
the Earth?
trying to heal itself at this exact moment.
Is the Earth round?
I don't believe it's in its full round structure.
So what shape is it?
It's partially round.
does
If you
that
take
mean?
a
What does that
ball and you
mean?
cut a hemisphere or a chunk out of it, would you still consider it round?
Oh
No.
no, he does
Okay,
believe
that's
in
exactly what I'm saying.
a hemispherical
So I-
Earth with the firmament.
I believe that
You-
our Earth
you
is
believe what he-
healing. It's
you-
splitting at the Mariana Trench
You
to
believe
touch
what
the
Enoch said?
backside.
I know. I'm gonna draw a picture. I'm gonna show you exactly.
I'm
what this
so
guy believes.
confused.
So if you read the Book of Enoch, I know this guy's insane. So if you read the Book of Enoch, they describe a flat disc Earth.
I'm cold.
No, they don't.
They do, and there's a
No, they
dome.
don't.
Yeah, it does. There's a dome
No,
over
it
the
doesn't.
Earth, and
It
then
does
there's
not. It does not.
Sheol. All right, so I'm gonna mute you right now, Kyle. Okay. So in the Book of Enoch, there's a dome over the Earth, and then it's a flat disc Earth, and there's Sheol below the Earth, and then there's the heavens above the firmament. And Enoch even goes through the trouble of describing how it is that the sun can orbit, giving this this really
Yeah,
strange.
isn't there a little door?
Yes, exactly. He says that the sun, which has to orbit, goes all the way down to the base of the firmament, out of a window, under the earth, back in another door on the other side, and then continues its orbit that way. That's how Enoch describes the earth. So what I'm trying to figure out is how much of Enoch you've actually read, because it sounds like you believe in this flat earth with a dome over top of it. Is that how you're seeing the,
I
the
do
world?
not. No.
Okay, so what
I feel,
shape
have
is it?
you read the Book of Enoch, or do you just
I
look
just-
up stuff constantly? Did
I
you
just-
buy the book and read it? Because I
Yes.
bought the book and I read it.
Yes, I've got it in multiple translations. I've got the
Oh,
Charles
okay,
Worth
okay.
translation, and I've also got multiple translations that are from, we'll say, academic reconstructions of like the Ethiopic, and I've even got the one that was done by James Vanderkam. So I've
Okay,
read it.
so what I have read, it says the earth is a barren black land devoid of light in the back, which is where our souls are stored until Judgment Day. Is that in your book?
It's in the Book of Enoch, but that doesn't answer the shape
Yes.
of the earth. We're asking what
No,
shape
no,
of the
no,
earth
but
it is.
I told you what I felt, that it is a partially broken off planet. That I did not say.
We're trying to
I
figure out what you
believe-
think the shape of the earth is. Try to focus.
I said partially spherical.
What
It's
does that
so
mean?
simplistic.
What does partially spherical
Take a
mean?
ball, cut a chunk out of it like a
How
slice
much?
of an orange.
Like cut it in half?
No, not in half.
Cut it in thirds?
No, less than that. Take an eighth out. Take a slice of the orange out of the orange.
Okay, have you seen pictures of the earth that look like this?
I've never seen pictures of the earth, neither have you.
Yes, we have.
Yeah, I have.
No, it's all
What are you talking
Photoshop
about?
bullshit. You're not
Nuh-uh.
seeing anything
Wait,
outside
hold on,
of
hold
our
on.
atmosphere.
Hold on, don't be stupid. We have pictures
not-
of the Earth. We have pictures of the Earth from before Photoshop existed.
From what height? From what height?
15,000 miles.
Yeah, was
Okay,
it-
that's not very high.
Was that the
Do
pale
your math.
blue dot?
That's
What do they
super
call that
high.
one again?
That's not
That's very
super
high.
fucking high. You can't even see the actual shape of the planet
does
at that
it
high
get-
above this massive
15,000
Earth.
miles? Yes, you can.
Yeah, no,
the
you
Earth
can't.
is the Earth is
They have
only
not been
8,000.
taking pictures of our Earth.
The Earth is only 8,000 miles across.
Okay.
All right,
Okay.
Dr. Blitz,
So
what
if you're
was- what-
15,000 miles
Okay,
above it,
and okay, so if that's the case, you believe
Dr. Blitz, what was the name of that picture? I always forget the
it's
name
the
of it.
1972 blue marble.
Blue marble. I always want to call it blue dot, but it's not.
The pale blue dot is another one. That one was
Right.
taken by, I want to say, Voyager.
Right. Okay, so I'm going to pull up it for everyone who doesn't know. The blue
Yeah,
marble.
it's a beautiful
image.
photograph, by the way.
It's phenomenal. It's a phenomenal photograph. Okay, so this thing was taken long before digital photography or photoshopping or photo editing software. Now, Kyle, you can't see the screen, but we're all looking at a picture of what appears to be a globe with no chunks missing of the Earth that was taken before the ability to modify these or Photoshop these images from.
so you believe in the
from
space landings then on the moon.
Yeah. Do you?
Yes.
So that was pre-Photoshop, right?
Yes.
Do
So you understand how gravity works, correct?
Yes.
Do you?
So gravity
Kyle?
is constant,
Okay,
correct?
Just
Yes.
try this again, Kyle.
Yes.
Kyle, here's what's going to happen. Sometimes, in
I
order
wanted
to
to see where he was
understand-
going with that.
I do too. Kyle, to know what your position is, we have to ask you questions while you're rattling off crazy talking points, right? So if you ask us if we think we've been to the moon, we're going to ask you what you think, right? You can't just keep rambling. We want to know where you're at in this conversation so we can try to meet you where you're at.
Times how the shape of the Earth.
He was talking literally the
Oh, he
entire
was talking
time.
the whole time.
All right, Kyle,
I don't know if you knew Kyle, but you were muted.
Kyle, you're muted right now. We want everything you're saying, we want to come out of your mouth, but we want to do it in an organized manner. So we'll try this again. Kyle, before we continue, can you tell us, do you think we've been to the moon, or is that
You know
something
the answer to that question.
is that something that only Blitz and I think?
Am I muted?
You're unmuted now.
Yeah, you guys are savage for that, you know.
We're not
But
savage. We need you to answer the question.
yes, we both are all trying to ask questions. I do not believe in the moon landings.
Thank you. That's all you had to
Okay.
say. Now ramble on.
Okay, I'm not rambling.
So
I
your
just am
question
not
was, do
as
you know how
intelligent
gravity
as you
works?
guys. You could have some humanity, you know. and bear
your
with me.
question
So
was-
maybe you can make people better if you don't demean them. What I'm
So your
trying to say
question-
is gravity is constant, correct?
Well, it's constant in time, not constant in space.
But it's constant in value.
No,
It's
it
constant.
changes
Yes,
depending
it
on
is.
where you are.
It's 50
it changes depending
pounds.
on where you are.
Oh, okay, but does how do I explain this? When if you throw 50 pounds on Earth, right?
Mhm.
How fast does it fall?
Oh,
9.8
the
meters per
acceleration, yeah,
second.
9.8 meters per second squared.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Does that change?
If you go to a higher elevation, yes.
Okay. So if you're on the moon
Uh-huh.
and you jump,
Uh-huh.
and so the gravity of the moon is less, so you weigh
Yeah.
less,
Yeah,
right?
it's like 1/6
Yep.
less. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So would you fall slower?
Yes,
Yeah.
Why is that?
because the gravity is weaker. Instead of the acceleration being 9.8 meters per second squared downward, it's like 1.65 meters per second squared downward. So it's just
50
slower. Your acceleration is
50
less.
pounds would go slower.
Yes.
Okay.
Were you not aware of this?
I just- Well, this doesn't make sense to me. I told you I'm not as smart as you guys. I knew you were going to go to an intellectual place. This is how people often deny
brought it
God
up.
in any situation. I
you
know.
did it, Kyle.
And I knew I shouldn't have, because my only thing was to point out how the majority of the world follows a God, and that the majority of the world is typically right. And you guys literally
They're not.
monetize off the denying God. So there's nothing anybody could say. If God came down into your face right now and said, you and me are going to have a talk, you would still deny him in the face of making the money that makes your lives go round.
Are you-
This is not a major source of my income, so no. I mean,
but
if
also
God
the
came down, I would
status that
definitely
you have to
be a
argue.
theist.
Yeah,
your
so-
your intellectual.
So Kyle, I would love to hear what Dr. Blitz was saying, but unfortunately you won't let anyone talk. So I had to meet you again. What were you saying, Dr. Blitz?
Yeah, so like if God came down, like yeah, I'd be a believer. I might not worship it because it might be an evil thing, but yeah, I'd believe it exists because I would have direct evidence of it. And like just to be clear, like this is not a major source of my income. Most of my income, which is mostly from social media nowadays, comes from the videos I make, which is science content, not debate content.
Yeah, and I was doing these conversations like making no money. I worked as an engineer. I was an electrical engineer. Now I do it full time. But like, listen.
Oh, you quit?
Oh yeah, I did.
Congrats!
Actually.
That's huge.
June 30th, I think, was my last day.
That's huge. Congrats, bud.
And thanks. I gotta be honest. I feel like people say I'm living the dream. I feel like right now I am living the dream.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm actually getting to spend time with my son. Like we're doing fun stuff. I'm not like, I don't have just like 2 hours at the end of the day, right before bed. Like, so it's just been great having to actually like get some free time and do stuff that I love. But anyways, Kyle, what we're saying is like, even if we weren't getting paid any money though, which is how we started on these platforms, we would still be doing it because we care about what's true.
You care about what's true to you.
No, I care about what's true in reality.
You deny the God of billions of people on this planet, and you argue with them, and you breed hatred inside of your chats. I sit there and I read it. There is no love. If there is an evil God, that's the only one you worship.
Kyle, you do too. You
how?
You disbelieve in all the same gods we disbelieve in, with the exception of one.
No, I don't. You don't know that. I believe in that there is a God. I do not sit here and put a name to him. I believe that there is a God. There is not a religion.
How many, Kyle?
Your God.
Is there one God or many gods?
Your God. There's your God or your God.
How many gods are there, Kyle?
For as intelligent as you are, I do not have a number.
Justin, we should just get rid of him.
He might believe.
Okay.
He's just.
Kyle's not competent for this. He's not capable of having this discussion.
We can bring up. Let's just bring up Edgar or something. Like Kyle's.
Yeah, we'll just
off with his head. Not off with his head. That's too cruel. But what did Lord Farquaad say? This is a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
Yeah. Some of you may die, but this is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. That's one of my favorite lines ever.
It's so good. It's so good. It was genius. Anyway, we have a we have a few super chats.
Yeah, let's grab some supers. We'll get our next guest in here.
Yeah, so we have From Miko Makapo, Blitz and Justin, great. I won't understand, but great. With the 2 British pounds, I believe. Yes, British pounds. From Ehud the Leftist, greater than 7'7" equals must believe in God. It's true. Also, I lied. I'm not 7'7". I'm 7'11". Turns out.
Thank heavens.
From Unashamed Apostate with the $2. Thank you so much, as always. Money for the Earth Photoshop Fund. Look, they had plenty of... NASA was so rich back then. We should go back to that, and then they can Photoshop all the pictures.
Yeah, they got our other budget cut.
From Forum Galorum with the $5. Unapologetic is probably tall enough to see the curvature of the Earth when he stands up. Look, so my name's not Unapologetic. I'm Blitz. And indeed, I can see the curvature from sea level. Yeah, it's true. From Miko Makapo, again with the 5 British pounds. If you throw 50 pounds on Earth, I'll grab that right out of your hand before it hits the Earth. Yeah, I mean, honestly, 50 pounds is a good chunk of change. I'd probably do the same. Or maybe I wouldn't, because stereotypes, I don't want to reinforce those.
Don't tell him. Don't tell him. I'll keep your international banking business a secret.
Yeah, shh. All right, let's bring up Edgar.
Edgar, welcome in.
Yeah, I feel, listening to Kyle was crazy.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
He said word for word, people usually go to education when it comes to the argument. Wow. Yeah, I just thought the universe it's just too big for like the man-made God that we've created, right? Like, it's just too big for something so small.
Kyle, are you a believer or no? I'm sorry,
Kyle,
Edgar.
right.
Edgar, are you a believer?
Well, I was, but then I read a book called Propaganda, and I saw how kind of, because the Bible doesn't come from God. It came from man's writing.
Oh, we agree with that.
Every man has a type of bias, and it's just, when you just look at the Bible straightforward, it's just a way to kind of like control a group of people. And Kyle said, when billions of people believe it, that means it's true. But I mean, you just look at, I started learning like history and how propaganda
Edgar,
was used.
We are looking for believers. So while we appreciate the deconstruction that you went through and the recognition that, religious faiths can be used as propaganda, it's not the conversation that we're interested in having here. So we're going to let you go. But thank you so much for being here, Edgar, and keep watching. Maybe you'll pick up on some clever arguments if you see something cute.
Yeah, that's why I like watching you guys. Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Have a great one.
All right, let's bring up Justin Tennyson.
Yeah.
Oh, we have $2 from Stinky Ethian. From Ethian with the $2. 4 from Ethian with. Oh, it's a palindrome. Oh. Wait, no, it's not. No, it's just gibberish. Okay.
We tried to give you all the credit, Ethan. We really did. All right, so
we tried.
Justin was next.
Am I here?
Welcome in, Justin.
Golly, finally. Sorry. Okay, so I've been going crazy a little bit. Can you guys see me? I actually don't know.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna turn away from my TV because I have anime on in the background. I don't want to get you guys like demonetized or anything. Okay, so I wanted to bring up something called the Clockmaker's Argument. First of all, before we even get started, sorry, stuttering. I'm like kind of nervous now after listening to that insane rant. Like, the Anunnaki, it's a cool conspiracy, like, go into your mythology and all of that stuff. But fundamentally, what I want to talk about here is the Clockmaker's Argument.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a creationist. I believe that something created life, right? And that idea comes from, if you were walking through the woods and you found a watch just laying on the ground, you know that it was made, right? There's no denying that thing was created. There's not, like, the trees didn't fall over and the rocks didn't all hit each other and just suddenly a watch was made. It's too complex. That is the stance that I take on life as we know it because it's so rare. Existence as a concept is not something that I think is an accident, and so ultimately something had to have created it.
If I stumble on a puddle, is the puddle made?
That can be chalked up to argument. It's very simplistic.
What if you stumble on a flumpus? Is the flumpus made?
What's a flumpus?
Oh, you've never seen one before.
I actually have no idea what you're talking about.
No, I know. So you stumble upon something. It's called a flumpus. You see it in the forest, and you just have no idea what you're looking at. Was that thing made?
Depends on its complexity.
Yeah,
right?
so you don't have
our ability as a conscious being.
How do you evaluate complexity of something?
The same way that you can determine whether, like, if something has more steps to it than you're able to comprehend.
But you don't know how it was made, so you don't know how many steps were involved in the flumpus.
But if the flumpus is more complex than my current surroundings, like,
well, how do you evaluate if it's complex? That's the question.
You by observation. Like,
so what features?
So if you look out into the universe and you look at other, like, galaxies, other solar systems, and you see life doesn't exist, but there's constants, right? There's things that we can take as laws that we know for sure are just kind of like the way things work, and then we examine something that is far more complex than that thing, then we know that it was made.
Right. My question is look, you're not answering my question. How do you know if it's complex?
By observation.
Like, what features are you looking for to see if it's complex?
The features that you're looking for are outside of the simple things that are around you.
So you're saying you look for it to be complex if it's not simple. You understand how that's not illuminating at all?
I don't. Can you elaborate?
I'm just asking.
That's observation, right? That's the very.
How do you distinguish between something that's simple and something that's complex if you've never seen it before? What features do you look for? What qualities of it do you look for to determine whether it's complex or not?
You look for something outside of the understanding of the things that you have around you, right?
So you've never seen it. You've never seen anything like it before. But you're in a forest.
Yes. So if you're walking through a forest and you find what do you call a plumpus?
A flumpus.
A flumpus. Sorry. Anyways, you find something that it's not trees, it's not rocks, it's not dirt, it's not running water.
It's just a flumpus.
It's something that has been created further beyond everything that you've examined so far. Then you would
different.
know.
The question is how do you know if it's created? And your answer was complexity. So I'm asking, how do you know it's complex?
By observation.
But what features are you observing? Is it just like if it's different from the surroundings, then it must be complex?
I mean, that's not always true. So
that can't be the distinguishing feature, right? If it's not always true.
It's based on observation, right? But
what are you observing? What observing? What features?
Being able to differentiate between something that. So if you're surrounded by common features, right? If you always see, let's say, just the three primary colors, you always see blue, red, yellow. Everywhere you go, you see blue, red, yellow, blue, red, yellow, blue, red, yellow. And then you stumble across a purple, then you're like, oh, that's not an accident. Something must have happened in order to create this thing. And
so you're saying that if the flumpus was red in a forest, which is mostly green, you're saying that would be an indication that it's complex and that it's created?
I don't think it's fair to really draw back to the forest example now that we've moved on to something a little more simple.
But look. So here's the hypothetical: is you're walking around a forest and you stumble upon a flumpus. You've never seen anything like it.
Never.
It's red.
Sure.
How do you know if it's complex or not?
Well, I guess we would have to evolve into shapes then.
I don't know what you mean evolve into shapes.
So the ability to observe things is why we are able to identify the difference between something that is simple and that is a norm, so to speak, and something that may be outside of the norm. And then also
hold on, you're conflating two things.
How am I conflating?
So on the one hand, we're talking about complexity and simplicity. On the other hand, you're talking about typical and unusual. These aren't the same thing.
Elaborate.
And so, well, I mean, they're just not, right? Like, It might be the
Not
case that
necessarily. I believe that they are very similar, actually.
if something's unusual, then it's designed, or then it's complex.
It's different. It's observable. It's more than it is a combination of things that you have witnessed so far.
But how does that make it complex? So, like, for example, if there was just like a sphere, if there was just like a red lump lying on the ground in a forest, that would be. I mean, a red lump seems like it is definitely different. It's not green, but I wouldn't say it's complex. It's just like a lump of clay or something.
Obvious, because that's where I'm talking about observation.
Well,
right?
But my point is distinguishing between typical and unusual is not the same as distinguishing between simple and complex.
Okay.
So I want to know how you tell if something is complex.
You tell that something is complex by observing the, once again, usual around you, right? So your perception, and right, so like if you perceive things as being regular and you see something irregular, then as a conscious being, you observe and investigate. Can we agree on that?
I mean, if humans are curious generally, so if you see something that's atypical, you might look into it, sure.
Exactly. Okay. So that actually brings me to the segue that I kind of wanted to get to here, which is the second part of my argument, brain in a vat.
But hold on, just to be clear, you still haven't explained to me how we figure out if the flump is complicated, is complex.
I feel like I've said it over and over again.
You just said that if it looks different from its surrounding environment.
My answer to your question is observation, right? And our ability, we have the ability.
That's not an answer. That doesn't actually like answer the question. You're just saying like, it'll just look complex. Like, what does that look like? Yes. What are you observing? What features do you have to observe in order to determine if it's complex or not?
Outside of the norms that you have.
So, and now you're back to saying that, well, if it's unusual, then it must be complex, but that's obviously not the case.
Okay. That is not it's not a law, right? Just because something is unusual doesn't mean that it's complex. That's not a law. But your ability to witness and observe things kind of lets you as that thing perceiving it be able to tell the difference between whether or not it is new or old. And anything
that has nothing to do with complexity, though.
And we agreed a moment ago that there is a natural curiosity that every individual shares, right? So that is
hopefully
why my answer is observation.
But
so I would like to make that's like if we are observers.
Justin,
I'm sorry.
Justin, saying observation, like if I asked you, how do you tell if something is, how do you tell if someone is, I'm trying to come up with a good example. How do you tell if someone is fat? And you just say observation. Well, no. Observation, like what are you observing? Are you observing their height? Are you observing like the size of their nose? No. If you want to tell if someone is fat, what you'll do is you'll like look at their width, for example. That's the thing that you'll observe, and then you'll compare it with like other widths of people. That's the observation. So I'm asking, what are you observing to figure out if something is complex?
It's existence of being outside of norms.
But you agreed that that's not a law, because it's not sufficient just to say if something is different then it's complex, if it's unusual. Because you could have a red thing in a green forest, and that would be unusual, and doesn't mean it's complex.
No, that does not necessarily mean that it's complex, but using your very...
The fact that we're struggling to have this conversation makes me think that you don't actually have a good way of defining what's complex and what's not complex.
Okay, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there's no correlation between the things that we observe and our existence into why that is what makes life as a whole. Sorry, I'm getting off track here. It's undeniable that something must have created life because of how rare it is. That is the observation.
Wait, how rare is life?
As we know it, very rare.
How many planets have we checked?
We've looked as far out into the galaxy as we can, and the closest that we can determine is what within oh god, I don't even know how far. But
we've checked
we've
2 planets and 1 moon. We've checked 2 planets and 1 moon.
Out of
What do you mean by
trillions.
check?
Well,
I mean-
like we've only actually like investigated whether there's life on 2 planets, Mars and Venus, and the moon.
Okay.
We
So
we
by
haven't
by
we haven't even
physical
checked our whole
evidence, then
solar
yes.
system.
But we did find amino acids and a protein on 2 different meteors. So that's something.
It is something, but it's not animal life, which is
I
it's
didn't
not
say it was.
conscious. I know
But
that you're not.
but we
saying
haven't
what it
checked
is.
for
I'm
animal
saying
life
that in defense
anywhere.
of my own argument. It's their conscious life as we know it. The ability to observe that you are an existing thing is why you can determine whether or not something is complex or not.
Well,
Consciousness.
it seems like
consciousness
now you're
as-
kind of
Hold on,
shifting the
hold on.
goalposts. Are we talking about life or conscious life? Because theoretically, plants are alive; they're just not conscious.
Okay, sure. Shifting the goalpost. My original point, bringing up the Clockmaker's argument, is because life, as we know it, as the ability of beings to observe that we are observing our lives, right? Consciousness observing consciousness instead of just being like an animal, right? We have morals, we have ethics, we have society. All of those things separate us from being just trees, right? And that isn't something that I view as being an accident. I think that undoubtedly, if something as complex as life as we know it here and the world around us is not an accident, and that's why I originally started with the Clockmaker's argument.
Have you just some background questions? Have you read through Paley's Watchmaker Argument?
I am not well read in it. I know footnotes at best.
Have you tried this on other atheists yet?
I have not actually.
Okay, so I've been listening to the conversation, so I'm kind of got like the observer point of view right now, and I'm observing somebody try to give Paley's Watchmaker Argument for the first time, which is why I asked you if that is the case, because it sounds like Blitz is giving you like the entry level 101 questions for getting through this particular argument, and it sounds like this is your first time hearing some of these rebuttals, and I'm just trying to figure out where you're at. So,
Hey, did you call me basic?
not at all. I said you're starting at the beginning. You're starting at the beginning.
Okay.
So the rebuttals
Look, I will acknowledge my ignorance. This is the first time that I've ever debated on a platform ever.
You're fine. You're fine, Justin. You're doing great.
Yeah, you're doing fine,
Thank
especially
you.
for your first time. Don't worry about it. So these are really important questions to think about, and I know it's hard to think about them in real time, as it's the first time you're hearing the rebuttals. So like you're giving the argument, we're giving a rebuttal. It's the first time you ever heard the rebuttal. We've already heard the argument, so like we're already a step ahead, right? So don't rush it. Don't feel like you have to answer these questions. Just take your time and think about them, because I think the more you think about them, the more like you might realize that maybe the Watchmaker Argument isn't your strongest argument, but essentially what Blitz is trying to get you to question is, how do you know when something is sufficiently complex, then now it has to be something that is designed versus something that is, I would imagine, naturally complex, like bismuth.
Okay.
Like, for example, I know that cars are designed, and like even if I see a new car that I've never seen before, as long as it's like basically a car, I would know it's designed because I know things about cars, right? Like I've seen how it's made. I watched how it's made as a teenager on the Discovery Channel or whatever. And so, you know, I saw like the robot arms building cars. And I'm like, okay, well, if I see something that looks like that shape, I know its history. I know how it got to be that way. And it was made by like some nerd engineer in like a broom closet or something, you know, designing like some crappy car or something. Like that's, I know the history there. But if I see something I've never seen before, I have no way of knowing how it got to be that way. So whether it's complex or whether it's simple or whether it's, you know, big or small or colorful or dull, if I don't know anything about it, I don't really have any way of coming to a conclusion about where it came from.
I can't tell if I'm being moronic in this like thought process I'm following here, but I feel like it still comes back to observation. Your ability to recognize that something has been developed. I mean, of course, it has there's fundamentals there, right? Talking about the car. You know that car has history. You know that car has been developed through processes, failures, successes, and has been designed to become a better and better version of itself. And so that's why I'm not really understanding why observation wouldn't be the answer to, if you found something complex, could you not like determine that based on like your preconceptions?
That's exactly it. It's based off of previous knowledge. So if you observe something that you have previous knowledge about, then absolutely you can come to a conclusion about it. And maybe you know a lot about rocks, and so you know how, like, I don't know, quartz crystals form. And so you're like, well, if I see a quartz crystal, I know that wasn't designed because I know that, like, it's like a long process of like water dripping, whatever. It wasn't like designed directly. I know that if you believe in God, you do think it was designed, but you know what I mean by designed. It's not like a person made it, right?
Yeah.
But if I see a painting, well, I took like art in high school, and so like I know how paintings work. So if I see a painting, even if it's a painting I've never seen before, I'll still know it was painted by a painter because that's how paintings work. And crystals, they weren't created by crystal makers unless it's a particular kind. So it's based off of background knowledge. It's not based off of any features of the thing itself. That's the point that I'm getting at. And if you don't know something, if you don't know anything about the flumbus, except you don't know anything about its history, I don't think that there's any way to establish whether it's been designed or not.
So that's why I wanted to bring up the brain in a vat argument.
Sure.
The ability to recognize the things around you is what gives you it's what gives you a frame of reference. So without a frame of reference, obviously something couldn't be able to analyze that if they found a watch in a forest that it was complex. But based on the experiences of existing that a billion people share, I actually kind of feel like a freaking crazy person now that I'm saying that, because I was just spamming in the chat earlier that, collective belief doesn't create reality. But I think that this isn't about a spiritual feeling or a pseudoscience. There is a physical world around us that we all see, that we all recognize. And so you can say from my stance that it wasn't an accident. Life itself wasn't just something that happened by coincidence, right? It had to have been done on purpose.
I don't share that intuition. I don't know I don't know why you have that intuition and why I don't.
Because it's the step above, right? Animals just are animals, right? They just act. They don't really observe.
Well, I mean, animals have like conscious experiences, right?
They have memories.
They have conscious experiences, though.
They have like qualia. Almost surely they have qualia.
But do they have moral though?
Some of them do. Yeah, there's evidence of like moral structures in some animals, and like senses of justice and things like this.
Well, I feel like I'm running out of rope here. I've given this the best that I've got, and
it's okay.
This was actually very informative for me.
No, it's good.
Thank you for letting me talk. I'm not necessarily changing my stance, but
That's okay. We don't expect you to, but I mean, we like having a good faith conversation. It seems like you were trying to.
We expect you to think about stuff, and if you're gonna come away from this thinking about stuff, then great.
I definitely will be thinking about this for probably the next 3 weeks. So
good.
Thanks, guys. Have a great day. I'm gonna keep watching you guys on TikTok.
Cheers, man.
Bye.
Thanks for being here, Justin. Other Justin. Weird. Yeah, we have some super chats.
I was really hoping he'd come and represent my name well. But
he did. I think. Well, maybe not like what. I mean, I don't think that he embarrassed himself, and I think that he was honest and genuine. So
right. Also,
I think he did Justin a good. Did the name Justin a good.
I've got some questions about whether or not you can tell this flumpus was designed or sufficiently complex. Can you see it?
Yeah. Oh, that one? No, I'm pretty sure that one arose through a random process of bitmapping.
Yeah, I think so, yes. Let's grab some super chats from Stinky Athene. What if he dropped I never pronounce that. Kolmogorov complexity. I don't even know what that means. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, Kolmogorov complexity is a way of measuring the complexity of an expression or a number or a formula. It's essentially like a kind of computer science approach to quantifying complexity. And it's one way of doing it. It's not the only way to quantify complexity, but it's a useful way when we're talking about certain things.
Is it just a coincidence that it almost sounds exactly like another god,
Klomberdrav?
I'm just saying.
Well, Kolmogorov was a Russian mathematician, maybe Russian physicist, so definitely a coincidence. Not designed.
Fierce interaction, friend. Great to see you. Says life is too complex to occur naturally, so hey, check out my god. Actually, that's the interesting point, because like there could be multiple options between evolution and God that can account for the complexity. I don't know if you have to jump to the God. Like, this is why I make up funny things like the life granting unicorn, because like it's just another option. Like, I'm not saying the unicorn created all things. I'm not saying that the earth came
It's
from
just
the unicorn.
life, yeah.
It just grants life.
Just,
yeah.
Yeah.
I am the cheese. Thank you for the super chat. It says complexity is subjective. I agree. How simple does something need to be for a theist to say it wasn't created? For a theist, complexity is irrelevant. Nothing is intrinsically natural without a creator. So I almost thought about going down this path, but he was having such a good time with Blitz, which is that if you believe in a creator, then you can't distinguish between anything that is created and uncreated, because in your world, everything is created. So the Watchmaker
that's
self-defeating.
That's roughly where I was going, right? I mean, that's what I was kind of trying to get at, namely that, look, like a theist cannot have a distinguishing feature for complexity, because the moment they have like a necessary and sufficient conditions for complexity, all you have to do is find one example, and the theology goes away.
Right.
So, it's a. That's why asking what it means for something to be complex is a critical argument there.
I think it's a good one. Thomas says, Dr. Blitz, do you believe possibly souls or spirits?
I mean, like, epistemologically, it's possible insofar as, like, I could be mistaken about my beliefs, but I generally don't believe that they are things that exist, no.
So that's my take. I think...
Epistemically, I think, is the right word, not epistemologically. If
we could find evidence of some sort of spirit, I don't know if we would still even need to attribute that to a god, but until we have evidence, like, obviously we would have to say, show me the evidence. Form says, if Earth was a clock, it would be a cheap knockoff. Actually.
No, you know what? I won't stand here for this Earth slander. Earth is cool and great. Earth is very special. And, like, don't interpret that as, like, Earth is like some like God created thing. No, it's just rare things happen very rarely, and Earth was the one place where the rare thing happened. And that's cool and special. There's green stuff and blue stuff, and that doesn't happen in most places.
I mean,
I like Earth, okay?
There's a lot of things to love about it. I could do without the natural disasters.
I live here.
Earth is like the Rolodex of watches. I am the cheese. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says,
wait, you mean the Rolex, not Rolodex? Ancient.
I said
ancient.
No, the Rolodex is on purpose. That's
okay.
A knockoff. It's also the thing that you put your business cards on.
Yeah. I was like, I know what a Rolodex is.
There was a Rolodex knockoff Rolex for a while too.
Oh, that's funny.
Cheese says, I could look at the Grand Canyon very unusually. The colors stand out. It's complex. Does this mean the Grand Canyon was arbitrarily created by a god, like some sort of art piece? That's actually a really good point, because like beauty and complexity seem to be linked somewhere in there, right?
Sometimes.
Right, not all the time, but sometimes, right? So actually, if I remember correctly, I think Plato made an argument at some point for beauty coming from, like the sense of beauty coming from the divine, not from nature.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But you're right. It doesn't, you can get this complexity everywhere. King says, whichever takes a lot, I can't say this word.
Whichever takes a lot of enthalpy to maintain its shape and function. If the first law of thermodynamics is that everything strives for equilibrium, the first of biology is that a cell is at equilibrium. The first law of thermodynamics is not that everything strives for equilibrium, though.
Right. That's not my understanding.
That's roughly Newton's second law. Roughly. But yeah. I mean, look, there are ways that you can define complexity depending on what field you're in, what notion of complexity is useful. It's just there's not going to be one all-encompassing notion, because if there were, then you could find a counterexample.
Indeed. And also from Cheese Again, says, Watchmaker Argument breaker. How simple does a possible world need to be where God is not necessary for that world creation? So that's a good question, because like if we say, what if hypothetically the Earth is one atom big, would you say that's not complex enough to be created? They couldn't agree to that. No way they could.
I actually think that this is an even cleverer argument than that. Namely, if you take God to be the necessary creator of all things complex, then you have to stipulate that there are no simple possible worlds, because then if there was a simple possible world, God wouldn't be the creator of it, because God would not be God is the creator of things. God is a creator of complex things. But if there were a simple possible world where God is not the creator, then God is not necessary. Then God is not necessarily the creator, right? Because it doesn't hold true in all possible worlds. So that's actually a clever argument. There might be some ways around it. You could say that God is the creator of all things simple and complex, but then the Watchmaker fallacy Watchmaker argument falls apart.
Agreed. Great super chat, Cheese. And King says, I want to ask atheists why each and every cell doesn't try and unalive itself at its nearest convenience to reach equilibrium. Science says it should, but that's not my understanding of science.
Nope. No, that's not. No.
I don't know if you even know what the word equilibrium means at this point, but it certainly doesn't mean that individual cells will be killing each other. But the cells that don't kill each other are the ones that get to reproduce and survive, which is why those are the ones we have. If there were any cells that were like self-mutilating or cannibalizing each other, then yeah, they didn't live on. They're gone. She says, arguably, even ant colonies have moral systems. Yeah, and I think bees too, if I remember correctly. And 2 more super chats. Dominique says, is there one watch? I'm sorry, only one watch. Design equals replicable. Anomalies are harder to replicate. Wouldn't a universe designed for life have more life? I would agree, actually. If the universe was tuned for life, like if it was like a watch, we would imagine that what's happening here is happening elsewhere, and then humans wouldn't be unique anymore.
Unless it's badly tuned for life, in which case it might just barely be scraping by.
Then it's the Rolodex again.
Yep.
Last one from our friend Cheese. Thank you so much. It says, Trinity is too complex. Where is Granny God?
I don't know what that means.
I may not understand that as well. But
I can agree that a trinity is more complex than a duality, if you will.
Yeah, I would imagine so. If we think numerical significance is complexity. Let's get our next guest in here. I think is
Denyon Galindez.
All right,
right?
Yeah, I think so. I think that is the case. Denyon, how you doing?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, this headset's new, so I have no idea if it actually works or not. So
it's not great, but we can hear you.
Here, let me see if I can take it off the Bluetooth.
Well, it does work.
Yeah, I don't know. It works. It's just the audio quality is not that great.
But most earpieces aren't that great.
Is that? Yeah.
I think you're okay.
You're fine.
You're okay. Don't worry about it.
Cool. Well, thank you guys for having me. So this is the first time I've actually ever seen your guys's live stream, and so I'm a little curious, real quick. So I am a believer. I will kind of start with that. Have been for about 4 years now. So I'm just curious, what makes you guys not believe that there's a God? And we'll start with that.
You'll probably get different answers from the two of us, or slightly different answers. Justin, go ahead.
So for me, I just don't think there's any evidence. Like if there was evidence for a God, I would certainly believe in it. Until I can find evidence, I have no reason to believe. Also, like the worldview that I know about, like at least the one in my head that I've worked out, there's not really even a need for a God. So like I don't believe that there was once nothing that needed to be created. I don't think there ever was a creation event. And so like when I'm asking myself, like, why would I plug God into this worldview? I can't see a reason. I can't see a problem that God fixes.
All right, I lied. No. The reason I don't believe in God is because I'm actually really mad at him. No, I'm kidding. No. It's roughly the same reason. Like there are arguments that people have given to try to prove or demonstrate that God exists, and those are not very compelling to me. And then the arguments that people have given to either prove or demonstrate that a God can't exist, those seem more compelling to me. So.
Okay. So then, starting from that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I would say I used to be a believer. Just for clarification, I used to be a believer. I'm just not anymore. I don't think Blitz ever was though. Were you?
Not as far as I can remember.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So kind of starting with that, kind of just so I can kind of understand a little bit better. Why is it? So you're saying that you don't really see a need for God. Is there a specific reason for that belief, or is there like that was just the conclusion you came to when you were looking at the evidence that you were presented with?
Well, I mean, a little bit of both. So, like, for example, like when I look at my worldview and it's completely functional without a God. So why would I add a God into it? Especially since there doesn't seem to be any evidence of the God. Like if I had a worldview where there was something completely unfunctional, unless I added a God into it, then we could have something to talk about. Although I don't think God of the gaps is good evidence. But in my worldview, I don't even have a gap. Like I don't know what gap the God would be filling.
So that is a question that I myself asked before I became a believer. So my parents were pastors for a church. We were over in China missionarying. I had no desire to be there. I really had no idea what the heck we were doing there, and I really had no desire to even really be there. And that was the exact same question that I had, which was, why is there a need for a God? There really isn't. If you like, I would think about it and I would sit there and be like, there's no need. Everyone has their lives. There's good people. There's bad people. There's no need to have this. Everyone just goes about their daily lives until I discovered that there was something still in my life that I was missing. And people, even myself included, we always strive for more. There's something that we're missing, where we look for, whether it be more money, more belongings, more possessions, more status with your job, with your house, wherever it may be. We're always striving to try to get more. That's because sometimes there's just a part of us that feels like there's something missing. And I'm just talking about my life, like my experience, where
I don't know if
I
I
had a
had
good
that
job.
same feeling.
So
Yeah,
like
me
I had
neither.
a good job, but like there was something where I could feel like there was something missing in my life. And now I know that a lot of people would probably say that that's the role of a God. God is just there to make you feel better about yourself. Until I started to look at the evidence,
I've got that right here. Whenever I feel down, I just turn to Sharon Stone.
Okay.
So
touche.
Denyon, why don't you tell us about the evidence?
Okay. So first off, going back to the
By the way, am
conversation
I
you guys
saying
were
your
just
name right?
having,
Am I saying your name right?
you are actually the first person I have ever met to actually say it right first go.
Okay, cool.
So well done. So going back to the previous conversation, where you're asking about complexity, where you're saying, hey, look, if I stumble on a bike in the woods, did the woods make that, or is that something that was created? Well, you know by previous experience that it was created. You can look at that and say, there was someone that created this because of what you said, your past experience. I know by looking at videos or by pictures that these gears were man-made, that this handle was man-made, that this was all something that was put together. Now, you look at the trees. Now, that's not man-made. That was something that was born through something else.
Yep.
Well, if we
like
go
a seed.
all the way back, yeah, exactly, perfect. If we go all the way back, we kind of have the whole, did the chicken come first or did the egg? What created it all? So I just kind of want to hear from you guys. What do you think sparked life?
Chemistry.
Agreed.
Okay, so we go with chemistry. Now, here's the thing. It's a long shot. Chemistry to create nothing from nothing to create something.
It's not from nothing. It's just from pre-existing chemicals, right?
Okay, so pre-existing chemicals, it still needs something to start it up. unless all the pieces like a puzzle fall perfectly together. Like, it needs help.
Why?
I mean, like, it needs an energy source, perhaps, but, like, we have one of those. It's the sun.
Yeah, heat.
So, did the sun create life? Like,
well, I mean,
that comes the question.
The energy source that the sun contributes definitely was necessary for life to form, but I wouldn't say that the sun created life in, like, I wouldn't say the sun created life. I would say that the sun, the energy produced by the sun contributed to the formation of life.
So the point that I'm trying to make is there was a lot of coincidences. Now, maybe it's just how I was raised, but I don't believe in coincidences.
What coincidences?
Everything lining up perfectly
to
perfectly create even just one of our genes to create life.
Wait, so hold on. I have to push back on the coincidence thing.
Okay.
Like, what is the probability that somebody wins the lottery? Say the Powerball.
Yeah, it's a lot.
It's like 1 in a billion.
How many people are entering? Yeah.
Well, no, I mean the winner of the Powerball. That's pre-existing odds. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's say. Then. Yeah. So like the Powerball, it's like 1 in like a few hundred million, or like 1 in a billion, or something like this, and yet people win it. And you wouldn't say that's coincidence. It's just like inevitable that if enough people play, eventually it'll happen. So why call a chemical process that is like statistical, like it's a statistical game. You have a whole bunch of stuff shuffling around. Why call that coincidence when all that's required is just that enough people are playing?
Now, I love this question. This is a brilliant question. And I had to do a lot of research on it because when I had a friend ask me a couple of years ago, I had no idea how to even answer that. So let's just say, where'd it go? I had a pair of dice right here. Okay. If I was to roll the dice and I'm trying to get a 6, math is super easy. I have 1 out of 6 chances to get a 6. Now, if I try to get 2 6s, what are my what's my odds going to be?
1 in 36.
1 in 36. So it just keeps adding up. Now, if you watched me multiplying. If you watched me roll 76 6s in a row, what would you say?
I would say that either I was a really lucky first throw, or you've been rolling dice for a long time.
Yeah, because if you do it long enough, it is inevitable.
Yeah, but that's the thing is, if you do it long enough. Now,
or if you do it enough times.
So there's 3 options. It's either, dude, take me to Vegas right now because you are the luckiest dude alive.
Well, or, any reasonable person would not do that because, previous what do they say in the market? Previous returns don't guarantee future earnings or something like this.
Yeah, exactly. So, but what I'm saying is that the odds are stacked against you. Now, what if I was to tell you rolling 76 6s in a row?
Not if you have
right. So
it would take a lot of time.
Yeah. So what?
Or it would take a lot of people.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so to do that, but what if I was to tell you
the universe has lots of time and lots of instances.
But there's just for
trillions upon trillions of planets. That's it. Trillions.
Look,
and that's exactly what I'm saying. So just for one gene in our body to be right.
Well, but hold on. Just to be clear.
76 6s in a row.
Just to be clear, humans weren't formed from chemicals all in one go. Early life was significantly less complex than humans are, right?
Yeah.
They didn't have the genes that we had. They likely didn't even have DNA. They likely had RNA. They likely didn't have proteins. They likely had they very plausibly did not have any like actual manufactured cell membrane. It was likely like a bubble or like a little cavitation thing in a rock. So the early life was likely very much simpler than current life is. But even then, I don't think anybody's equipped to calculate how unlikely those things occurring are. I don't think that anybody has a good grasp of the mechanisms required.
And I totally agree with that. And that's what I'm saying is, if you just look at the numbers, just for one planet to be
which
correct,
numbers?
Well, I'm just saying, like you're saying, we don't have a calculator big enough to calculate.
No.
that.
Don't interpret. I'm not saying we don't have a calculator big enough. I'm saying that people who claim, oh, the odds are 1 in 10 to the 100, I think they're wrong. I think that they're making assumptions that are unjustified.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, I think these numbers are ill-founded too, because when you make these statistics, all you're saying is the way that it's like right now, it could be any other way. Like it could be a trillion different ways. Therefore, the fact that it's this way makes it improbable. But that's not how probabilities work. Like, for example, the chair I'm sitting in could be in billions of other locations. Billions. Anywhere on the planet, my chair, I could be at the bottom of the sea. There's literally trillions of places I could be right now. But the fact that I'm here and not there doesn't mean it's a miracle that I'm here.
No, but it does mean that decisions were made that brought you to this point.
No,
I could be making a decision to buy this, and then you made that chair. You built,
that completely misses the point. I'm not talking about agency. I'm saying just saying something could be another way, and the fact that it is this particular way doesn't make it a valuable statistic.
Okay, so then if you want to, we can move on from statistics and go to just like, because the thing I'm trying to say is that I find it very hard to believe that, it took, 63 million, 64 million years of time to make all of this around us.
Why?
Wait, where did that number come from? Where did the 63 million, 64 million year come from?
I'm throwing. I'll be totally honest. I'm throwing a number out there. How old do they say that our world is right now?
4.5 billion years old.
4.5 billion years old. So, so
that's a long time.
That's a long time. It is. But to make, hundreds of thousands, if not trillions of different galaxies, to make different planets, to make life on our planet, who knows if there's life on another planet? I'm not contesting that, there might be. But to make everything around us, I don't think that's enough time.
Well, wait a minute. Now I'm confused. Are we talking about life or are we talking about the universe?
Both.
Well, but they're different things. So if the universe is... So as far as life is concerned, regardless of how unlikely you might think it might be to arise on a given planet, if the universe is big enough, it will arise somewhere, right? That's the law of large numbers. Essentially, even if something has a 1 in 10 to the 100th chance of happening, you just need 10 to the 100 instances of trying, and you're essentially guaranteed that it happens. Well,
yeah.
No, you have like a 40% chance of it happening, or a 37% chance. But so what I'm saying is that if we're talking about life, you just need a big universe, and so long as the universe is sufficiently big, it doesn't matter how rare it is, and you'll end up with life somewhere. As long as it has a non-zero probability, which it does because we exist. On the other hand, if you're asking how long did it take to form the universe, well, the universe is it's significantly older than the Earth is, and B, the processes are different and not nearly as rare. They happen all the time.
So, but here's the thing. It's so much harder to believe. I feel like it's so much harder to believe that all these instances came together than to believe that it was created.
Why?
What instances though? Like life existing, or like the universe?
Well,
like
I mean,
which
like,
things?
Sorry. Let me clarify. So I feel like just with like what you're saying, there's a difference between life and then with
like galaxies and stuff.
Galaxy and So my rationale is that it's so much harder to believe that just our galaxy or even life on Earth like came into being, into existence by really kind of just chemistry and chance. It's a game of chance.
So galaxies existing isn't a game of chance. That's an inevitability.
But that's what I'm saying, is it's so much harder to believe that over time this just happened.
Why?
It's just gravity. Galaxies forming is just gravity. That's not. But then that's not luck. It's just what gravity does.
But then we come into the moral standing.
Moral standing.
What?
Like morality. What? Well, so hear me out.
I think my next.
What do galaxies have to do with morality?
Hear me out. Sorry, my mind's going 100 miles an hour, and I'm trying to think about this. So, if we just came into being over the course of time, over the course of years, we came into being, then what is well, I mean, it's probably the question that everyone's been asking. What's the point of life? What is the point of us? What separates us from, the animals? If we all came from the same
But
pool,
we are
and we're all
animals.
from the same, but what separates us?
Intellect.
We're just
You see
we're
what I'm
just
saying?
smart
If
ones.
we're
We're just
all
smart
just
animals.
chance,
We're like really smart animals.
if we're
well, I mean, obviously not.
okay,
Not all of us. Most of us.
but if we all
Justin,
came
that's
from
mean.
the
I'm
point,
not talking about Denyon.
the
Okay.
I'm talking about the
okay.
the Enoch guy, maybe.
Okay, I see how it is. I see how it is. That's cool.
I'm not talking about you,
Um,
Denyon.
so
Talking about the flat earthers.
the point that I'm making is, if we're all just chance, then what is the point of us even living really life? Like,
Who says that there is
what
one?
is the end goal?
Who says that there is one?
What life?
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
life or a point?
Why does
Yeah,
there,
a point. Who says that there is a point?
why does
Who
there
says
need to be
says that
one?
there is an end goal?
But then then that's kind of just I feel like a depressing worldview almost.
I'm
Or
not depressed.
it's freeing. It lets you pick your own point. You can
Yeah.
set your own goals.
Life is a choose your own adventure book, buddy. You get to choose.
And that I agree with. Now, this is why I believe that God is real.
Oh boy.
Is because of choice.
Oh boy. The Christian
yeah,
God?
I see exactly where you... Absolutely, yes, sir.
You do not have choices in Christianity. Your choice is to love me or burn forever.
No. Now, I love when people say this.
Because it's true.
It is, no. Well, hear me out. If I see someone drowning, if I'm swimming, let's say Massachusetts, and I see somebody drowning, and I throw them a lifeline and say, take this or you'll drown. They have a choice to take that raft and live, and I save their life, or to not take it and drown.
Okay,
It's their
so
choice.
let me give them a better analogy. So a better analogy is I make an underground or in-ground swimming pool, right? I put a swimming pool in my backyard, and then you come over and I throw you literally into the pool and hold your head underwater. I say, worship me, and I'll pull you out of the pool. That's a better analogy, because as it turns out, the thing that you need saving from was created by the same guy trying to save you from it.
No. It came down to decisions.
Did God not create hell?
Here's the thing. No.
Matthew 25 says he did.
Here's the thing. Yes, he did. No. I'm not saying no to that. I'm saying here's the thing.
Okay, so just we're sure God did create hell, right?
Yes.
Justin, I'm gonna go make some coffee.
Yes.
I can hear you, but you got this.
All right, cheers, buddy.
So here's the thing. Sin cannot. So here's an example.
Sin can't be in God's presence, but then how do you account for the book of Job, where literally Satan was in God's presence?
Because he allowed it.
Okay, so sin can be in God's presence. He can just allow it.
No. Here's the thing. No, not allow it. I'm not saying allow it like
Okay.
he allows it to be in his presence. I'm saying that the devil is not an incarnate version of sin.
But
he
is
an
he
angel
sinful?
that made a choice.
But is he sinful?
Yeah, and Jesus,
Okay.
drank
So
wine
then
with
sin can
Jesus
be in God's
ate
presence.
with sinners and tax collectors.
So
I mean, if we want to go
so
that
you're
route,
you're
so
making
like,
it worse, yeah.
but
So sin can't
no,
be in
I'm
God's
not making
presence.
it worse, because Jesus came to save us. Because
hold on, Dion, you're
it
trying to
can't-
move to the next point. We haven't finished this point yet. The question needs to
okay,
be
so-
the answered. Can God be in sin, in the presence of sin? He can,
No.
because Satan was with him. And also,
No.
you believe in
Can
God.
light be in the
You
same
believe
room
in a
as
God
dark?
that's omnipresent.
Well, look, here's the thing.
Wait, do you believe in a God that's
Can-
omnipresent?
Yeah, absolutely.
So then, literally, he's in sin right now.
No, here's the thing. Here's
Okay,
the thing.
we'll try this again.
If I turn on a light in the room, does that mean
So-
there's no shadows in the room?
God's presence is everywhere, right?
Yes.
That means there is sin in God's presence as we speak.
Hear me out.
Say
let
yes
me
or
kinda
no.
make this point.
Say yes or no, Denyon. Is there sin in God's presence right now?
No.
So God's not omnipresent then.
He is omnipresent.
No, he can't be. Am I a sinner?
I don't know. That's between you and God.
Well, in your worldview,
Between you and God,
in
man,
your
I can't answer
worldview,
that.
I am a sinner. Is God's presence in my room right now?
I would say that God is there.
Then he's in the
I'm not
presence
saying
of
that, like,
sin.
but no, here's the thing.
What's I
Because
don't understand what you don't
no,
get here.
let me look. Let me kind of clarify this. Let me kind of clarify. If I turn on the light, like in my garage right now, if
I know the
walked
example.
over, yeah, and there's shadows. The shadows is not darkness. There's no such thing as darkness. It's just the absence of light.
I agree. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. The
so
darkness
this
is
what I'm
just
saying.
absence of light. Darkness isn't a thing that exists.
So exactly, it's just the absence of
Okay.
light.
So sin
Just
doesn't
because
exist.
God is in the room. No, just because God is in the room does not mean that there are shadows.
In the analogy,
that
is
there's
sin light or dark?
dark.
Okay, but darkness doesn't exist, so sins don't exist. Because
Look, I'm saying that
this sounds
God
like a
exists.
disanalogous analogy. Then
This is probably a bad analogy. This was the first thing that came to my head.
so I'm still
so
trying to find a
here's the-
reason why sin can't be in God's presence. Does he have he has control over who he allows in his presence,
Connection.
doesn't he?
No, connection. So connection. Here's the thing. You remember like those old like Western like telephone lines where it was like cable to cable to cable,
Like
all the way down the track.
like Morse code.
Yeah, you remember those lines?
Yeah, I know about Morse code.
The connection to that
Back
line.
in the good old days, you know, in the 1870s,
Yeah,
I remember those well.
Yeah, you know, when my dad was still alive, you know. So when my dad was just a boy, you know. But what I'm saying is when you cut that wire,
What wire?
you lose connection to like Morse code because it was the power line that would lead all the way down to the next station.
Who designed the wire?
I cut that line. No, it is just an example. This is just
But
an example.
it's disanalogous because the wire had to have been created by God if it's analogous, right?
Okay, so here, then let's just skip analogies
These
and
are
let's
not
just go
good
to the
analogies.
fact. Yeah, because these are pretty bad. Sorry, this is the first time I've really like gone into depth with this. So I'm trying to pull analogies out of my mind and it's not working. So let's just go with the fact. The fact is that we were all made in the presence of God.
I mean,
It
we're
even
all
says
in
in
it right
Genesis-
now, according to your book.
Yeah, we are.
Okay,
But that
so-
doesn't mean that God is in us.
I didn't. Well, if he's omnipresent, he must be.
No, because
That's the definition
God
of
will
all
not
present.
violate your free will.
Oh, he certainly
Hold
will.
on.
He does it
God
all
will
the
not
time.
violate.
I think that there's a piece of confusion here, right? When you say omnipresent, do you mean that he is everywhere?
Yes.
Is he inside of me?
No.
Then he's not omnipresent.
So then he's not everywhere.
No, he can be, but it's his decision.
We didn't ask you if he can
Well,
be.
not
We
his
asked
decision.
you, is he?
Is he always everywhere?
I believe so, yeah.
So he's always
God with
everywhere.
you?
Is within
So I would
me
say
a
that-
place? Is within me a place?
I see what you're saying. So this is where Holy Spirit comes in, aka conviction. Because God says in
Wait,
the
can you answer
Bible-
the question?
Sorry, what was the question?
Yeah, is within me a place?
Yes.
And God is in every place at all times.
So this is where. So I'm answering the question.
He's
It's kind of
not
a roundabout
grasping.
way to do it, but yes. Maybe I'm not. So yes, within you is a place.
So if he's at every place at all times, and within me is a place, then he's within me.
But here's the thing: God will not violate your free will.
Well, that's
That's
pivot.
irrelevant
So
to the question.
you
That's not
choosing-
relevant. That's not relevant. Hold
No,
on.
it really isn't because God's not
no,
going
we're talking.
to violate your
Daniel,
free
I'm
will.
not-
Daniel,
this-
slow
this
down.
doesn't have anything to do
We're
with free
talking
will.
about the definition of omnipresent, right?
Okay.
If he's not
So-
everywhere, then he's not omnipresent.
If he's within me, even when I'm doing a sin, then that means that he's in the presence of sin, right?
But this is what I'm saying: is just because he is omnipresent doesn't mean that he will choose to be everywhere.
Then he's not omnipresent.
But if just because you choose not to do something, just because I'm a dad and I just wake up one day and say, hey, I'm not a dad, doesn't mean I'm not a dad.
Wait,
I'm still a dad. I still have kids that are running around.
Does omnipresent mean
A decision does not.
being at every location at all times?
Yes.
Okay, so if God is omnipresent, meaning that God is at all locations at all times, then if God is ever not somewhere, then God's not omnipresent.
I see what you're saying. Okay, and that's actually a really good point. Okay, so I see what you're saying. So I'll be totally honest. Right off the top of my head, I don't have an answer for that.
That's fair.
I don't have an answer
I appreciate the honesty. That's fair.
So give me some time to think about that one. Give me some time to think about that one. Let me write that down.
Right.
Because that's a really good question. I've never gotten that question before. So let me think about that.
Second question, while you're thinking about that, so write it down, think about it later. We can move on to another point if you want.
Okay.
I'm curious as to, and this is going to sound really inflammatory, but you know, that's the intent, right? Why is it that God put a predator in the same place as a bunch of babies? Two babies in particular.
Who?
Adam and Eve were literally babies. They had just been born, and he put a predator, the serpent, in the same place as Adam and Eve.
Okay. I see what you're saying. I see where you're going with this. So, sorry, 1 second. My phone is like freaking out, trying to figure out how to fix it. Okay. So, God did not place the devil there. All it says in the Bible is
How'd he get in?
that God cast him out of heaven.
How'd he get in?
So, by him, God cast him out of heaven. And
Why?
And he just like wound up in Eden on accident?
Why didn't he lock him up with the other angels that sinned by sleeping with the women? Oh, where'd he go? I think he went to look something up on his phone. There he is.
Sorry, is my camera still up?
Yeah.
Sorry, I think my camera dies when it does that.
Yeah, it does.
Is it still up? Are we still good?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Sorry, give me 1 second. 1 second.
So, I mean, Blitz's example is a good one because God knew what Satan was going to do before he did it. Free the baby.
So what do you mean by that?
Don't put a snake next to that baby, by the way.
Yeah.
Be a good parent.
And so God
Okay,
knew.
So here.
God knew Satan would be in that garden, and he knew Satan was going to do what Satan did, and he knew all this was going to happen, and he didn't have to allow Satan in the garden.
Like if Satan fell from heaven, he could have just put the garden in a place where Satan wasn't going to land.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's just bad.
He
like
didn't put him. So here's the thing: is God did not put him into the garden. He cast him out of heaven. There's a difference.
Right, but
so
and how did he get into the garden?
Out of heaven.
But God knew he would end up there.
Look.
Also, wait a minute. Wasn't the garden guarded by a flaming sword?
Not until they sinned.
Later, afterwards, to guard.
Okay, so like anybody could walk into the garden before then?
Knowledge of good and evil. Yeah.
Okay, so why did God put babies in an unguarded location when he knew that there were like literally demons wandering around?
Because free will. Man was so God gave us dominion.
He put babies in an unguarded location.
No, God gave us dominion. He didn't make babies. You're saying we're making babies.
Adam and Eve were essentially babies. They didn't know right from wrong.
But they were the perfect humans.
But they didn't know right from wrong.
Well, okay. So here's the thing. He knew. Look, here's another scripture I can pull up right now. Bible says that God writes the law onto our hearts, to the tablet of our hearts. God writes the law. We knew right from wrong. We know what's right and wrong. There's a reason why.
But there was a whole tree about it. Why was the tree a big deal if they already knew?
Because they're walking with their creator who told them, don't touch that tree.
But they don't know that disobedience is wrong
yet.
Don't
touch that tree.
They don't know disobedience is wrong.
They do.
No, they don't.
They do.
They didn't.
No, they don't.
How did they know it was wrong if they hadn't eaten from the tree of knowledge of right and wrong?
Look, it's not right and wrong. It's good and evil. The tree of knowledge of good and evil.
When we talk about right and wrong in a moral sense, that's what good and evil refer to.
Okay, so if you want to like go about it like that, it's because from that point on, they're saying, hey, look, serpent sits down and asks, hey, did God really tell you not to eat that tree? Look, God
And
knows that
we
if
know
you
the
eat this
story.
tree, you're going to be just like him.
Yeah, the snake was
Yeah,
right.
so we
The
all know
snake
the
told
story.
the truth.
But herein lies the crazy part about sin. It might be the truth, but it's twisted truth.
No, it was exactly
See,
true.
the devil. No, it's twisted.
No.
God did this.
Name one thing that the devil lied about in Genesis chapter 3. One thing.
No, that's what I'm saying. Is it's twisted truth. It's not lies.
No, it's
twisting it.
true. Name one thing that wasn't true.
With that point?
With the serpent in Genesis 3.
With the serpent. His phrasing. Right here. Hold on 1 second.
His phrasing came literally true.
No, it's not. Look. So it says,
God knows, verse 5, God knows that when you eat of it, your eyes will be opened and you will be like God, knowing good and evil. That's what he said. Right? Verse 5.
So
he says, you will not die, for God knows that when you eat of it, your eyes will be opened and you will be like God, knowing good and evil.
No,
and then
here's where he says something that's not true. Here's where he says something that's not true. Right here. On Genesis 3, verse 3.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on 1 second.
That's what she says.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's what God says.
Also,
is verse 3.
That's a good. So that's a point that's also kind of fun to mark down because God never says don't touch it.
He says
Which
not to eat of it.
She says don't eat it or don't touch it. Yeah, he says don't eat it, and she adds a little extra in there. So sorry, I'm reading and.
The serpent said what was true. God knows that when you eat of it, your eyes will be open and you will be like God. And then the ending of the story says the exact same thing. Verse 22.
But that's where the lie is. You're not going to be like God.
The lie says God himself.
Made in his image.
Okay, let's just read it. Verse 22. Then the Lord God said, see, the humans have become like one of us, knowing good and evil. Now they might reach out their hands and also take from the tree of life and eat and live forever. So they did become like God, knowing good and evil.
And look, even if the serpent lied, why did God let the serpent be in there?
Right. Why?
He threw him out of heaven and he's like, yeah, but you can go hang out with my children.
That's crazy.
No. So saying it like that makes it sound bad because it's not like that.
It is bad.
Say, hey,
this is
dude,
look.
Shoot,
if a real human did this, if a real human was like, yeah, so I have like this really evil son that I'm gonna kick him out of my house, but even though I'm watching over, even though I'm watching on, actually, let me paint the picture as a perfect analogy. You have a dad who has a son who grows up and is really violent and evil, right? So he kicks that son out of his house, and he goes and he lives on the streets. And, 10 years later, 15 years later, he has some more children. He really cares about them. He sends them to the best daycare on the planet. So good, in fact, that they have, like, cameras that, like, he can watch from, like, his home computer. So they're at daycare, he can watch them while he's working from home. And while he's watching them, and he could always like call them up and call up the daycare and stuff. While he's watching them, he sees his estranged son who like murdered a guy walk into the daycare, and he doesn't do anything about it. We would call CPS on that guy.
So, yeah, and I agree with that.
I'm calling CPS on God.
I'm saying so this is what I'm saying is look, God did not just say, hey, dude, have at, be free, go walk around and do all the things with my crazy kids. He kicked him out of heaven. He says,
in the analogy, the dad kicks him out of his house.
Well, no, yeah, and if he chooses to go to anywhere in the world and just decides to go to your daycare, like, okay, what can you do?
Well, so the dad, in the analogy, the dad could call the cops.
A random dude, well, yeah, and
so
that's exactly what happened.
Wait, but
God
in this case,
but
why is God punishing the babies? Why is God punishing the babies?
Look, if I was
you're right, he dispensed justice to the wrong people.
Just to be clear, God showed up. He made the bad guy in charge of everything and punished the babies.
This
No, here's the thing.
is like a cop shooting where it just like, whoops, the baby, it's holding a fork, get him! Like,
Well,
The baby's
here's
getting
the thing.
away.
Look, let's use the cop analogy because it's a pretty good analogy. It's a really good analogy, closer to home than most realize. If a cop is just doing his job, he is executing his rights and he is delivering justice. This is his job, is just
to the
make
babies.
peace. Well, no. Hear me out.
To the babies?
Like, hear me out. And he goes to some random call. Let's say some random call. He goes to some random call on the other side of town where he deals with this dude and he has to take him to prison. He has to take him or do whatever, whatever it is, cite and release, give him a ticket, whatever it is. He does what is fitting for that crime. Later that night, he comes home and his front door is kicked in and this dude is there with his family. He has, there's no other previous, enactment with this dude. It was that
God
man's
didn't know
free
what he was
will.
going to do?
Wait, hold on, now I'm
But no, I'm
confused.
saying,
Is the guy Satan or is the guy a human?
No, oh my goodness. Okay, so I'm saying the guy would be a picture of Satan, where I deal justice. I deliver justice to this man.
To
By
Satan.
what?
In the
You kick him
analogy,
out.
The cop delivers justice.
Wait,
to
what was the
Satan.
justice
Yeah,
that Satan
to
got?
Satan. He was removed from the presence of God.
But placed in
And
the
he was
presence
removed
of
from
babies.
heaven. And it says like a bolt of lightning.
Okay,
Well,
so
not
he
quite,
threw him.
but-
So the cop sees a guy doing a
throws
crime,
him out of
and
heaven.
he exiles him. Fine, and then the exiled criminal wanders in and hangs out with some babies, and then the cop comes and shoots the babies.
No, the cop doesn't come and shoot the babies. Where do you?
It says you will surely
where do
die,
you
and then
think
eventually
God
they do.
punished us? Because that's sin. Sin separates us from God.
But the bad guy initiated
That's
it.
what sin is.
And of course,
Yeah,
we've already
it doesn't
established.
And they were
It
babies.
doesn't matter if
They didn't know
First
anything.
of all,
matter if
they
some
were
punk
they were babies.
16-year-old
They didn't know right
walks
from
up and
wrong
makes-
yet. They don't know that disobedience is
But-
wrong yet.
they do though.
They
because
don't.
My
Then what's the point of
no,
the
my
tree if
kids might
they
not
already
understand right and
knew?
wrong. Look, my kids might not understand right from wrong, but when they go to touch that power outlet and I say no, and they stop and look up at me, and they see that I'm serious about this, they
But
might not know right
you're
from
not
wrong.
good at analogies. We're
But
talking about
they
eating
know.
fruit. Eating
But
fruit.
And they had
that's what I'm
eaten
saying.
all of the other
they
fruits.
might not know right from wrong. But
So,
look,
so
they
I don't
might
know
not
if you know
right
this.
from
A,
wrong,
a
but
good
when
parent,
a
like
father
if my
figure-
child was going to put his hand in a fire, I would stop him before he put the hand in the fire. I wouldn't watch him.
Exactly.
I wouldn't.
Exactly.
Denyon, I wouldn't watch him self-immolate in the fire and then go punish him for getting in the fire. What I would say is that's dangerous.
But would
Don't
you
touch it.
babysit him 24/7?
If I'm,
Yeah, exactly.
yes,
and
I
that's
would.
what he did. That's dangerous. Don't touch it. It's what he said. Word
Yeah,
for
and
word,
then
exactly what he
like
said.
babies-
That's dangerous.
Like
Then he punched
babies,
the
they
babies.
did it anyway, because that's what babies do.
But you keep saying babies, but these
Well,
weren't babies where they're
they-
like
I mean,
all stupid
they
and
had-
their brains all smooth.
didn't
They
know
had no
anything.
experiences.
Like-
they had no knowledge, no experiences.
Like you're saying like they're babies, like they're Sid the Sloth walking around like, hey guys, but they're not like that.
We didn't say that.
They may as well have been.
They don't
These
have
were
experience.
they were fully, but that's the thing is also we don't know how much experience they had.
You think they've ever
We don't
seen
know how long
talking
they were in the
snakes
garden.
before? Do you think that talking snakes was normal?
I mean, the guy didn't freak out when the donkey was talking to him in the Bible.
Okay, so you think talking animals is normal then?
And just to be
No,
clear,
I'm not saying normal. No,
if
it's
they
not
didn't
normal. I'm saying,
know-
like,
So look, I mean, like we could do another analogy. Like let's say that you're a parent and you don't instill stranger danger into your children. So you drop your kid off at school, right? And then before you come get them because you're held up in traffic, some creepy guy comes and offers them candy to get into the van. Do you blame your kids for that?
no, but that's if they didn't know. No, here's
They
the thing.
didn't know. They
It
didn't.
says
They didn't know.
that
They didn't know that. They didn't know
It
that the
says
serpent was
Adam
untrustworthy.
walked and talked with God in the cool
Wait, hold
of
on.
the day.
Did-
I
Do
don't-
we?
It's like
Did-
Denny
did-
doesn't listen to what anything Blitz says.
Did they know that
Well,
the serpent was
I'm
untrustworthy?
trying to understand what he's saying.
Did they
know?
know that the serpent was untrustworthy?
I would say no.
Okay.
I don't
And
know.
was there
They
was
might
there
have,
experience?
but I
So
think
So was their past experience with things talking to them was that you should always trust the thing talking to you?
Well, up until that point, probably.
Yeah, so their only experience with things talking to them was, oh, you should trust the thing that's talking to you. And then a thing talks to them and they trust it. And you're blaming them?
But here's the thing. Oh, this is where we get to it. Okay, so we're talking about you blame them. It wasn't blaming. If my
Then why did they get punished for it?
The perfect analogy. Here's the
We
thing.
got punished
It's not
for it.
punishment.
Your wife got punished for it.
It's yeah.
My wife is currently suffering for
no.
it.
But here's the thing.
Well, no, actually, no,
Here's
that's not
the
true.
thing.
The punishment is painful childbirth. Never mind.
Here where it all boils down. The meat and potatoes of it. It's not.
I love those things.
Punishment. So
it's not.
So it's not.
Wait,
punishment.
doesn't it say that there is
consequences.
explicit? Doesn't it say?
Real
Doesn't
quick,
it, Justin? Doesn't it say in the Bible that it talks about punishment? Specifically, the punishment for this.
Yeah, they're curses. Do you think curses aren't punishments?
Because we were given a choice. Now here's the
Do you think? Wait, Daniel, I asked an easy question. Do you think curses are punishments?
That curses?
Yeah.
No, I think it's consequences.
Well, it says
consequences
curse,
are punishments.
Here's the thing. Hold on. Let me finish my thought. Let me finish my train of thought. You gave a brilliant analogy about a dad where you as a dad, hey, if I saw my son reaching for a fire, or if I saw my kid reaching for a fire, I would correct him and tell him no.
But you're missing the Satan part. Include Satan in the analogy, because in the analogy, there's a bad guy trying to get your child to put his hand into the fire.
Hold on, just to be clear, people in chat think that my wife is pregnant. She is not pregnant. I just misremembered what the curse was.
It's okay. I'm taking my MDiv back from Dr. Blitz now.
So let me finish my analogy real quick. So real quick, just if I touch the fire, if the kid touches the fire, I mean, at some point, you can't be babysitting your kids 24/7.
God can.
The kid's gonna turn. Yeah, he can.
That's how analogies work. Okay, so God can do that. God is doing it as we speak.
No. Let me finish. You keep asking questions and cutting over me.
Because your analogies don't line up.
No, it's not. If
All right,
I touch the fire,
I'm gonna document your analogy on a notepad. Okay, so give me the characters in your analogy. List them for me. It's a father, right?
I'm using your analogy. You as a father.
Okay, father, and in the analogy, the father is equal to God, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then there's a child, right? And in the analogy, the child is equal to Adam and Eve, right?
Was he to yours? In yours?
Yeah, like all of these analogies are about Adam and Eve, yeah.
No. This is your analogy. So I'm using your analogy.
No, this is your analogy. I'm documenting your analogy so that you don't get lost within your own analogy.
You literally said this not 3 minutes ago.
That's crazy.
So, well, no, this is what you said.
Buddy, we're talking about your analogy right now. Try to stay focused. Okay, so you're giving an analogy about a father and a child, and the child is theoretically.
Cool.
No, we're using the one you brought up.
It's the same analogy. You guys both are using the same analogy. Now, both of you just shut up and Denyon give the analogy.
I'm documenting your analogy to show you why it's disanalogous. So, in the story, we need 3 characters.
Okay, so you have the father, you have a son. I'm gonna stick with that for right now.
Nope, we need 3 characters.
So, okay, we need 3 characters. Okay, so
it's
then
not,
just put,
it's
I
not,
don't know.
It's not analogous without a third character.
Doof Bunny number 1.
No, the third character.
So Doof Bunny number 1. I don't.
All right, we'll do Buddy
character.
number 1. Okay, so Buddy number 1 in the analogy is the snake.
So,
all right, so what we need is an analogy.
Is our snake.
We need an analogy with the father, the child, and Buddy number 1. That's what we need.
So this is what I'm saying. Because we were talking about consequences, right? That whether it's a punishment or a consequence. Now, I'm just saying, even if because ultimately it was still the kid's decision. If Doof Bunny walked up to to the kid and said, "Hey, dude, your dad was lying the whole time. If you touch that fire, it's not going to burn you. He just wants to keep you back from doing all the super cool stuff that he does with it." And the kid reaches into the fire and burns himself. One, Doof Bunny did not force him You didn't grab his hand and force him into the fire. You just told him.
Does the
Your dad was
child
lying to you when he told you this.
does the child know that disobedience is going to have horrific consequences?
Yes,
Oh, so then it's not analogous because Adam
because
and Eve didn't know.
they did know.
They didn't
They
know.
walked with God in the cool of the day. It
All
says
they
that in Genesis.
all they knew is
God
that they
walked
would
with them.
die. That's it.
No, conviction. Because you're
That's not in the
you're
book. Show me the
taking out
verse.
one key figure.
Show me the
You're
verse.
taking out one key figure.
Show me the verse.
Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit.
Show me the verse where it says that they
Okay.
had
To be
conviction.
clear, none of those are
Here you go.
only God is in the garden. The Father or the Son and the Holy Spirit are not present.
That's not actually true. In
That's
the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
million
And the earth was
percent
without
true.
form, void. Watch. It says,
There's no Trinity in
And right here.
Genesis.
Genesis 1, verse 2. The earth was without form and void, and the
Mhm.
darkness was on the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over
We know
the face
we
of the
know
waters.
about
That's
God's
the Holy
Spirit. That's not a Trinity.
Wait, but hold on. What does that have to do with the garden?
That is a Trinity.
No, it's not.
Because
That's a separate
you're
story.
taking out
What does that
one
have to do with the
key-
garden?
One key figure, conviction.
Where?
The
Yeah, show
Holy
me
Spirit
where the
is
conviction
conviction.
is. Show me in the book where it says Adam and Eve
Now,
were
you can
convicted
see-
not to do it.
Look, now you see, now we're getting into extrapolation, which as learned men, we don't extrapolate.
Daniel,
We
I'm
don't
asking you
just
to
assume
demonstrate the validity of your claim about the book. Can you show me in the book
Because
where it
the
says the
fact
Holy
that
Spirit
Eve
convicted
sat there-
them?
Look, the fact that Eve sat there and said, "Look, God told us not to touch it." That's conviction, because if she had no idea, she'd just
Like
be
he
like,
just straight up
"Oh, okay," and just
refuses
grab it.
to actually answer a single question.
How is that not answering it? That's conviction.
It's
Someone
not
looking at it and
conviction.
saying, "Look,
So what she
it
did
is."
was she was
It's
given a
knowing
warning. She
right
said
and wrong.
she said, okay, don't touch it. God told us not to touch it, so I'm not going to touch it. The snake comes along and says, go ahead, touch it. She's like, oh, fuck, okay, I guess I'll go touch it. That's it.
But she doesn't say that. She says, "No, God told us not to touch it." He says,
So
"Did
what?
he say that?"
Well, but hold on. So like look, you have a child, right, Daniel? Like I can hear them in the background. So like the reason why we do stranger danger, why we like teach our kids not to get into cars with vans, like we say 100% never ever do this. Don't listen to anything they say. The reason we do that is because if you drop your kid off at school and then some guy comes up and says, "Oh yeah, like your dad or your mom told you, only let me pick you up, but I'm actually your dad's friend, and they said that I could pick you up." Kids will just believe that, right? Like all the serpent is doing is saying, no, but but actually it's not true. This thing that they said, it's actually not true. And then kids will just be like, "Oh, yeah, okay, you're right." Kids will just believe the most recent thing
But
that they
you're also
heard.
missing development. But you're also
What
missing
development? They had no sense
Kids-
of right or
so
wrong, of
kids-
bad or good. They had no experiences. They had no
God
lifetime of
created them
memories.
perfectly. So I seriously doubt that God's going to create them like completely stupid.
They had
Like,
no
God created them
experience. They had no
perfectly. He
experience
created-
with but hold on. They had no experiences with consequences before. They had no experience with bad things ever happening to them. So why would they have any
And
sort
yet
of
Eve
intuition
sits there
about
and
what
says-
they should avoid?
That's the perfect question. Because if she had no idea, the moment the serpent was like, "Hey, you should eat this fruit," she would have been like, "Oh, cool, man," and just grab it and just
Well,
eat
no,
it. She
no.
didn't
So
even do that, though.
so to be clear, the serpent says, "Yeah, so did God say that you shouldn't eat from the fruit?" And then she just repeats what God said. She didn't say that like she believed it. She's just like, "Yeah, God said this." And then he's like, "Oh yeah, but actually that's just not true. You won't die." And then she's like, "Okay, I'm gonna eat it now."
Yeah. But that's the thing is that leads to consequences. If someone says,
Why?
"Hey," like
Yeah,
the analogy I was using,
a baby
"Hey, touch
was
the
tricked,
fire.
and the
It's not gonna
consequences
burn you."
are that the baby gets put in jail.
So then
Well, the
I
kids- no,
think
it
the
wasn't
reason
put
why
in
the
jail.
analogy keeps failing is because you keep describing consequences like the consequences are inevitable, but that's not the case. The consequences are decided by God, which means they're not consequences, they're punishments.
No, they weren't decided by God.
Yeah, they
We chose
Who
to
decided
sin.
them?
No, God
Wait,
decided
no,
what
but
they
who
be.
chose
We
this?
chose to sin.
No, that's
Adam
wrong.
and Eve,
That
once
doesn't
they
say.
chose
Oh,
to eat that fruit.
she made me punch her in the eye. She made me do it. No.
She
no.
chose to wear a
It's
crop
not.
top.
She
Like-
should. She
Because
shouldn't have made me
once
mad.
we're separated from God, once we separated ourselves from God, that was a generational curse. And does that suck?
And
Yeah, absolutely
curses
sucks.
come
Do I
from
agree with
God.
it?
That's
No,
why they're
I don't agree with
punishments.
it. No, it's
Wait a
not
minute, hold
curses
on.
from God.
So,
It's a
like-
curse.
Denyon, So suppose that your kid, I don't know, steals a candy bar. Like you're in Kmart together, and your kid like grabs a candy bar off the shelf, and you don't notice until you get home. Now, you could, there are a few ways that you can handle this. You could like talk to them,
Yeah,
and then you could
absolutely.
take away the candy bar, and you could like ground them for a day or something. Or you could like call the cops and have have your child incarcerated. Or you could like sentence your child to death, right? Those are all consequences, but you chose which consequence, right? God chose the
Now, here's
consequences
the
here.
thing.
God chose to make childbirth
You're
more painful, right?
you're viewing salvation
We're not
almost
talking about
like
salvation,
as you said,
Denyon.
holding. Well, no, it is. It's all
But
combined.
wait,
No,
I'm
no,
talking
it's
Look, here's
not.
the thing.
I'm talking about God making childbirth more painful. That was a choice, right?
Okay.
Was
No,
that a
that was
choice?
ours.
Wait, but
No,
it literally
it was
says in the
ours.
book that it literally says in the book that this was a curse that God. I mean, like I don't have the text up. I can pull it up, but like it
Got it.
literally
No,
says that
not
this is
that
something that
God.
God did to them, right?
No, not that God did. He says, because of what you did, this is what will happen
That's
now.
not what it says.
Because Adam,
That's a lie.
because you did this.
Nope.
No, it's not. Look
It
at
says
it. He says the
he
ground is
said
going
to the
produce
woman.
thorns.
Daniel, just hold on, because you're lying on the book, and I won't accept it. Okay. It says in verse 16
Okay.
of Genesis 3, "I will make your pangs in childbirth exceedingly great." This is a thing that the God is doing. I'm making your childbirth painful. It's a punishment.
Okay. And then what about Adam? We can't miss Adam. So if we're
Same
missing,
thing. The ground
we
is
gotta put
cursed.
hers too.
The ground is cursed because of Adam. You shall not
And
eat of it.
Okay.
Cursed is
It
the
also
ground
says,
because of you.
I will,
Sorry.
God also says, I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. Like, he's doing this. This is not just like, oh, it's just like a natural consequence. Like, he's like, I'm going to make this happen.
So that's where punishment does come in. There's a
Thank you.
punishment.
It's
Okay, so
But
there's-
as
punishment.
far as hell.
That's what we were trying to
Well,
get
no,
you to
there is,
say.
but I'm saying, but that's the punishment. But I'm saying everything that follows from that
Okay,
is
does
consequences.
God have control over the punishments?
Yeah,
Okay, could he have chosen not to give this punishment?
absolutely.
Okay, there we go.
So he is. So to be
But
clear, he is punishing them. It's not just natural consequences. He is punishing them for things that
it's-
they didn't understand.
So it's not things that they didn't understand. You're saying this like they're a newborn child, like they had no idea. What
They
the heck
were
was going
literally
on.
created like 8 verses prior.
Okay,
or
tell me
eight-
how
like-
long were they alive?
I mean, it doesn't
if
say.
you want to play this numbers game,
It doesn't say.
It doesn't say.
It literally
Exactly.
doesn't say.
It doesn't say. So,
But they have
for
no
all we know,
experience.
it could have been years.
They
But
have
you
no
don't know
experience
that.
with
But-
talking
so-
snakes.
But we
No
don't
experience
know
with
that
being
just because
lied
it's not
to.
written in black and white.
They don't
But
don't
Like,
know
just because
that
it's not.
they don't know that what they're doing is good or bad. They don't. They
No,
don't
but
know.
they know to listen to their creator.
No, they don't.
They know
This
to
is the
listen to
man
any.
who
Wait, hold
literally
on.
breathed life
More
They do
generally, they know to listen to anybody, because the only person that's
No,
ever
not
spoken to them
anybody.
was God, right? Whenever they've heard a voice, they knew to listen to it.
Yeah.
So Eve
But
knew to
yet
listen to the
also-
serpent because she heard a voice. She's like, huh, well, I listened
No,
to the other
not
voice.
knew
I
to
should
listen
listen to
to-
this one.
But the moment that he was questioning God, even she's sitting there and she's like, well, he did tell us this.
Well, yeah,
And-
it's not like, well, he did tell us this. The snake asks, hey, what did God say this? And then she said, yeah, God said this.
Yeah. Which shows some rational thought. It
It shows memory of what God said.
But that's what I'm saying is what we're arguing about really has no like
I mean, like, we got away from the point that, like, God gave access to a predator to people who had no idea how to handle that.
no, it's look, God could have, and I'm not, excusing that at all. Like God could have just snap his fingers, devil's out of existence, and why didn't he? I have no idea.
Or
Yes,
he could have just
could've.
locked the Garden of Eden. He could have just locked the garden.
Exactly, and I don't know why he didn't do that. That would be a question that I would
Because
have
he's
to ask him
negligent.
later.
That's why. He's negligent,
It's-
and then
it's
when
not
it's negligence, and then when the children get into trouble, he punished the children.
So ask me how, when the punishment shows up of you're separated from me, and he provides a way for them to become reconnected to him.
He created the separation.
that
This is
negligent?
this is how we started the conversation. If you
Denyon,
create the
Denyon.
problem, you don't get credit for the solution.
So here's a great example. If I abandoned my child, I don't have any children, but if I had like a 4-year-old, And then, they made me really mad, so I dropped them off at Target. And I dropped them off at Target with a cell phone. I gave them a cell phone, dropped them off at Target, and then I just left. And then I called them, and I'm like, hey, if you want to come back home, you need to go earn your keep. You need to go get a job at the dishwasher, or like as a dishwasher.
But even that is faulty logic.
Like, it's nonsense.
No, even that's faulty logic, because you're also saying, well, it's negligent for one, the dad to leave the child at Target. Well,
yeah,
in today's day and age, yeah, it is. But the thing is that
it was back then too.
Them. No, it wasn't. It was just them.
Yeah,
God creates man, and he creates woman, and he tells them, hey, have kids, have the time of your lives. Like, I made this for you. The whole world is yours. Everything is within your dominion. So now, there's another thing. Is God gave
you're right. He left them at a Chuck E. Cheese. He left them at a Chuck E. Cheese with money and said, "Enjoy, but you're not coming home until you get a dishwashing job."
That's also a faulty example because of the world we live in. I'm not going to leave my kids anywhere, especially.
I'm pretty sure the command to be fruitful, multiply doesn't come until they get kicked out of the garden.
But I'm saying, look, I'm saying God gave man dominion
unless it's
over
in chapter
everything.
1. It does chapter 1. I think chapter 1 might contain it. The command to be fruitful, multiply. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Here,
Sorry, go ahead. That's a sidetrack.
Oh, well,
yeah, it's in chapter 1, just not in chapter 2. Go ahead.
Okay, so, but God gives man dominion over the earth. He tells Adam this. You have dominion over this. This is yours. I made this for you. And he leaves man to enjoy it. So God comes in. He has a relationship with man, with Adam and Eve. He is there with them, and it says that he walked with them in the cool of the day. I don't know how many days that was. I don't know if that was a week, a month, a year. I don't know. But it says that God walked and had a relationship with Adam and Eve.
Yes, but on any of those days, did it include them knowing right and wrong?
Or knowing not to listen to snakes?
I don't know. And that's something that, like, I would have to be there to see. I don't know what their conversations entailed.
Also,
I don't know.
I'm just checking. After Eve eats from the fruit, God never says, at least I don't think, God, at least not anywhere in the next few verses or in the next chapter, God never says anything about, even though I kicked you out, this is all yours. He only says that before this happens, right? He says that this is all yours in reference, presumably, to the garden.
But God never breaks his promises.
Oh, he sure does. He absolutely does. So many times.
Show me where he breaks his promises.
Matthew 16:27-28. You want to read it with me?
Let me pull it up. I have my Bible right here.
In a barrel here.
Second. No, look. How many prophecies and how many promises were kept? What is it? Matthew 16,
prophecies. Zero prophecies, actually. Now we're getting
into
fulfilled. Yeah, zero.
That were fulfilled.
Zero fulfilled. What? This is where we get to the fun stuff.
Way. No.
Yeah. Absolutely, the number of prophecies is 0, unless you count Deuteronomy 13, where God says he's going to send a false prophet.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm literally dead serious, and I can back up my claim all day and all night from memory.
Jesus fulfilled at least 300 prophecies just in his lifetime.
Zero prophecies.
Explain.
Name one.
Of the prophecies that he fulfilled?
Anyone.
Just look at Psalms. Okay.
Psalm 22 is not a prophecy.
No, it is a prophecy.
It's not a prophecy.
It is.
So we'll start this we'll start the conversation easy. What do you think a prophecy is? What's the definition of a prophecy?
A prophecy is someone that talks about something that happens in the future.
Thank you. Okay, so in order for it to be a prophecy, it has to be mentioning something in the future.
Or inspired.
How do you know if it's inspired?
Or something inspired. How do I know if it's inspired?
How do you test it?
By the fruit.
How do you test it?
You look at the fruit.
Okay, so
wait, is this the fruit that we're allowed to eat?
Sorry, fruit of the spirit. I should say you look at the fruit of the spirit, or we call it in my work, we call it in court actually they call it, if somebody lies. This is a good example. If somebody lies in court, we call it fruit of the poisonous tree. Or if they do something that's like they did something wrong.
But that's the fruit that we're not allowed to eat.
No. This is just an example. This is in court. So if someone, like, let's just say an officer, for example, does something wrong. He doesn't read Miranda, like the person that Miranda rights, something like that. And then he does something, like he just keeps asking questions, and all of this stuff is now inadmissible in court. because he didn't first do this right thing. We call that fruit of the poisonous tree. It's you can't use anything from this point afterwards because he did something wrong. Now,
unless a snake tells you about it, then you can use it?
No.
Okay, just checking.
This is in court.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
So I'm saying that you look at someone by their fruits. What you look at someone by their character. I should probably use character instead, since we're going to be arguing apples and oranges with what fruit we're talking about. You look at someone's character. What's their character? First off,
I'm confused what this has to do with prophecy.
I have no idea where he's going anymore. He's in a completely different ballpark.
Wait, so are we talking about prophecy still?
I thought we were talking about prophecies.
Well, yeah, I'm saying if I see some homeless dude walking up to me and he's like, "Hey man, aliens are real and in 6 days they're going to come and suck out your brains," like
that's a prophecy. Yes, in 6 days.
It's
yes,
not.
exactly.
Yeah, that would be a prophecy. It might not be fulfilled.
That is the definition of a prophecy.
But it might not be fulfilled. But like, am I going to look at that man, his character, and I'm going to say, yeah, that might be a prophecy? No, I'm going to be like, hey man, you need to like change a couple things, dude, and like be like, yeah, cool, man, have a good day, man, and walk and go my way.
Just so we're clear, Deuteronomy 18 tells you how to test if somebody's a prophet. Deuteronomy 18, all you got to do is see if the thing comes true, it says. So it's something you have to be able to test. There we go. Okay, so something that's testable means it's something that's happening in the future. I have to test it. Other people have to observe it and put it to the test. It says in verse 20 of 18, but any prophet who presumes to speak in my name a word that I have not commanded the prophet to speak, or whom speaks in the name of other God, that prophet shall die. You may say to yourself, how can we recognize a word that the Lord has not spoken? If a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, but the thing does not take place or prove true, it is a word that the Lord has not spoken. So it's something that is going to take place, and it's something that's obviously testable. You have to know that it needs tested to test it.
So explain to me how Jesus didn't fulfill 300 prophecies.
Because he didn't even do one. You want to go over the prophecies?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, let's talk about one of my favorites. We haven't done Zechariah 9 in a little bit. Let's do Zechariah 9.
Zechariah 9?
Yep.
Okay.
You think he fulfilled this because Matthew 21 tells he fulfilled it, but he didn't. I'm not Zechariah says, rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you. Triumphant and victorious is he, humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off, and he shall command peace to the nations. His dominion shall be from sea to sea and from the river to the ends of the earth. This didn't come true. Jesus didn't end all these wars. Jesus wasn't a king.
Yet.
So then it didn't
come true.
Look at Revelations. It did.
So it didn't come true.
Well, wait a minute. So just to be clear, did Jesus stop or cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem? Did he do that?
Not yet.
Then it didn't come true.
It also prophesies that in Revelations. It did.
It didn't come true.
It did.
Wait. So when?
Not yet.
Hold on. So Denian,
prophecy that
Denian, you keep saying it will, and then also at the same time you're saying it did. If it did, then it happened in the past. If it will, then it might happen in the future. Those can't be those aren't the same thing. You can't use them. You can't use them both.
That you're taking, because look, a prophecy doesn't
Blitz, I've rode a donkey.
One time.
Maybe I'm the Messiah.
I have too. I've also rode a camel. Does that count?
I would count it.
Okay.
Okay, so as it turns out, riding a donkey doesn't make you the fulfillment of the prophecy. You have to be an actual victorious king who defeats Israel's enemies.
Okay, well then let's look at this. Let's look at
Micah 5:2, born in Bethlehem. Is that the next one? My favorite is Jeremiah 31:15. You want to do that one?
What is it, Jeremiah 31:15 you said?
Yeah, go to Jeremiah 31. We're going to read 15 through 17.
15 through 17? Okay.
One of my favorite prophecies from
way faster than
Matthew chapter 2.
15 through 17 you said, right?
Yeah. Thus saith the Lord, a voice is heard in Ramah, lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel is weeping for her children. She refuses to be comforted, for her children are no more. Thus saith the Lord, keep your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears, for there is a reward for your work, says the Lord. They shall come back from the land of the enemy. There's hope for your future. says the Lord, your children shall come back to their own country. Now, I mean, if you've read Jeremiah, you know what this is about, right? This is about the Babylonian exile, where he says in chapter 29, chapter 25, that you'll go into exile for 70 years, then you'll come back to your own land and you'll be restored, right? So that's what this is talking about here,
Okay.
surely, right?
Yeah, I mean, to my knowledge, I haven't read this scripture, so.
Well, if you don't think that this, if you don't think that this,
aware of.
so if you don't think that this one's a prophecy, we can move on to one that you do think is a prophecy.
Well, it is a prophecy.
It could be the
in
prophecy for Babylon. It could also be the prophecy when the Jews came back to Israel after, what is it, the 1948, 1949, when they came back to Israel and reoccupied.
Well, either one of them
It could also
is
be a
going
prophecy for that.
Either one of them is going to present a problem, right? Either one of because either one of those interpretations contradicts Matthew 2:18. Matthew 2:18 says that this prophecy came true when Herod executed the babies in and around Jerusalem. It says, then what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah was fulfilled. A voice is heard in Ramah, wailing in loud lamentation, Rachel weeping for her children. She refused to be consoled because they are no more. This has nothing to do with babies being murdered in Bethlehem. This prophecy is about the Israelites being taken captive in Babylon, saying you're going to come back from Babylon after your time period's over.
But here's the thing: is we're also kind of assuming that like that prophecy is only talking about one time and one place.
Why would we think
sometimes
it's got
these
two
prophecies
different?
don't talk about?
Why would we attribute
Well, I
a
mean,
second meaning to the prophecy that's divorced from the original context of it?
Well, just look at Revelations.
But Revelation has nothing
Some
to
of the
do with
times
Jeremiah. I'm asking if
Well, no,
somebody
no,
gives
I'm not saying it's.
if somebody gives a prophecy, why would I accept a secondary interpretation of the prophecy that is not matching the context of the
Not
prophecy?
a secondary interpretation. I'm saying that he's giving multiple accounts and multiple times.
Well, it didn't
He's
come.
giving a prophecy.
It still wouldn't come true in Jesus' time period because the children come back from exile. The prophecy is about children going into exile.
But not just that is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, that's what the prophecy is about. The prophecy is about the Israelite women crying over the children being taken into captivity.
Okay. So, Han, give me the scripture one more time.
So if it happened, so if it's going to get a dual fulfillment, it needs to happen twice, and it didn't happen twice. Jeremiah 31, 15 through 17.
31, 15 through 17. Okay, I'm going to mark that down because I don't have an answer for that. I haven't studied that one.
Right.
So I will read that and I'll be able to have an answer for that later. But what I'm saying is I can't really answer. I can't really speak too much about it because I don't know. But all I'm saying is from other prophecies that are in the Bible, some of them are not spanning just one day. Some of them are spanning the course of years.
I agree.
Where it's all of these things are going to happen. So maybe
I agree.
I'm
And
just
Jesus
throwing out
didn't
there,
fulfill
maybe,
any of them.
Except for him casting here. Han, let me see. I had it right here.
Matthew 24, when he says, "Not a single stone will remain on top of other," referring to the fall of the temple.
That one.
That was written after he already lived and died, and the temple was already destroyed, and he didn't do it. I'm asking, what did he fulfill? Not what predictions did he make? Because
the Jews, Psalms 22:18.
The Jews were already saying the temple was going to fall. You can read that in the Talmud. That's in Sanhedrin 97. But again, Psalm 22 is not a prophecy.
It is. You said that any prophecy has to be something about somebody talking about the future.
Talk about the future, yes. So show me in Psalm 22 where he says anything about the future. Because it's not going to be the part you want. The part you want is in present tense. In fact, some of it's in past tense. You want verse 15, 16, and 17. Which is
18.
Which is not in the future tense.
It is.
It's not.
I can count all my bones. They look in, but
that's not future tense.
Does prophecy have to be future tense?
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be future tense.
Yes, it does.
If it's talking about the future, one would think it would be in future tense.
But here's the thing: is even if it's you talking from a perspective, let's just say like Revelations, a dream.
Who do you think wrote Psalm 22?
David.
And what's he talking about?
He's making a prayer.
He's clearly talking about his own suffering, right? So why would someone take
that doesn't mean that it's not a prophecy?
Why would someone take a Psalm of David, clearly about his trials, and just say, "Oh, it's a prophecy now because I want it to be." What are the characteristics of this prophecy that would make it, or of this psalm that would make it a prophecy? Whereas you don't think Psalm 119 is a prophecy. Why do you only think Psalm 22 is a prophecy? Because by the definition of prophecy you've given, every word in the Bible is now prophetic. There's not a single word in the Bible now that's not prophetic. So then you have no way to determine what is prophecy and what's not.
It's because the Bible is God's word alive. Like, this is God's word. This is God's love
Daniel,
letter
so
to
you
us.
don't have a definition of prophecy anymore. If definition of prophecy is any word on any page, then you don't have a definition anymore. Prophecy to you is meaningless.
The definition of prophecy is you proclaiming something that could be or that you see.
Yes, exactly.
There's people,
so a prophecy for the future a prophecy for the future to be fulfilled must have hallmark grammatical indicators letting you know that this is something happening in the future.
Okay, so you just want to talk about stuff that's happened in the future. Okay, about
that is what a prophecy would be.
Stuff that will happen in the future. So, hold on. Pull this up. Sorry, my camera's probably going to go dead for a quick second. I'm still here. I can still hear you guys. So, there is 1 second. I mean, heck, you even want to go back all the way to Genesis. There's prophecy.
There are no Genesis prophecies of Jesus. I can guarantee you that.
Au contraire, my friend. So,
Daniel, based on how this conversation has gone so far, what's your confidence level that I've not heard these talking points before? Because it sounds like I know you
probably have.
You're gonna mention something that you think I've never heard, but I can guarantee you I've heard all of this 100 times. Just want to let you know, maybe you should walk into this not with blinders on, but with the idea that maybe whatever you think you're going to show me, I already read it and I already have a rebuttal for why it doesn't work.
Okay, well, I look forward to hearing the rebuttal.
So I think we'll do one more.
One that I haven't heard before. Okay,
by all means, do one more.
Move on.
No. By all means, do the one in Genesis if you want, but we should move on to another guest at some point because you've been on a while and we we have like 6 guests. No, you're fine. You're fine. It's been great.
I'm sorry for taking up your time, guys.
That's okay.
No, you're lovely. I just don't want to make other people feel like they're waiting for Anyway, go ahead.
So it says when God is talking to Eve, we already kind of talked about this. Because you have done this, you are cursed from. So it does all that. It goes through all that whole thing.
You want 14 and 15.
Yep. So because you have done this, you are cursed more than all the cattle and more than every beast of the field. On your belly you shall go, and you shall eat dust all the days of your life. It's him talking to the serpent.
Yeah, snakes. Yeah, he punished snakes.
And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed.
Mm-hmm.
He shall bruise your head, and you shall bruise his heel.
Yeah, because they're snakes.
That is a prophecy.
About snakes, it's a promise. Yeah, snakes.
You know the only only form of death in the world.
I don't know if you know this,
but heel was crucifixion.
But ancient people stepped on snakes. I don't know if you knew this.
Yeah. But I don't think God's talking literally. He's talking to the devil.
He's talking to snakes. Whoa. He's talking to a snake. Snakes crawl on their bellies.
Devil.
Snakes are what? Let's slow down, Daniel. Pay attention to what it says. It says, "Cursed are you among all animals, among the wild creatures. On your belly you will go." It's an explanation for why snakes don't have legs. Why would God take away legs from snakes if this was Satan's doing and not snakes' doing?
So you're saying that this is not the devil, this is a snake.
Or does the devil not have legs?
Look, what I'm saying
do you think Satan,
far as the snakes go,
Satan's crawling on his belly? He's just like, you doing the worm? Or what do you think he's doing?
No, he's doing the snake, Justin. Get it right.
There you go.
I don't know how.
Look, as far as that goes, I don't know what he's talking to with about the snake. But I do know that when he says, he shall bruise your head, and you shall bruise his heel.
Yeah.
That right there is prophetic. It's prophetic.
It's not prophetic. It's how you kill snakes.
No, but you're not. Look, him saying, "Hey, look, okay." So so what you're saying is like any dude that crushes a snake's head with his heel and bruises his heel. Oh, look, prophecy.
We've got
that's not what he's saying.
Dozens and dozens of texts and depictions of ancient people killing snakes by stomping on their heads. This is the relationship.
Saying,
we have stories about it. Snakes snakes were the trickster of the animal kingdom that steals immortality from human beings. The Epic of Gilgamesh tells it beautifully, where Gilgamesh dives into the sea of death to retrieve the plant of immortality, and then a wily snake comes up and snatches the plant of immortality from him, and therefore he never gets to be immortal. Like these are common ancient Near Eastern tropes, and every time it's about actual snakes. It's not about a satanic figure pretending to be a snake. And again,
So-
you didn't address the thing that I said. You pivoted. The thing that I said previously was that it doesn't make sense for God to take away the legs from the snakes and to punish actual snakes if Satan was the one that was responsible. Snakes took the punishment, not Satan.
I don't think that he's talking literally.
So snakes
Like,
don't crawl in her
I
belly?
wasn't there, so look. No, I'm not saying they don't. Look, don't twist what I'm saying. I'm not saying that that's not what happened.
Women aren't
But
afraid
I'm
of
saying
snakes?
that I mean, my wife's not. Hell, she's probably less afraid of snakes than I am. That's probably says a
But you're
lot.
kind of missing the point. First of all, the
but-
text says it's an animal. Cursed are you among all the animals,
Yeah.
among all the wild
So-
creatures. And then he says that you're going to crawl on your belly and you will eat dust. And a lot of people actually did think that snakes ate dust when they burrowed. They don't eat dust, but that's how they described it. So these are characteristics of snakes, not characteristics of Satan.
And I agree with that. Now I'm saying that look, you're saying that he focused punishment on just snake, man, woman. But that's not true, because everything, when Adam and Eve sinned, when they ate the fruit, everything changed. Now death was entered into the picture.
And
Death is
snakes
in the
crawled on
picture.
their belly.
And snakes crawl on their
but,
belly.
like,
Yeah.
and
And
so as far as that goes, I don't know, but I'm saying like it's kind of faulty logic to just say God focused his punishment. No, everyone suffered from the decision that Adam and Eve
Right,
made.
the question's not who suffered. The question is who's getting punished. There's specific punishments on specific entities, and the first entity to get punished is snakes.
So here, real quick, if you don't mind, if I kind of say this, and then I'll let you guys go, because I know you guys probably have like a slew of more callers. Which is, look, hell. So how we got on this conversation was we were talking about hell. Is hell a punishment? And I would say that hell is not a punishment; it's a consequence. If I choose to not like be saved, because God sent Jesus to save us from this punishment.
I don't see how this
from
addresses snakes.
consequence. Okay, well, it's not really addressing the snakes. I'm trying to answer the root of how we got onto this conversation. But
I've never seen
if
so
you
many
wanna talk
pivots in
about
one
snakes.
conversation. I don't.
but we were
under-
trying to talk about prophecy, right?
Well,
That's what I thought we
yeah,
were talking about.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, I'm all over the place. This is the first time I've ever really done this.
You're
so,
good, Denyon.
like,
You've been a delight. You've been very pleasant. So
Um,
don't.
I've had a good
You're
time.
good.
So like, and I'll leave you guys to it, because you guys asked a lot of really, really good questions, and I will be honest. I'll be the first to say I don't know the answers to a lot of them. As far as prophecies, I would definitely going to say I'm going to look on my interpretation of that, and I'm going to have to look into and study to see more of what prophecies were fulfilled and what classifies as a prophecy. That's apparent with this conversation. Is I'm really out of my depth with this one.
Fair enough.
So saying that though, I just want to say like yeah, there's definitely a lot of questions that I'm going to have to ask myself and have to study and answer, so I can be better equipped. But thank you guys so much for having me. I know you guys have like a slew of callers, and
Okay, we were having
honestly,
fun.
with that last question with like the snakes and the prophecies, I don't know. When it comes to prophecy, like I'm kind of, as I said, I'm out of my depth, so I don't know exactly what prophecy. Like I can't pinpoint exactly like this scripture right here. I don't want to.
All right,
waste your guys'
Denyon.
time with
Denyon.
me.
We're gonna cut you off and let you go, but thanks for being here.
Cool.
Cheers,
Thank you guys.
buddy.
Have a good one.
Take care. All right, Brandon should be up next.
Yes.
We have a bunch of super chats to read, so maybe we read those first and then get to Brandon.
Yeah, I think so. Let's grab some super chats.
So go
Go
ahead.
Argument from Motion says exactly. Guess who's completely lost? Yeah, we're gonna have some of that. Forum, thank you for the super chat. Says there's no evidence for intelligent life south of the Mason-Dixon. Oh, listen, we do have a space
Hey,
center.
now.
We have got a space center in
Yeah.
Alabama. I assume they're employing a lot of Northerners. But listen, I got family from the South. I know there's some smart people down there. They just have funny sounding accents. And Stinky says waxing poetically adds an argument. Oh, yeah,
Wax can be very compelling.
actually, yeah. Also slippery to make for bad arguments. McDubbin, thank you for the super chat, says, I have more purpose knowing that I only have one life that encourages me to make the most of it every day. Actually, I'm with you, McDubbin. I found that I was more energized to make every day count when I became an atheist. So I live the shit out of every day. And Miko says, life came in steps. You roll 1-6, then have a million of years of rolling dice to roll 6 again. This is how I see it. But I'm not much into maths. Well, I mean, that's the other thing, too. Like, if you have what is essentially billions and billions and billions of years to roll a bunch of sixes.
Billions and billions. Okay, Carl Sagan.
Billions, many billions.
Oh, I guess we were doing Trump. I thought we were doing Carl Sagan.
Oh,
Billions and billions.
I think Carl Sagan's better. Unashamed says, millions of Bibles sold every year, 0 Bibles read ever. Those are real statistics. If God was real, Christians would be reading their Bible. Matthew says, when Denyon hangs up, he'll drink his 9th espresso. I think you're right.
Look, caffeine addiction's a real thing. Don't shame him, okay?
I do love espresso. I'll be having one between this call and, or not after this call, I mean, and the AXP show tonight. Fierce Interaction, thank you so much for the super chat, friend. Says, I'm here for Blitz calling CPS on God for putting serpents in the crib. I do like that a lot, actually. This Blitz was spot on with the analogy. And Argument says Denyon has only ever learned from his parents. Actually, that seems to be the case. He was a PK. It seems like he's heard these arguments, but he hasn't really familiarized himself with the text all that much. So hopefully after this live stream, he'll get more familiar with the text. Cheese says punishments are a category of consequences. I would argue that the eating the fruit really wasn't that big of a deal. God overreacted. Yes.
I mean, like, look, if he said, like, you know, you guys are grounded for a weekend, like with Jesus, then, you know, like, that would be fine. That'd be a fine punishment.
Right. Yeah. But he doesn't do that. In fact, he recreates the entire universe and then decides that he's going to send everybody to hellfire if they ever disobey me ever again. One disobedience and you're done. He's got some serious SDE. Asher, thank you for the $5 super chat. Good to see you. It says Adam and Eve were ignorant of what is good and bad, so they didn't know that going against God was a bad thing. They had no concept of consequences. 1,000,000%, Asher. It doesn't matter if somebody told you not to do something. If you don't know that disobeying them is bad, it's useless. And Forum says Psalm 137:9 proves this book is not a moral guide. Oh, yeah. When it says, happy is he who dashes the baby's head against a stone. You can really just curl up at night by the fire, warming yourself with that verse. The love of God just tingling you. Ehud the leftist, good to see you, buddy, says wild when they deny God created all consequences and punishments. Don't take that from him. He earned the credit. That is true, actually. And last one from our friend Jerry. Great to see you, Jerry. It says Dr. Blitz's dissection of the Watchmaker analogy was brilliant. Great to see Justin back here too. Well,
yeah,
I agree. In fact,
at least soon you'll be back permanently in like a few weeks, right?
Yeah, basically, I've got two more weeks that I'll be off, and then I'll be back permanently. And I agree. Listen, Blitz's breakdowns of arguments are always genius. That's just
you are too kind.
What? Who's next in the queue?
We have Brandon up next.
Brandon. All right, let's get Brandon.
All right, let's see if Brandon, let's see if he's got it. Let's go, Brandon.
What?
Hey, can you hear me?
Welcome in.
Yeah, Brandon.
Oh, sweet. Wow, I've been waiting for a minute.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Sorry about that. So,
Yep, lots of subjects have been discussed. Let's start at your title though, if you don't mind. So, unapologetic, God isn't real. Do you guys have any evidence for that?
Yeah, sure.
Where do you
So,
want to start?
so by the way, Unapologetic is like the name of the channel.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was like unapologetic, like I'm not gonna apologize for having that belief.
Well, it's that's kind of like the whole thing. Like it's like, you know, it's anti-apologetics, and it's also like we're not ashamed. So it's kind of like a play on words. But that's the name of the channel, right?
It seems pretty confident though that you disbelieve.
Yeah. So I mean, for example, so we have empirical reasons for believing that, for example, minds are things that are attached to brains, right? I mean, intuitively, we know this because when you're falling, for example, the thing that you protect is your head. You don't protect your liver, you protect your head. And the reason we do this is because we have some sense of our brain, or our sense of self, rather, being here, right? And that is something that you can just test. You can ask people, and at least in a large chunk of the world, people have a sense of self being located in their head somewhere, behind their eyes, if you will. And so we have good intuition, and therefore we can inductively reason that minds are things that are always attached to bodies, attached to brains, if you will. And if that's the case, that is evidence against the existence of a disembodied mind, a mind without a body, which would be required for, a god to exist.
You could say about anything that you haven't experienced. I could say.
Well, yes, it's a type of evidence. It's a type of evidence, right? So, I mean, you asked for evidence, right? I was just giving you a type of evidence.
Okay, so from my experience, life only occurs on Earth. I've never experienced life anywhere other than Earth. So life outside of Earth does not exist.
So that would be a kind of evidence for that claim, absolutely. If your hypothesis is that life doesn't exist anywhere else, and then you go and you look and you don't see anywhere, then you have evidence that life doesn't exist anywhere else. Now, to say it's conclusive is a different story. But that is evidence, right?
Yeah, I mean that seems kind of like you're just you don't have a lot of faith in your belief if that's the only thing that you.
That's not the only thing. It's just very easy to grasp, right? It's a very, very intuitive idea.
So, I mean, the lack of evidence in something existing isn't evidence that something doesn't exist.
So to be clear, it is evidence. It's not proof.
Well, everything that we don't know of that exists is still something that exists. You can't say that that's evidence that thing doesn't exist just because you don't know of it existing. So to say
it is evidence, though. It's not proof, and I'm 100% willing to say that it's not definitive. It's not like conclusive evidence, but it is evidence. Absolutely.
Apologies, then. Can you give me any proof that of your claim that you are unapologetic that God isn't real? Can you give me any proof of that?
Yeah. So what God are we talking about? Because I could give you an argument about gods that are. Sorry, go ahead.
Is inconclusive. It just says that you do not believe that in a God.
Well, yeah. So neither of us do. So why don't I give you an argument about? Let me pull up my list. So, do you believe that the God that you're talking about and the God that I have in mind is a God that exists outside of time and has a mind? Would you say that?
Outside of our concept of time.
Okay, so you would say that God is not the creator of time in general.
Our time is linked to our space. Space and time are the same thing.
Well, they're not the same thing. They're just related, but sure.
Well, if you're talking about Einstein's,
which I am,
if you're talking about Einstein's math equations, then he links time and space as one thing. He gives it.
They're related. They're not one. They're not the same thing.
Well, he uses them actually completely interchangeably. SP. Space.
No, they're not. They're not interchangeable. They have different signatures.
So SP, space-time, can't be used interchangeably?
Space-time is the name for both space and time as a joint entity. But space and time are distinct things in relativity.
Well, I believe them to be a joint entity, that they are linked to one another. So our time...
Sure, they are.
Okay, so I think that we can agree upon this to a certain extent, that our time and our space are linked to one another.
Yeah, sure. Now, so would you say that God has his own God time?
I believe that he exists outside of our concept of time, as well as you see that in the...
That wasn't my question. Does God have his own God time?
I guess I don't fully understand your question, but yes.
He's not in our time. Does he exist in some other type of time, like God time?
Yes.
Okay, did he create that God time?
I don't know. You would have to.
Well, either he created the God time, in which case God must have existed sans God time in some way, because you can't create something that you exist in.
I believe.
Or God did not create God time, in which case God didn't create everything, right?
I believe that God created everything within our universe, everything that we can speak of. So I believe that God is a supernatural being and that our universe is created.
Why do you believe that the universe is created?
Because the universe has a beginning. And
can you demonstrate that?
Yeah.
Because I certainly don't have that belief.
Yeah. So even if you're looking at an atheistic worldview, the universe, you can see that the expanse of the universe seems to have stretched back to 13.8 billion years ago.
Yep, the observable universe was much smaller back then.
And if the universe is expanding, that means that it had to have come from I don't know, it's not a single point in three-dimensional space, but they compare it to a single point in, I don't know if it's four-dimensional space. It's a single point in space and time that if the universe...
that doesn't follow.
What doesn't follow?
That there was a singularity.
You don't believe in the singularity?
No, I don't. Yes.
Okay, so do you believe... What was the Big Bang? Can you describe that event to me?
The Big Bang, as described by, or as understood by myself and as understood by the vast majority of physicists, is a description of the evolution of our universe from a very hot, very dense state about 13.8 billion years ago to today.
Okay, so was there a time when the universe was all in one very condensed spot?
Well, so there's a difference between very condensed and a singularity. Right.
Okay, so rather or not, you're talking about it being the size of a football field or the size of the.
So it's possible that the observable universe, 13.8 billion. Not only is it possible, we have evidence of this. 13.8 billion years ago, the universe was about the observable universe. Depending on exactly how many seconds you go by, you could say that it was about the size of a beach ball.
Okay, so before it was the size of a beach ball, what was it?
That's not clear. The physics that we have just doesn't say anything about it.
Okay, so the universe was one size and it rapidly became a different size based on...
Yes, the size changed. Yep.
Okay, so based on momentum...
The observable universe.
And just a reoccurring theory, I would say that if you were to stretch that theory backwards and then say, okay, it's large and then it was small, that a time before that was smaller and a time before that it was
right, but you don't have any justification for this. You're doing the same thing that you accused me of doing, which is just extrapolating without evidence.
Yeah, I mean, all of this is extrapolating without evidence.
So by the same reasoning as me saying, sorry, you are using the same reasoning to say that, well, if we've always experienced that it got smaller and smaller the further in time you get back, that means that it must have gotten to a zero size eventually. Okay. That's the exact same reasoning as me saying, well, we've always experienced that minds are attached to brains, therefore all minds must be attached to brains. It's the exact same line of reasoning.
I don't see how it's, other than the fact that it's
extrapolating to
is there evidence that you have that the universe was the size of a beach ball?
Yes.
That it wasn't
of course.
Any smaller than the size of a beach ball and that it didn't have a
Well, yeah, so we do have evidence that we do have, it depends, we don't have empirical evidence, but we do have theoretically virtuous evidence, if you'll take that. That there was not a singularity, if you will.
Okay. Also, size, as we calculate it within our universe, is how much mass something occupies within our universe. So if the entire universe...
No, that's not what size is.
It's the amount...
Size is spatial dimension, not weight, not the amount of matter.
How can you calculate... Sorry, apologies. How can you calculate the size of a universe being the size of a golf ball if that's the entire universe? The universe isn't...
So I was specifically referring to the observable universe when I said the observable universe was the size of a beach ball. I make no claims about the size of the universe as a whole, although I have some speculations about it. We don't have any evidence about the size of the universe in totality. But yeah, we do. It does make sense to talk about the size of the observable universe. Currently, the size of the observable universe is about 96 billion light years across. 380,000 years after what you might stipulate as t equals 0, 380,000 years after, quote, the Big Bang, the observable universe would have been around 96 or around 90-ish million light years across. And so, we have the mathematical calculations that we can do to figure out how big it was at any given time based off the data that we have.
Okay, so based on the data that we have, you're saying that the universe is expanding. If you repeat that trend backwards, is that not, maybe not proof, but evidence that it would have been infinitely small at one point? If you infinitely repeat the reverse.
Yeah, if you extrapolate without any consideration for what the implications of that extrapolation are, then yes, you would come to that conclusion. But that's right. But that's
that I believe the universe had.
But physicists are smarter than that, and so we do take into consideration what the consequences of that extrapolation would be, and we come to the conclusion that the consequences don't really make sense. So that means that we were probably mistaken in thinking that the extrapolation was valid.
The consequences don't make sense because they would imply that there was a beginning. That would be implied.
No, that's not why. Many physicists don't have an issue with there being a beginning. The consequences are that the math just stops making sense.
Okay, so from my understanding of oftentimes with physicists is that they try to avoid aliens and God. That oftentimes if you try to...
like 40% of physicists believe in God of some kind.
I mean, there's many of the most intelligent physicists. You're talking about Isaac Newton earlier, and you guys...
I'm talking about living physicists. It's like 40%.
Yeah, okay, so
like they're not avoiding God.
Well, oftentimes science in general tries to avoid using the concept of God or aliens.
So then why are you invoking science to make your argument?
Because I disagree with the principle that these scientists use. I don't think that that's a good way to try and say, okay, well, I'll accept any conclusion other than God or.
That's not what's happening here. What's happening here is that if you try to extrapolate all the way back to when it had zero size, the math stops making sense. It's not that like, oh, it leads to a conclusion we don't like. It's that like the math is like spitting out infinities where there shouldn't be any infinities. The math is like spitting out that like for some reason like things just stop with no explanation, no force cause. Like that's the math stop making sense. This is not like it implies that there's no God or it implies that there's a God, therefore we have to throw. No, this has nothing to do with theology. This is a physics thing.
Time, because if you go so far back in time to where there was something to where it was infinitely small, or not infinitely small, even if it was the size of a beach ball, but I believe it was infinitely small, then you have to
I don't know
say
what infinite.
What was the?
I just want to be clear when you say infinitely small. I don't know what infinitely is doing in that sentence. What do you when you say infinitely small? How does that modifier work? Because I don't know what you mean.
So what my goal is to imply that there was an original catalyst that caused an event that started.
No. I get that part. I'm trying to figure out what you mean by infinitely small. What does that mean for you?
Because
like if something is infinitely small, I would take that to mean that it just doesn't have any spatial dimensions.
It has zero size.
Yeah.
So, well, I mean, size in this scenario isn't even entirely relevant.
I mean, it's just really small.
Size is well defined here.
Like whenever we're trying to measure something, we usually go down to like, okay, there's a cork, and then there's like there's a size that is undividable, which would I believe in our current models is a cork. But whenever you're talking about the size of the universe, which isn't matter within the universe, you're just talking about the universe itself.
You can talk about the size of the observable universe. That's fine. There's no issue with that.
Yeah, but whenever you subdivide it down to a point of, I'm kind of just going off on a rant now. Trying to get back on topic. My goal was to say that I believe that if you have something that started off at a small size and now it's a large size, and then you repeat that trend backwards, you have to at some point have a beginning.
Not necessarily. Why couldn't it be the case that if you go back far enough, it re-expands again?
So like a big crunch?
No, the other direction. So suppose for a moment that if you wind the clock back 13.8 billion years, you get something that's very, very small. Not infinitesimally small, but very small. And then if you wind it back 13 billion years and 13 billion in 1 year, it's slightly bigger. And 13 billion in 2 years, it's slightly bigger again. And 14 billion years, it's even bigger. And 18 billion years, and it's even bigger still. So before you had like some eternally collapsing universe, and then after you have some eternally expanding universe. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, I mean, even if you go back to that point, say it's the size of a volleyball, and then it's the size. Okay, go back.
I said beach ball. You said golf ball, volleyball. Like
you said golf ball?
I said beach ball.
Oh, beach ball. My bad. I think I associate beach balls as volleyballs.
Okay.
Yeah, because I played volleyball on the beach.
Sure, that's
So
fair.
anyway, say you go back to a point in which it's the size of a volleyball. Imagine you're at that point right now.
Yep.
You've had an infinite amount of time previous to that it could have caused a Big Bang, and an infinite amount of time in the future that it could cause a Big Bang. There had to have some point been a
No, you're missing the understanding. What I just proposed is that the Big Bang happened. The Big Bang was more of a special event when it was at minimum size. That before that it was bigger, and after that it was bigger, and then so before that it was collapsing down, and eventually it reached some critical size, at which point it started to expand again. Then you have a complete great description of why the Big Bang happened when it did. Well, it's because that's when it was at its minimum size.
What would cause it to collapse?
Gravity.
Do we see this trend happening in nature?
Things collapse. Yeah, all the time. That's what a supernova is.
No, I'm referring to our universe, because our universe is accelerating beyond the speed of light. I mean, our universe is
That's not a speed.
the speed of light.
Sorry, no. Acceleration is not a speed.
It's accelerating to the point to where the speed of light cannot even make it back to us past the point of our
that's true.
universe. Is there a reason that you would have the assumption that the universe would recollapse, other than the fact?
No, not that not that the part of the universe that we're currently living in that it would recollapse, but that the universe in the past collapsed to give birth to the Big Bang. It says nothing about what will happen in the future.
I'm just trying to process that argument.
Yeah, so imagine that like you have a thing that's collapsing forever. It reaches a minimum size and it expands forever.
So at some point before it had collapsed forever, was there an original size that
If it was collapsing forever, there was no before.
If it was collapsing forever.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying that okay, so forgive me if I'm wrong. You're saying that the universe existed, and then it collapsed down to the size of a beach ball, and then it started expanding again?
Yeah, that's one plausible explanation.
Okay, so I mean, I'm still trying to find if this is just a overcomplication of the universe being a small size and then becoming a large size, or if it was.
It's an explanation. It's an explanation for why the Big Bang happened.
If it was a size to begin with, and then it collapsed down to the size of a beach ball, that size to begin with, you could do the same.
There would be no to begin with in this view. There is no beginning in this view.
So the universe was infinitely large, and then it just collapsed down to the size of a beach ball?
Well, the observable universe would have never been infinitely large.
Okay, so if it took a period of time to collapse down to a beach ball, that would imply that period of time was the amount of time that a universe of a given size would have taken to collapse down to a beach ball.
Yeah.
Still implies
the
universe
maybe
had a course in which it began.
No, not necessarily. So imagine that 14 billion years ago, it was the size of, I don't know, it was like 100 million light years across. And then 15 billion years ago, it was like a billion light years across. And then 16 billion years ago, it was like 10 billion light years across. And then 17 billion years ago, it was like 100 billion light years across, and so on.
Okay, that implies a beginning of a trend. So you said
where's the beginning? How many years ago is the beginning in the trend I just described?
100 billion years ago, unless you're implying.
I said 18 billion years ago, but sure.
I believe that the first, whatever the number you implied first, 100 billion years ago, it was X size.
Yep, and then before that, it was bigger.
That still before that it was big, so you're implying that at one point it was infinitely big?
Nope, there was never a moment in time where the observable universe would have been infinitely big. No.
Then you have to start somewhere.
Why? It just gets bigger the longer gets bigger the further back you go in the past.
That would imply infinite big.
No, there's never a moment. There's no such thing as infinitely long ago. Infinitely long ago is not well defined.
Okay, I kind of just want to switch back to the previous topic because I feel like we're just going in circles.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so
I'm gonna pivot. Sorry, go ahead.
Would it be would it be improper for me to make the claim that aliens do not exist because I haven't seen aliens? Like,
You could make that claim, and you would have some degree of evidence for it, namely that, we've never seen them or detected them or anything like that. That is some degree of evidence. Now, it might be the case that there's stronger evidence to the contrary.
okay, so if there's somebody else out there who has detected it, and then I make that claim, does that mean that it's not improper for me to make okay, so look at this example. If somebody else out there has seen, images of Pluto, but then I say Pluto doesn't exist because I've never seen images of Pluto, does that mean that that's a proper claim to make?
So you'd absolutely have evidence for it, but if they then showed you the image of Pluto, then you should update your beliefs to account for the new data.
It seems like saying that God doesn't exist that's not a agnostic belief. That's making a claim.
So saying that God isn't real is a claim about it's a belief claim, right? Like, I don't believe that God is real. I don't have a high credence in the God claim. I have a quite low credence in the God claim. Now, I don't say I'm agnostic, because when people hear agnostic, they think, oh, he's undecided. I'm not. Like, I'm pretty convicted in my belief, like in the positions that I hold. But new evidence could change those views. That's the honest thing to do, right?
I mean, that's a statement. It seems like you're just making claims about something that you openly don't know.
No, I don't think anybody has a 100% certainty in anything, unless you think that you're certain of something.
Why is your certainty so strong whenever
because the evidence for it is incredibly weak in my view, and the evidence against it is incredibly strong in my view.
Do you think that if God did exist, that he would be able to show you?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so I think that's a decent starting point. If God exists, then he would be able to show you. Then wouldn't that imply that if there's a God that exists, that he has some sort of value in this faith-based thing?
Not necessarily.
Well, I mean,
those two things aren't related. That's a non sequitur.
Biblical God has a value in a faith-based system. I mean,
sure, but that's not any God. That's like a very specific notion of a God, that if that God exists, then it might care about faith.
Okay, so just using the just using the evidence of saying that I don't believe, or saying that, not even saying I don't believe in God, saying that God doesn't exist because I don't have evidence that God exists,
and that I have good arguments against its existence.
What are those arguments again?
I mean, we were getting into them, but then we changed topics to talk about the beginning of the universe for some reason.
You went into
so there are other arguments against, I mean, particular like the Christian God's existence, namely that God can't really have thoughts if it exists outside of time, having been the creator of all such things. There are arguments like the problem of evil and the problem of divine hiddenness. The problem of evil makes it seem like it must be, if it is the case that there is egregious evil, and God does not like that egregious evil, then you would expect that egregious evil doesn't exist. But it does exist, which is evidence against the existence of God. Similarly, if God wants a relationship with us, but doesn't cause a relationship with us, that is, again, evidence against the existence of a God that wants a relationship with us.
I would disagree.
I'm sure. But those are the, like, you asked what the arguments are, and those are some of them.
Okay, we can go on that concept. So
there's also arguments against the possibility of God being the creator of all truth. There's some like serious like kind of like technical details about what it means for something to be a truth giver and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I mean those are deeply theological, but I mean if you want to go into just one of your arguments would be, to simplify it, would you say that it would be, if God is all good and God is all powerful, then why evil?
That is a simplification of the problem of evil, yeah.
Okay, so what would be your better explanation of your reasoning?
That there is no moral giver that wants things to be a certain way. There are laws of physics, and then the emergent laws of chemistry and the laws of biology and so on, and those don't have a moral preference. So you expect to see some things that we consider good, you expect to see some things that we consider bad, you expect to see some things that we consider neutral.
So is there it seems like that's a contradiction to what you just now said. You just now said something about, if God is good and there is evil, then why doesn't God abolish evil? I'm rewording. Is that...
Yes, you asked me what my explanation was on the non-theistic
No,
worldview,
I'm not.
and I gave it to
I'm
you.
not talking about your explanation. I'm talking.
Then why'd you ask what's your explanation for it?
No, you're not. Sorry, I might have said explanation. What is your improved example of why that doesn't work? I said the oversimplification.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, right. So I mean, you could just phrase it in terms of who was it? Some Greek guy. If God is all knowing, all good, and all powerful.
Oh, Epicurus.
Sorry, let me. Yeah, Epicurus. It's the Epicurean paradox. If God is if egregious evil exists and God is all good and all knowing, then God must know about it and must want to stop it, but doesn't have the power to do so. And so on. You basically run into an issue with the triomny properties. God knows about it, God wants to stop it, God has the power to stop it, and yet doesn't stop it.
Yeah, I think that God wouldn't want to stop it. In order for you to
then God's not all good.
Well, no. In order for you, would all good mean be a dictator and make everybody?
What? Sorry, what does any of this have to do with free will? I'm talking about earthquakes.
Yeah, well, in order to have evil, in order to have free will, doesn't that mean that you can commit evil?
You need earthquakes.
What do earthquakes?
All good.
Wait, so if God took away earthquakes, free will would be in jeopardy?
The specific thing that I believe is a punishment or a result. If not, I mean, you could make the argument that earthquakes is a result of global warming. That global warming is.
Well, you could make that argument and you'd be wrong.
Very wrong.
Okay, so I believe that earthquakes are a phenomenon that has occurred due to a flawed system, due to our
who made the system?
Nature. God.
Did he have to make it with earthquakes?
We're the ones that ruined it, and we're the ones that ruined
but
it.
Did well, we didn't make earthquakes. God did. God is the one that created all things, right?
Yeah.
So what that means is that God made a conscious decision to make earthquakes a thing. Yeah.
Is that what you believe?
Well, he made the earth, and the earth.
This is an internal critique.
Yes. Well, God created the earth, and then we ruined it, and then now we have earthquakes.
Right, but
so I mean, like, there's evidence of like earthquakes and meteor impacts and cancer before humans even existed. So it can't be that we ruined it. It can't be that we're the cause of this.
Okay. Well, that's a different.
Because those things predated us, right?
Yeah. Okay. So, if you're looking at earthquakes as a phenomenon that has been caused by natural phenomenon, I have no issue with that, but it's not really something I'm interested in debating. I'm more so.
Well, but I mean that's a gratuitous evil, right? Like when an earthquake just happens where like a baby is and then the baby gets crushed to death, like that's. Does God like that happening?
The baby had it coming, Blitz.
Is it
like the snakes?
God
like
could have prevented us from being harmed by earthquakes while we were in our perfect state?
Well, he didn't have to.
I'm talking about like right now. I'm talking about like the earthquake in Turkey that happened a few years back that killed like 60,000 people or something.
Us being affected by these earthquakes that we are currently experiencing as a result of the sin issue that we committed in Genesis. That is.
So you're telling me that like. So do you think that Genesis was a place on Earth?
Earthquakes? No, Genesis is a Bible. Genesis is a book in the Bible, but
sorry, not Genesis. The Garden of Eden. That's what I mean. Do you think that the Garden of Eden is a place on Earth, or was a place on Earth?
Was a place on Earth would probably be a more.
So you would say, but there were no earthquakes there.
I don't know if there were earthquakes or if we just didn't experience the consequences of earthquakes. I don't know if there were tornadoes that didn't harm anybody. I see these things as just natural phenomena.
I'm just confused, right? Because if an earthquake happens like right where Adam, hypothetically, if an earthquake happened right where Adam was standing, would he not fall in?
Adam was in the Garden of Eden, and Eden was protected from many things. So I don't know what the concept.
So God can prevent earthquakes from being in places and causing egregious bodily harm.
Correct. I believe.
Okay, so and yet it does happen.
Us experiencing the consequences of earthquakes are a punishment for man falling.
Babies need to be punished.
You're referring to Adam as a baby?
No, we're referring to like babies that were crushed in the Turkish earthquake like 5 years ago.
Those are a consequence of a fallen state.
But did the baby?
Do you have children?
So if you do something, if you go out,
Brandon, try to focus. I asked you a question. Did the baby do something that weren't being killed?
No, and God's not the.
Okay, so when a baby dies, then in an earthquake, it's an unjust
horrible
killing?
death, by the way.
Well, I mean, death. I mean, if you're just measuring the concept of death, everything is going to die.
No,
but it's a horrible way to go, right?
Just follow what I'm saying. Like, if God sends earthquakes as punishments, why is he punishing babies who have never sinned?
I don't know if I'd necessarily say that earthquakes are punishments as much as they're a natural phenomenon that now we experience. So, like
but
fire.
he created
I use
them.
fire as an example.
He created them and then just lets them happen.
So
Okay,
God just
fire
created them and
exists-
then fucked off. It's like, we'll just see what happens.
Yeah, so God created fire.
Oh, okay.
Earthquakes.
That seems evil to me.
Well, I mean, fire is
Crazy
the
evil.
thing that exists, but the reason why we can now be harmed, and the reason why now we are in this state in which we are unprotected by God, is because of our sin. So now,
what? I mean, what do you make sense of, like? So sure, but like animals also experience harm and experience suffering, and surely they're not enough. They're not being punished for our sin, right?
you're. I don't know if punishment is as much. It's a symptom of the punishment.
So God is allowing other creatures to suffer because of us.
I believe that the universe is imperfect and that it is thrown off balance.
But God created it. I think
Yes.
you keep forgetting, Brandon,
but we
that
threw it off
everything that the universe is doing, everything that the earth is doing right now, is a direct cause of God wanting it to do that. Like, he knew Adam and Eve were going to sin, and he decided that once they sinned, he would create the natural disasters and the baby bone
You believe that
cancer
these
and all
these
that
natural
stuff.
disasters.
And so
Sorry.
if that's the case, right, in your worldview, if God decided that there would be earthquakes, that means he's responsible for the innocent people that die in the earthquakes.
Do you believe that many of these natural disasters, these weather phenomena and all these other things, are a result of human beings? For instance, like
No, earthquakes are not caused by humans.
Okay, well, we're using earthquakes as a very specific example.
Yes, I brought that up specifically because they're not caused by humans. Yeah, volcanoes, meteorites, and earthquakes. These humans have no impact on these.
So your argument with animals being unpunished,
Crushed by earthquakes. Yeah, that happens too. Killed in volcano eruptions. Hit by,
you don't see any way that could naturally occur
God,
based on
God killed all the dinosaurs with a meteorite. Right, and that was not a short death. The dinosaurs basically starved for 1 million years before they eventually all died.
I mean, if you're judging the concept of there being evil as death happens,
suffering? No, it's not just death. It's suffering. It's egregious suffering.
Suffering? I mean, yeah, that's a natural phenomenon of life, and now we're unable to be saved by that because we.
And why does that happen? Wait, but I was talking about the dinosaurs.
I mean, animals have also done things. I mean, you just mentioned earlier about a snake having sinned. So why are you?
Yeah. So what did the dinosaurs do to deserve starving to death over the course of 1 million years and finally going extinct?
Maybe eating other creatures.
But didn't God design them to do that?
Yeah, they're meat-eating creatures.
And also herbivore. This happened to herbivores too. So
do you believe that these things are evil?
I think that they are egregious. They are egregiously evil in the sense that they are egregious suffering with no greater good. Am I a vegetarian?
Yeah.
No, but I'm sympathetic to the view. I think that it is morally better to be a vegetarian. Yeah, but I acknowledge I'm not a perfect person.
Are you egregiously evil for eating animals?
Did I cause the extinction of like thousands of species of dinosaurs over the course of 1 million years due to starvation?
I mean, collectively, you
nope.
argue that our ancestors did that.
No. The meteorite did that, right?
Oh, okay. My bad.
The meteorite killed the dinosaurs.
Yeah, I think it was probably a flood, actually.
Oh my god.
Oh boy.
Oh my god.
You guys are gonna beat me up now.
Listen, Blitz, I don't have too much time left. I've got to.
No, yeah, me neither. I have to eat lunch soon.
Yeah, but Brandon, I mean, I've enjoyed the conversation. You know, I'm glad that we have people come up that can dive into some of the science stuff with Dr. Blitz because that's not my realm. So I really enjoyed the conversation, but unfortunately, we're kind of running out of time at the end of the show, so we can't keep you any longer. But do come back.
All right, cool. I'll take you up on that sometime, maybe.
All right, cheers.
Thanks for being here, Brendan.
Yeah, I found you guys' conversation interesting, so I'll give you guys a follow. Maybe if you're ever
appreciate you.
Something I want to talk about.
Sure thing, man.
All righty. Nice talking to you.
Cheers.
by the way, for everybody who's watching on YouTube and TikTok or Twitch, are we on Twitch?
Not right now.
Okay, if you're watching on YouTube or TikTok, follow the Unapologetic channel. Like, you can also follow Justin and I in the little boxes, but follow the Unapologetic channel. We've been doing this for months now, and we only have 11,500 subscribers on TikTok, and we only have 4,500 subscribers on YouTube. So, follow if you want to see this. This is a weekly show. We do it every Sunday at around this time. So
we get a pretty good live number. Our live numbers are getting up there. We just the subscriber count is not following the live count.
Just not following.
The other thing too is we don't publish any videos, which makes it hard as well. Maybe eventually we'll get to do clips. Maybe a volunteer can clip our videos for us. I don't know. I don't have time right now.
Something profit sharing.
Yes, exactly.
Be our editor, put together clips. Maybe we'll do not that we make a lot of money, but
what's your schedule coming up this week?
Do you
have any
this
shows?
week? I don't think I'm going to be on any shows this week. I will be. I'm going to be on Truth Wanted again sometime in August. Nice. And I have a talk that I'm going to be giving to the Humanist Society, one of the Humanist Societies. I hear that you are too, but that's sometime in the future. You're doing the atheist experience this afternoon, right?
Yeah, we'll be on tonight with Planet Peterson. I'd love to get on AXP on an episode with you. I'm talking to him about sorting that out so we can get our schedules taken care of.
They seemed to like me over there last time I was on.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, we do have 2 super chats to read, by the way, before we end. We have one from Judas, I believe, saying, does guest believe God made feminine nominons? Must be, right? God made everything, right? Of course God made the feminine nominons. Obviously. I love saying that word. And then from Forum Galorum, we have, if disasters are a result of God's punishment, then why do they always happen to the red states? No hurricanes here in sinful Seattle. That's true. That's a good point. But it's a collective punishment. See, if somebody does something in Idaho, God sends a flood to Florida. Did you know, actually, Justin, I talked to the guy on Friday, the flood that killed all those kids in Texas, tragic. Yeah. That was because the governor of Texas blasphemed against God.
So because the governor of Texas, was it still Greg Abbott? He blasphemed God, so therefore God needs to unalive a bunch of innocent campers.
Yep. Because it's a collective thing.
He's so loving. What a good father.
So loving.
I just want to say.
Anyway, we should end the live here. We should end the live. Because we have we have our own stuff to do. I need to go eat some lunch.
Yeah, we got things.
Has to go get ready for the AXP. So Justin, you won't be here next week, but the show will go on. Ian will be back, and Ian will be. We'll still have 2 of us.
Absolutely.
Eventually, it'll be the 3 of us again. All right.